Good morning, y'all. We got to do our selfie. So I would highly recommend to scroll about 4 or 5 minutes into the video so that you can see the talk at the trail. Because I got to hold this selfie for about a minute and then do my checks. For anybody watching the replay. That should be good enough. All right, so let's turn off the copy link. And mic's good. Perfect. So I'm gonna mute that. I'm just gonna give myself a like. Hey, we went down 2 subscribers, not bad. Probably like trolls. Which is all fine and dandy. All right, just doing my checks. Cool. We're on data, perfect. All right, we'll be back in a bit. I'll see you in like a couple minutes on the trail. For me, it's gonna be about 40 minutes. For you, it'll be like instant. All right, see you. Well, I'm back for a moment. On my way to the trail. This is at the school. And a bunch of, I like seeing drawings that they've done. A rainbow. More rainbows. It's not bad. These kids are very creative. Put my bottle over there. They started with this thing. That says Abby. I was looking at what they were writing here. There's a sun. That says Nicole. But I was supposed to stop here and see this. I like when I see what they're drawing. There's a heart over here. This is a nice heart. They did a good job on this heart. Taking screenshots, but yeah. Love shot. Perfect. Well, I'm gonna head to the trail still. I'll see you in a moment. Morning. Hello, people. Just getting my thing. Should have plugged you all in before I did my thing, but hey, it's all good. Perfect. Take a few minutes. Thank the water. Having a great start to the day. My phone's on an angle, so I want to kind of make sure that's not on an angle. So I'm going to loosen that up a little bit. There. Oh, it's good. I'll wait for the chat to roll in. I'm gonna have to undo this cable for a moment because it's just tugging on my gimbal, and last thing I want is, it to be feeling like it's in resistance, which I'll be talking about that. But today's projection, y'all, we're gonna be talking about projection. So I'll take a moment. Why is the phone on an angle? It's on a weird angle. Let's see. I think that's because that needs to go up like that. It's fine, whatever. Let it be. Let it be so. I'll get rolling. I figured I put my water in the water, like the water bottle in the water, to keep the water cool, since, my portable or my available fridge. The water's not that cold though, so we'll see what happens. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night to all of you, wherever you are on our amazing planet called Earth. Which, by the way, just so you know, if you scramble, and I'm sure some of you know this, when you scramble the letters of Earth, it spells heart. Fun fact, just so you know. If you didn't know that, now you know. When you scramble the letters Earth, it spells heart. Take that in. That's the natural tendency that we are supposed to be using, our heart. One can say that's kind of linked to the soul. Unfortunately, because of so much projections on this planet, not that much people are using their hearts. Majority of the people are using their mind. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. You were trained to use your mind. But your mind is what's potentially holding you hostage and maybe not experiencing the things you're supposed to be experiencing. I'm just going to check to see if this thing is on, if it's even, and it is, but it is what it is. If it's on an angle, it's on an angle. Oh well. So, you have the power in every present moment to change the course of your reality, because I keep saying that you're not really changing reality itself. You're altering your state of being, and reality will follow suit. And you're good with or without seeing it changing. But projection can be used both in a positive or negative way. And most people's definition of projection is usually stemmed towards the negative, because the world, unfortunately, strives more on the negative, right? Our mind automatically is locked to more negative thinking, right? Here's a whoever's here, welcome. A lot of people talk about generational curses, projection. And the funny thing is, you can go to somebody and say, I cursed you. And guess what's going to happen? Most people will fall victim because they're going to start doing it to themselves. They're going to start cursing themselves because they've taken on the projections of someone else's words from a negative aspect. I used to do that. I used to put fear out and project fear, and others would take that fear and internalize it and then embody it, and then it became their truth. Not proud of myself for doing those kinds of things back then. But I choose to use my words, wield my sword with love, kindness, and neutrality, to make sure each of you know that you have the power in every present moment to change the state of being and alter the course of your own experience. Michael, good to see you. Good to see you, dude. I appreciate that. You didn't need to, but I appreciate it. I never will ask anybody to subscribe. If you feel called, cool. And I appreciate your support. So I used to project fear, worry, doubt, not only to within myself, but outside, because wherever you are, whatever your perceptions are of the world, you're going to generally project it. So for those who are angry and hateful and hostile and mean and cruel because somebody was mean and cruel to you and you chose not to shift that, well, guess what? You're just continuing the cycle. Morning. But you have the power in every present moment to alter your course of your being if you choose to. So I'm going to talk about generational curses for a moment. If you tell somebody that I cursed you, now you have a curse. And if you don't know who you are fully, you'll internalize that and like, did he really curse me? Because, some people can do like some hand thing and you are cursed, right? So here's the thing. What if I told you that you are blessed? Would you accept that? Every moment that you get to still be on the planet, it's a blessing. Even though shit happens in our world, it's still an honor and a blessing and a privilege to still be here. So many of us forget that this fundamental thing about being right here, right now, is all that matters. We keep worrying about the future and ruminating in the past and never living in the now. That's why they call the present moment a gift. I'm sure some of you've heard that. That's just regurgitated throughout many different people saying that, but it's true. Most people are not in the now. What's the now? This moment. Nothing more. And you have every now moment to alter your state of being, every now moment to change your projections and your perceptions and your perspectives, which will then lead to a new present moment, will lead to a new paradigm, which then will lead to a paradoxical experience potentially. Good morning, have a great day. So you have the power in every present moment to shift wherever you are in your life. Now, if you're on the positive trend, stay on that course because we need more of that in the world. If you're on the negative trend, you don't need to continue to subscribe to negativity unless that's really bringing you joy. And if it is, if attacking somebody on the internet is bringing you joy, or calling somebody out and cussing them, or pissing someone off in your physical world is bringing you joy, I mean, hey, whatever your definition of joy is, there's no judgment. But the thing is, a lot of humans like to make problems for other humans, and all humans want peace to some degree. But some just don't know how to accept peace because the mind doesn't understand. That concept of peace is foreign to the mind. It's not foreign to the soul, but because most people have their mind controlling them, not the other way around, unfortunately, that thing called peace is very, very foreign. Let's see what Michael is saying in the chat. Yeah. Weather is very good, thank you. Good to see all of you. It's very, very beautiful weather. It's going to be 29 degrees Celsius or about 86 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take. Morning, brother. For those of you who are new to the channel, there's going to be people. There's a trail right up there that I walk. There's a lot of people that'll pass by and say hello, so I'll be giving them their greetings. So I choose to. So yeah, back to what I was talking about projection. So you have the opportunity in every present moment to alter your course of what you're currently thinking, feeling, thinking, feeling, saying, doing, being, and projecting. It took me 39 years to figure this out. The 40th year of experience on this planet, it started to really land. Now I'm on the 41st year. And I got it. I understood. I got the lesson. And the thing is, reality and you are one-to-one. It's based on your subconscious mind, not your conscious mind. Your conscious mind is the thinking mind. I call it the third dimensional thinking mind. Right? So the more you keep, engaging your thinking mind, but not checking in what your subconscious mind is, and I'll give you the definition between the two, or the difference between the two. The thinking mind is all logical. You want to be rich? Yeah, good, amazing, you're rich. But what about your subconscious? Does it know that you are already rich? Does it know that you're already loved? Right? Because you have two different definitions, and your subconscious uses emotion. It doesn't use logic. For example, why somebody gets triggered or why somebody gets stirred up or mad is because of some past thing that has happened in a childhood where they didn't resolve it in their adulthood. And that child is still within you, whether you want to believe that to be true or not. Just because you're in an adult form or a teenage form, that doesn't mean that you're still not that innocent child. You're still that child. You just forgot. And my mission on the planet is to help all of you remember who you are, not who you think you are with your identity of your name and your skin color and your religion or your belief. The you before you even had a name. Right? That infinite you, the you that can do anything and is capable of all things, but has limited yourself because you wanted to, be a part of a tribe. And if you stuck out your head too far, then you're going to get hammered back in. And if you did do that, you'd get punished. Or if you did do that and you did go get, morning brother, or you did do that, you'd be exiled from the tribe. And guess what happens when you get exiled from a tribe from back in the day? Your ass was cooked. Unless you were mentally tough back then and you were able to do things on your own, most likely you were not. Morning. You were basically cooked. You needed the support of your fellow tribe members to get food and access to, other resources back then. Today's day and age, we still require each other. I know a lot of people hate people. In fact, yesterday I was playing a video game after the stream was done, and I finished my workout, and I was playing with T-Bray. And I saw on a post on Steam that, this person was saying, I really fucking hate people. And I'm like, no, you don't hate people. You hate the actions that they do. And if you hate people, well then guess what? All the people that you hate are subscribed to your channel. So that means you must hate them, right? So I'm like, you don't hate people. You hate the actions that some people take. It's not the person itself. It's the mind that's doing that. See, I see all of you as divine sovereign souls. But your divine sovereign soul is being held captive by your third dimensional thinking mind, aka the puppeteer mind, as I call it. I have my own definitions of stuff. I don't follow anybody else's stuff. I have my own. So, because of that, whenever someone is doing something on the stream or in person, like I'm just looking at them, no judgment. It is what it is. That person is just being controlled by their puppeteer mind. A lot of people in the trail, they're not being controlled by their mind anymore. They freed themselves. I can tell just by looking at them. I'm not saying they don't have any problems, right? Humans are always going to have some sort of thing to deal with. But it comes down to how you, number one, create the meaning behind it. Number two, the assumptions behind it. And number three, what emotions you give to it. Life, listen to this. Life has zero meaning, but meaning is different from value. Doesn't mean it has no value. The meaning is what you give something. Whether you give power and attention to this thing and either drain your life force or rises your life force. Yesterday somebody said that there's no empirical evidence of life force energy. Hello? How the fuck are you alive then? The oxygen is life force energy. You may not be able to see oxygen, but you're definitely breathing it. Your heart is pumping blood through your system, unless some of you are AI. You're alive, aren't you? So you see, like, that was his projection that there is no such thing as life force energy. Well, if you say there's no life force energy, then you're right. So how are you alive then? That doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying? Like, people say things, but they don't know what they're actually saying. And this is my point, that like when people are projecting their ideas and their thoughts, they have to be mindful of like, what are they actually saying? I'm aware that I'm projecting too. I'm no different. I'm not excluded from this. This is still projection, but this is projection of awareness, projection of neutrality, projection of knowing that you have the capability to alter your course of your state of being, which then will be one-to-one with your external reality. As within, so without. A lot of people on the internet, and I've said this, project a lot of fear, but then there's the other side. There's a lot of people who are projecting love. But most people see the internet as a place where we should troll each other. But there's a lot of people who are supportive of one another. See, I live in a world where on the internet, for me specifically, especially if I'm watching anything like content related, it's all based in joy and helping of servitude for the greater good. Do I run into comments that leave World War III type of like threats and stuff in the comments on videos? Of course I do. But do I entertain that as my reality? No, that's their current state of being. Where they are is based on their frequency. And I've talked about the frequency, but I'm going to share again what the frequency is. Your frequency is comprised of 7 things. I might miss one, but bear with me. It comes down to your beliefs of yourself and the world, your emotional charged thoughts, not just any thinking thought, but emotionally charged thoughts, which permeates the subconscious, your perceptions of how you see the world, your reactions on how you react to something or respond, your expectations. Do you expect good things or do you expect bad things? Your attention or focus, and your convictions. Do you have conviction that you will bring forth whatever it is? And by the way, conviction, very powerful word in the manifestation space. I'm not a manifestation coach, but I do talk about manifestation, which is another word that I like to use called revelation, because you're not actually manifesting anything. You're just revealing what's already here and bringing something that's currently invisible and making it visible by tuning your dial. That is a perspective, by the way. You have the ability to tune your radio station to whatever it is that you want. But that starts internally. And a lot of people are turning the knob externally. They're taking the action. And action is important. But they're taking it from the misaligned state of being. So let's say somebody's attempting to be rich, or they want to be wealthy, and they want like clients. Well, they're like hustling and grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding, and just putting offers out here, there, posting 10 times a day, whatever it is. But they're just attempting to change an effect by changing an effect, when they're supposed to be focusing on the cause. Internal is cause, outside is effect. Cool. I don't know if anyone's here, and it doesn't matter if anybody is here. I'm just going to keep sharing, because this is how I roll. Whether there's one person, 10 people, a million people listening, it doesn't really matter. I had a conversation yesterday after the stream was done, and there's a law of the universe called never add time. When there's something that's in front of you, do your best to take care of it immediately. So I was supposed to have a call today with someone. We're going to do a podcast together, like an episode on his podcast. Morning. We're doing a podcast together. He's in Africa. He's in Nigeria. And his name is Winston Luxman. This dude goes around Africa and brings hope to the people in Africa. This dude was, good morning. How are you both? Great, thank you so much. He goes around and he brings hope to people because of his experiences that he had to undertake, or I would say undertake. He's been through a lot, like most of us, right? Good morning, sister. Everyone's been through their own shit. And so I heard his story. I knew a little bit about it, but he shared a little bit more that he didn't post on social media. And he was inspired by my story, how I hated the world and I was able to turn it around. And he wanted to know how I did it. And he asked me 5 questions, or he left me 5 questions for me to answer on the podcast, which we'll be doing probably sometime next week. But I shared with him some things yesterday. I shared with him, like, hope is sort of a wishy-washy word. Now, in the beginning, if you haven't focused on yourself at all and never did any inner work on yourself, hope is going to be needed, right? That's the starting point. Morning, sister. How are you both? You good? Good stuff. So the more I was chatting with him, I'm like, so I'm going to tell you something right now, Winston. You're not bringing hope to anybody. What you're actually doing is giving them conviction in their knowingness. That immediately shifted him. So I sent a projection of power, of absolute conviction and knowing that when he's helping people, you're not giving them hope. You're giving them knowingness. Now, that's not a normal word we all usually say when it comes to giving somebody like this energy. But I break the rules of the language structure. So I told him, or I shared with him, or I mirrored back with him that, yeah, you don't have hope, you know. He looked at my profile, my older profile, which I no longer use, and there's a missing gap between 2024 and 2026. There's a 2-year gap. I have not posted anything on that Facebook page. I started my new Facebook page, my new account, the one that I was supposed to have from the beginning, but it is what it is. And I shared with him there's a lot that when I impact the people of Africa, I'm going to do my best to make sure that they know, not believe and not have faith, but know that they are capable of so many things, no matter what their physical world has told them. And you have that power too. Each of you. When you look at your outer world, whatever it looks like, respect it for what it is. Right? Some of you may not know like how you got to where you are, and you're maybe unconscious of like all the choices you've made, but just know that you made the choices that you're supposed to make until you're supposed to shift that. Because you have the power in every present moment. You really do. Is that Doc? Yes, it is. What's up, Doc? I seen you yesterday, but you've been quiet in the chat. I guess you've just been listening. I was like gonna check in with you. All good? I know the day before the test stuff, kind of like I could feel your energy kind of like, it's okay. You were here, you went here, but you were once here before, so you can simply, shift your perspective when you choose to. Feel your feelings, of course. Perfect. So anyways, I was talking to Winston Luxman from Africa, like Nigeria, Africa, and I'll be on a podcast with him sometime next week. Hello, ducks. They just came flying this way, and now they're swimming downstream. They came that way, and now they're... I don't know. That was weird. Anyways, I guess because they saw me like, oh shit, human, we gotta move. So I told him, stop saying, I hope. You don't need to hope. Just know. Do you have to have hope to breathe? Do you have to have hope to blink your eyes? Do you have to have hope to move your fingers? No. You know you can move your fingers. You know you can blink your eyes. You know you can breathe. Some of us don't breathe though. So I'm going to take a moment. This is life force energy, by the way. For the person who said there's no empirical evidence of life force energy. But I told him, you don't need to have hope. And then he also was sharing with me like, man, I think I can learn a lot from you. I'm like, nope, you can't learn anything from me because you already have everything that I know. The only difference is awareness. That's a bar, write it down. Any of you who think that you need to learn something from me, I have news for you. You don't need to learn anything from me. I know we've been conditioned to learn and use that word, and that's fine. Use whatever word works. I'm not going to tell anybody to stop using the word learning. If it's helping you and you want to be a lifelong student and you're going to keep growing, cool, use it. But know this, when you're with me, you ain't learning shit. You're remembering what you forgot. Big difference. Learning implies that you're lacking something, that you need to go and get it. Remembering is already having it, but you simply forgot, and I'm just bringing it back into your awareness. Big difference. That's a projection, a perspective, and a perception, all wrapped in one. Quite literally. None of you are learning anything from me. I'm not here to be a teacher. I'm not here to be a guru. I'm not here to be a master or a sensei. I can give fuck all about that. I will say that every day to make sure all of you know that you're all on the same level as me. The only difference is awareness in the mind. The soul already has all the answers, but your mind is blocking your soul from giving you all the answers if you don't allow your mind to slow down and just observe things for what it is. So I'm not any smarter or better or advanced. I'm a little bit further along the path, yes, but I'm not. That further doesn't mean better or higher or greater. It just means further. Like you guys are probably like here and I'm like over here. That's all it is. But I know that all of you are actually with me right here. But your mind will tell you, no, I'm not. And there's that gap. And I'm here to fill in that gap and close that gap. And basically, it's a bridge, essentially. I'm building a bridge for you all to get where I am, where you already actually are, but you think you're over here, but you're actually over here. But you forgot that you're over here, so you're back over here. It's a paradox. Let's see what Doc said. What's up? Good to see you. Good to see you, Mr. Neo. And yes, you're actually not awakening anything. That's just another term that we've been, I've used it. I've had 7 awakenings, okay? 7. Not just 1, but 7. I don't care about my awakenings now. Awakening is just another word for remembrance. That's a powerful word. You remember. Remembrance. Remembering is so much more powerful than learning or awakening But remembering is just as much as powerful as awareness. Now, of course, you can change your definitions. Remember, you're an alchemist. You can change the word awakening to be remembering. You can change the energy behind it. So you're not locked to just like that. But for me, I have to make people aware of the difference between their current definitions of words versus, or in comparison to my definitions of words, so that you can see the difference. Because most people are using awakening to be aware of something, but they forgot that they're remembering what they once knew. It's just it doesn't feel like you knew because you never probably experienced it in this lifetime, but I guarantee you that it's right here. Bet. Because if I was able to go through it and remember, then surely all of you have the same capabilities too. Because I told myself that I was the dumbest human on the planet once upon a time, and I couldn't remember shit. And I'm like awful. I want to know I'm your favorite fan. What? Well, I can make you blue later, but if you keep asking for blue, I'm not going to give you blue. And no, you're not my favorite fan. Why do you need to even ask that, bro? Just no. Why do you need confirmation and validation? I could just say, I love you, dude. Isn't that enough? Do you need validation? How long have you been with me and you still haven't figured it out? This is where I'm gonna give you a little bit of a bitch slap. For my people that I've known for over a year, if you still are asking things like that, I'm gonna bitch slap you, quite literally. I'm gonna energetically bitch slap you. Because you should already know that I care about you no matter what. You don't need to be my favorite, you just are. It just is. Favorite implies that everybody else is beneath you. Hello, you're all equal to me. The fuck you doing? I have this relationship with Neo, so there's your bitch slap for the day. I love you. Don't need to ask that question again. Favorite implies like, and this is a projection, by the way. I'm glad that you said that though. This is good. This is perfect. Projection of like, am I your favorite? Am I your favorite, like, viewer? No, all of you are. Why do we do this hierarchy shit? Why? Because you've been trained to be, putting somebody above you? And everybody else must be below you? Or whatever? Stop. Let's stop this shit once and for all, people. You're all fucking equal. I know some people in the world be like, no, I'm not. But you all are equal. How can you not be? You're human who came to a planet to explore just like I did. And you have so much creative ability within yourself, but some of you, you shoot yourself in the foot. And you put yourself less than others. You don't need to do that anymore. Just tranquilo. You're good. You're perfect. All of you. I don't care about that, Wayne. That's... Morning. How are you? Huh?
What you fixing?
What am I fixing? I'm helping the people's minds. Yeah, Wayne, I don't care about that. That's irrelevant. I think it was you yesterday that asked about life force energy. If it was you, you're like, there's no empirical evidence of life force energy. Okay. I'm going to get back to you right now. I know you want to argue, and I know you want to be morally superior, right? Because you said you're arrogant. And that's fine. Be arrogant. I can be very arrogant too, but I choose not to. But whenever you take a breath in and your blood is flowing around your body from your heart, that in itself is what we call energy. You can argue that if you want. But I'm going to get back to what I'm talking about. So, by the way, if you want to, feed my algorithm, keep feeding my algorithm. For those of you who want to listen. But for those of you who want to feed the algorithm with a bunch of junk, feed it. I appreciate it. So, back to the projection, right? I used to project fear and anger and hate and worry and doubt. And hell, I was talking about generational curses earlier. I'm going to still talk about it. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday to you too. Thank you. I can say all of you are cursed now. And some of you will internalize that and maybe you're like, right? Some of you. If you really believe that I just cursed you, now you'll internalize it because I cursed you. But what if I told you that I blessed you? Would you accept that? A lot of people talk about generational curses, but there is no generational curse. It's actually generational blessings. That's a bar, write it down. If you don't know who you are, then you're going to continue to be enslaved by the mind. It's just that simple. There's no way around it. Hi, Shito. Hi. You good? Are you good? Good stuff. If you continue to entertain the idea of generational curses, then you'll be cursed. It's just that simple. If you entertain the idea that, you know, life sucks and you're projecting that life sucks energy to yourself, then you're going to have that. It is just that simple, people. I can't break it down any easier than that. Whatever you declare as truth is true and real for you. Probably why you're alone in real life. I'm not alone, bro. I have the entire universe on my side. What are you talking about? And are all lies bad? Well, that's your perception. That's your projection or perception or perspective of what can be a lie. What is a lie? Telling something that's untrue. But what's untrue? Right? What is it? Hey, good morning. How are you both? You good? Good stuff. Have a great day. Thank you. Right? What's a lie? If you say, oh, you know, I am the king of the world, is that a lie? Well, that depends on your interpretations, right? If you say that you're the richest person in the world, right? Is that a lie? You're using third dimensional bullshit, like outside things, that's obfuscating. You are the richest person in your own universe. You are the king of your own universe. You're technically God of your universe. Whether you believe that to be true or not, doesn't matter. I'm not here to convince you of that, right? You have your own beliefs. And whatever beliefs you currently have, if it's bringing you a sense of peace and fulfillment and joy, do more of it, right? If coming on the internet and arguing with streamers and dropping like trolly comments, I'm not saying you specifically, I'm just saying in general, this is a generalization now. If anybody's like coming on the internet and they're wanting to throw their hate and their third dimensional or even second dimensional thoughts to a YouTuber or a Kick streamer or a Twitch streamer or Instagram live or whatever, because they want to feel morally superior and that brings you joy, hey, use it, do it. I'd rather you all come here, drop whatever you need to drop with me so that you can free yourself from the traps that you've ensnared yourself in. Because a lot of you have ensnared yourself in your own trap. And that's a bar, write it down. And I can see the traps that all of you have ensnared in yourselves if you're not living your best life right now. And it all comes with taking control of this. I know, because I've been through the same traps, y'all. I've been through it. I know. So if the one who has been through all of it, then the one knows when he can see it in others. But when others have not fully seen it in themselves, then they can't see it in others. And look, Wayne, if you had talked to me 20 years ago or 10 years ago, I'd be doing this to you right now. In fact, I would have found your IP address and hacked the shit out of you. That's what I would have done. I was really good at doing what I needed to do and made sure to destroy any semblance of your technical stuff. Unless I could teleport and I would just, do other things, but that was my way of like, that person wants to talk shit to me? Okay. Not proud of some of the things I've done, but I'm making up for it now. Because this was telling a story of hating the world. I don't hate the world. In fact, I love everything that you're probably saying in the chat. I have no problem with anything you are saying, but you can argue with me, but there's no need to argue. You're right. Here you go. I've given your sovereignty. I don't play third dimensional games, by the way. I've already played checkmate. Multi-dimensional chess. Most people are playing 3D chess. I'm playing multi-dimensional chess. In fact, I'm the game master of that chessboard. I've already declared checkmate. Let's see. I do have it all figured out because I figured out how the mind works. The question is, why haven't you figured it all out? Have you figured it all out? If you have, what are you doing? Are you living your best life? Because I want you to live your best life, Wayne. If you're living your best life, amazing. If you're not, I think you are though. Aren't you the dude that has a great marriage with someone? If you are, what are you doing on the internet, bro? Go hang out with your wife. Go and enjoy your time with her. If you are married, I forget if you are, if you aren't. But if you are, what are you doing here? You don't need to keep coming back to this stream. There's no need. You have all the answers too. I keep saying to all of you, I don't need you to keep coming back. Right? It's for those people who believe that they're still not worthy or capable of things. Some people just want to get their fix of like, getting out some like hostility out of themselves. So they'll come on a stream and they'll drop their comments. Nothing wrong with that. I'm good with it. Right? You're all feeding my algorithm, so I mean, it is what it is at this point. So much respect and love to each of you, but my question is, for those of you who still haven't figured out why are you here, you can easily swipe up and go to another streamer. You don't have to waste your time here. I'm not holding you hostage. Because there's something that you need or you require from me. But you don't really require it from me. You already have it. I've already said that. Danny, good to see you. Could you be wrong? Not in my universe. I was wrong many, many times, but that was a perception from a third dimensional aspect. I don't play third dimensional games anymore. When I say third dimensional, I mean, entertaining like what most humans do. I just came here to serve, nothing more, and helping you to tap beyond your third dimensional thinking mind. Take that in. I came here to help you to tap beyond your third dimensional thinking mind. If you can't figure that out, that's fine. No big deal. But I'm going to get back to projection. And by the way, we're all projecting at every present moment, whether you say something out loud or what you're feeling. And projection has been given this negative connotation, so I want to give a new light to projection. Whether it's positive, negative, or neutral, you're always projecting. So it also comes down to, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? What are you saying? What are you doing? How are you being? These things are what makes up your frequency and will present to you what you're going to experience in your physical world. There's a dog barking over there. So, for those of you who are living your most joyful life, you don't need to be here. In fact, I highly recommend, if you are subscribed, to unsubscribe and just like swipe up and basically block my channel if you can. Like, let my channel never be seen on your feed again. That's what I would recommend for my people who are already living a life of joy and peace. For those who are combative and argumentative in the chat and you want to be morally superior and you want to bring me down so you can feel right, I'm telling you right now, you're already right. You're perfect. You don't need to be, all of you are going to be right. You can share your stories, you can share your perspectives, and I'm open to all of them because you're always going to be right. I know where you all are in your journeys to some degree. I may not know you physically, but based on like the words that I'm seeing, I can have a sense of where you might be in your journey, potentially. Because I've been through it. So yeah, to Wayne, I figured it out. It took me 40 years to figure it out though, but I had to go through 40 years to figure out so I can understand how I can help people at their deepest, at the deepest root possible, not the surface level stuff. Because, I spent years like figuring out like why can't I get any further than where I was? There's all these people who know technically less than I do and are more successful. Success is a subjective word. Like, it's bullshit. What the fuck's going on? And I figured out it's this. This is creating stories. It's always creating a story. But you're not the stories. You had stories, but those stories are not you. You have memories, but the memories don't define you. Who you are cannot be defined. You are infinite beyond measure. And so, when I figured out what the mind's doing, always creating a story, you're never going to make it. Who do you think you are, Orion? You're not like those people. It's not meant for you. They look a certain way. You don't look that way. You don't follow the same, flow like everybody else. You don't talk like everybody else, right? You're not going to make it. You won't do it. So I was projecting from internally, externally my negative aspects, and of course it just kept feeding me back the same thing. Opportunities weren't coming my way. People were not liking me because I was there's somewhere deep down inside I was still holding some sort of hostility towards people. Even though I knew that we were all one, I was still holding hostility, and I had to let that go completely. I'm like, no matter what anybody says, no matter what anybody tells you, no matter what anybody like projects to you, know thyself and thou shalt know all. And you, Orion, you know yourself. You don't need anybody else to tell you otherwise. That's what I was doing. I was allowing other people to dictate what my life was like. Because I didn't know myself back then, because the mind kept creating stories to block me, because it has its own version. It's like a doppelganger. It's like a spiritual doppelganger standing next to me and telling me a bunch of noise. They're like, no, that's not for you. You can't do it. You're not good enough. Who do you think you are, Orion? But even though I created it to protect me, and now it's protecting me automatically by controlling the nervous system, I had to undo it. And I'm like, hey, doppelganger, you need to chill the fuck out. You need to follow me now, not the other way around. Okay? You got that? So, everyone's got sort of a doppelganger within their mind. But most people have identified that they are the mind and the body. No, you have a mind and you have a body. Big difference. Big difference. You all have a mind and you have a body, and they are tools to be used so you can navigate the world. Nothing more. To experience this wonderment or wonderful experience or negative experience, remember, projection, right? Your perception and your projections are all intertwined, right? This could be very positive or very negative. Some people come and see this stream, like see this channel for the first time, and they're like, oh my God, I love what you're saying. And then there's other people who come on the stream and they'll be like, ugh, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And they throw the middle finger up and like, fuck you, Orion, you suck, you N, like the N word, or they call me, oh, another scammer, or another this, or another that, or whatever. That's based on their frequency, nothing more. Nothing more. Success, that depends on what your definition is. You get to decide. Everybody has their own version of success, right? That's a subjective word. Could be happiness, could be joyful, could be fulfillment, could be, living a life by your design, not by default. Could be having kids, could be living with your wife or a husband, could be being a billion-dollar or having a billion-dollar company or a trillion-dollar company. It could just be healthy. It could be strong. It could be fit. It could be just being at peace. Success can be anything. You get to decide. That word isn't just like from the Webster's dictionary. Most people just take one definition, they lock with it. No, your words can be ever so changing. You can change the meaning and the energy behind the meaning with every word if you choose to. I can take happiness and change it into anger if I wanted to. You have that ability. But the reason why we don't do that is because we all want to be understood and make sure we're making some sort of sense to someone else. Right? Because if I were to break my language structure right now and start basically talking gibberish, and some of you might think I'm talking gibberish right now, that was a projection, by the way, if you didn't catch that. If I were to start to break my language structure right now, and I can start being all nonsensical and going in all different directions, and it'll have no coherence. It'll have no value to most of you because it'll have no meaning. But the thing is, for me, it has so much meaning because I'm not locked to just what a language or a word says. I can change the definition of anything. There are people who, you know the word love, they absolutely fucking hate that word. Like, you even say the word love and they're like, ugh! Their body feels this like, ugh! This tightness. There are other people who, when you say love, they feel nice, they feel good. Some feel impartial, like neutral, right? I know a person that I said, I love you too, to them, and they're like, they just did this. Nothing wrong, they're just, to them, the word love I guess because they've heard it so many times in their life, and they projected their thing about love meaning very like surface level, right? Very, very surface level. Have a great day, thank you. So the thing is, like, when I heard people tell me that they love me, I was like, ugh. Don't tell me that. Like, you don't mean that. You're just saying that. You're just being nice, right? You know you actually don't love me. That's what I was saying internally in my head. I'm like, you actually don't love me. Come on now. But I was projecting that outwards, and yeah, those people who were saying they love me weren't actually loving me. They were actually just like, they were just kind of like putting up with me. So this is the reason why, like, you have to figure out what things mean within yourself, and when you see what things mean within yourself, like deeply, and I mean like going like sitting in like the abyss of darkness, and like you don't know what the fuck you're going to experience. Think of it like you're in a black hole and you don't know if you're ever going to come out of that black hole. And I was in a black hole for a very long time, and I had no idea if I was ever going to get out of it. But I found my way because I started to really feel things and allow myself to feel things, for me to understand things very deeply. That's why I had to go through the 40 years of my experience of hating the world and, hating myself and, projecting all kinds of worry, fear, and doubt out into the world, to now realize, okay, now I have the power to not only change my experience internally. My outer world has obviously caught up finally. Took some time, some human time for it to catch up. But that also means that I also have the ability to share it with everyone else who might have been or might still be the old version of me. Because there's a version of me that's still suffering and angry and hostile, and I still see it in a lot of people in the world. And all it is just the mind creating a story. It is just that simple. The mind created a story, and it's on repeat. And it's going deeper and deeper into the subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind uses emotion, not language, not logic. Your words do create emotion, though, so it has a little bit of logic, but it really bypasses logic. It's more emotional. So ultimately, you know, if more people keep feeding the story that they keep saying about themselves, like they're not meant to have this, or they can't have this, or da 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 da, they're projecting that within themselves, and then it's being reflected outward. And then they're wondering why are they stuck where they are, because the thing is they get caught up and ensnared in their own trap. They literally are throwing the trap or putting the bear trap on the ground and then walking into the bear trap. That's what they're doing, unfortunately. Peace out, Wayne. Yeah. I'll pass on your challenge, but thank you. I came here to help people, not take on challenges, but sure. You can drop your challenge if you like, but even still, I don't care about your money. Keep your money. Use it. Use it for something good in your life. I don't need it. I already have. But thank you, though. I'll never push away money, but you keep it. So anyways, so Wayne, you know, said that this seems about me, right? So from his perspective, he thinks me sharing all this is about me. This is not about me. This is me sharing my story to show you all that it is possible for you all to change. That was a perspective and his perception, right? He's not wrong. From his perspective, he's right. From my perspective, I'm helping each of you to remember who you are by knowing that you have the ability to influence that, when you choose to, of course. But the only thing is, it comes down to when you will. Someone can like sort of plant the seed, but you are the one that will have to eventually water that seed. Ultimately, you will be the one that has to water that seed, and time will only tell, right? There have been plenty of people who planted seeds back, you know, several years prior, before I had my remembrance or awakening, and they were telling me, you know, Orion, you're going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy if you keep saying these things, right? There was a lawyer named Troy who's like, you know, I know deep down, Orion, you're a good dude, but you're putting on a facade. I can see through your facade. I couldn't accept that, though. I just couldn't accept what he was saying, because I wasn't ready to hear. Many are not ready to hear, but many are also ready to hear. It's a paradox. There are people who are ready and who aren't ready. I'm here to speak to those who are ready to hear, and that they have the ability to shift. Those who those who don't care, and they come on my stream and they're like, you know, that's fine. It is what it is. Oh, here comes our brother with his dog.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, good, you?
I thought you making a walkway to go on.
Oh, no.
Is that gonna be easy for me? I come down.
See ya. People on the trail. Where was I? I just got distracted because I saw them. Anyways, I'll get back to what I was saying. So if you keep projecting things that may not be helping you, it might be, though. It all depends on what's your intentions. Really. Like when anybody is doing anything, what is the intentions you're doing what you're doing? Whether you're about to take an action in that, like going and taking a course, you know, you're about to approach that person, and you'd be like, what's the intention to when you're approaching that person? What's the intention? And the thing is, it's a feeling everyone is looking for. Everything you do is based on how you feel. If you didn't know that. Not what you think, how you feel. This is a feeling world. I remember there's been so many times in the past when I was at my jobs, they're like, shut your feelings out, keep your feelings out the door. You got to be logical here. So, of course, as a logical being that we aren't, but because we have logic, and this is a very logical world right now, has been finessed into being so logical, I shove down those feelings, or I kind of like put them in a closet and just like close the closet and never dealt with it. So of course, when somebody would agitate me or irritate me, I would erupt like a raging volcano. The thing is, like, you all have that ability to feel your feelings, but some of you may have been told, like, oh, feelings are for weaklings. This is a projection, by the way, that if you use your feelings, it's for weaklings. Diddy, hello. And Zyro, amazing. Keep it up. See, that's empowering. That's good. You're a millionaire already, amazing. You actually are a millionaire. In fact, you're beyond a millionaire. You have all the abundance in the world, all of you. The thing is, like, you all have the power in every present moment to live your best life. What time is it? 9:49? Okay. The question is, will you give yourself that ability to live your best life? And I know we've had this conversation over and over. Orion, you sound like a broken fucking record. When are we going to talk about something new? Well, I mean, isn't that the end goal for most people, to live their best life? Isn't that what everyone is on the planet still for? To find their best and living their best, like being with their partner of their dreams, making the amount of money they want in their business or in their career, finding fulfillment. Isn't that what every human is ultimately looking for? Some sense of fulfillment, right? That's why when that person came on one day and he's like, that's a very, what did he say? He mentioned something of the nature that living your best life is like some sort of like fake, like facade kind of thing. Like in his opinion. I'm like, you're right. In your opinion, living your best life is not doable then. Because you've decided and you've declared it within yourself that living your best life is not possible. And each of you have the ability to declare and decide what it is that you want. If you decided that you can't live your best life, there's not much anybody can tell you, because you've convinced yourself of that. But really, that's the mind convincing you, the true you, but who has forgotten yourself as a very powerful being within yourself, that you have the ability to choose and decide and shift perspectives. The choice is yours in every moment. Oh, Ryan, but that's not possible. I have bills to pay. I have kids to feed. I don't have a choice. This is gonna suck. You've already made those choices. Now you have to walk that path and find a way to deal with the choices you made. I had to deal with the choices I had to make. The problem is a lot of people do not want to take responsibility for the choices they've made. That's going to trigger some of you. Wherever you are in your life, you can't blame anything else, and there's no blame. You're not blaming yourself, you're not blaming others. You simply made choices. Your choices have the ability to, it has an action and then a reaction or a consequence. But you have the power in every present moment to also now change your choices. What up? What up, people? The aligned people have showed up. Risev and Stefan, the aligned people have showed up. Welcome. We're talking about projection. And you have the power to influence your experience in every present moment. But yeah, I was just talking about how, we've all made choices. I've made choices. Every one of you have made choices, and you are where you are. But you're not fixed to just that anymore. Because now that you're aware, most of you, you're aware that you now have the ability to make choices and decide and declare what it is that you desire to have and have it. from within. And as you walk that path, of course your reality is not going to look like it's going to change, and you're going to wonder, I've been doing all this work, I've been doing all kinds of stuff, but nothing is happening. Like, I don't see any change. And then you're wondering, is this shit working? It is. But because you're still looking to the outside, that means there's something underlying that you're still waiting for the external to change. When if you had shifted internally, you're good with or without the things showing up ever, right? I'm good with or without my partner showing up. I'm good with or without having my kids. I'm good with or without having the trillions. And yes, I did not stutter. I said trillions with a T, not billions with a B. I'm good with or without, well, I'm already fulfilled, just so you know. If I were to go kaput right now and I were to I actually will die with a smile. I have no regrets. Sure, are there places that I haven't seen and I would love to see? Of course, like Egypt and Australia and Japan and all that, but it's okay. I'll see them. If I'm not meant to see them, I'm not meant to see them, but I'm good. But the thing is, I know that I can change that choice at any time. Because things aren't just locked. There are infinite games being played. There's a version of me who is already the trillionaire. There is a version of me that is already, making the impact in the world. But then that's the other thing. There's a version of you who's a trillionaire and who's making the impact in the world, who is helping the people, who is doing what you love, who has the partner, who has the family, who has the fulfillment. There is a version of you, and it's all about making the choices. And as you make the choice, then that's free will. Then you have the destined path where it's going to lead to. But then that game can always be changed again. Parallel universes, parallel realities. Because it starts with you. In my own universe, I'm my own trillionaire, but all of you can be a trillionaire in your own universe, and then we're all trillionaires. Yeah, out of unintentional into something focused or focus, thus anti-anthropic, thus intentional. The lesson of what Orion speaks of today. Exactly. See, someone, even though you just showed up, you get what I'm talking about. This is why I call alignment. So back to you, Doc, for a moment. I am the trillionaire in my universe. You are your own walking universe. And you walk that path. Even if it doesn't show up in the physical, you declare it within. You don't need to, I'm just showing you because I'm on the stream. But if I wasn't streaming, I don't need to declare it to the world that I am a trillionaire. I don't need to do that. I'm locked in. It's like, for example, Doc, if somebody came up to you, right, and they said, you're not a doctor, or you're not Athol, you'd be looking at them like, what? Of course I am. Of course I'm Athol. You wouldn't even question that. Or if somebody came up to you saying, hey, you can't breathe, you don't know how to breathe, you'd be just looking at them and like, what the fuck are you talking about? Hello. You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I can breathe. So it's the same thing. You don't need to declare that I can breathe. I can breathe. You don't need to do that. You just do it, right? That's what I'm saying, right? For example, this morning I had this question pop up in my head. And I was like, okay, how does one, this is just what the mind was doing. I already knew the answer, but the mind wanted to ask this question. So I let the mind ask the question. So I asked the question saying, how does one let go of the external? They're good with or without it and internally shift, but still have to take action regardless. Because if you're letting go of, because this is the paradox. Most people they think it, they feel it, and then it all comes to pass, but they still have to take some action to bring it into the physical. You can't just think it's going to drop in your lap. It's not going to just materialize on your lap. There still has some physical action. So this is where the trip up was for the mind this morning. I already knew the answer, but I needed the mind to kind of see it for itself. So does a trillionaire need to declare that he's a trillionaire? No, he just walks it, and he just takes action, just because that's part of the identity of a trillionaire. He takes action. He just shows up. It's like, for example, you're brushing your teeth. Are you brushing your teeth because you are manifesting clean teeth, or are you brushing your teeth because you are a clean person and that's what a clean person does? They brush their teeth. Or a hygienic person, they brush their teeth or they take a shower, right? Or someone who works out. Are they working out to stay in shape? Well, yeah, they are, but are they working out because they're manifesting a great body, or are they working out because that's just who they are and they know that it's part of their life? So it's really the identity. So if someone came up to you, Doc, and they said, hey, you're not a trillionaire, well, they're looking at the external. And if you haven't looked at the external and you're like, it doesn't mean you have to be trillion. If you want more than that, it can be quadrillion. Hey, you do you, right? But let's say whatever it is, like, I don't have a partner, right? Wayne was like mentioning earlier, like, oh, you're alone. That's why you're alone, Orion, in this world. I'm like, am I though? I have nature. Am I alone? I have my rocks. I have you guys on the stream. I have my air to breathe. I have the sun. How am I alone? How can I be? But anyways, in my inner world, I am with my partner and I have my kids. Funny enough, I didn't really want kids, but now something has shifted inside of me that I do want to bring them into this world. I desire to. For a long time, I was like, I didn't want to be a parent. Fuck that. I'm going to be a terrible dad. No, I'm going to be a wonderful dad now because I understand how reality works. Let's see. I'm just seeing if I missed any other things. I know, Stefan, you left another thing at the top. There is absolute wisdom in making out of mistakes. The greater quality, greater picture with something more to it. Exactly. You know it. Exactly, and I love Bob Ross, by the way. Happy accidents. There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. See, and that right there is a perspective which leads to a perception, which then leads to a projection, right? Because Bob would be saying, well, I didn't make any mistakes. I made, happy accidents, right? I remember, whenever I watch Bob and he's painting, I'm glad you brought up Bob because this is perfect. Whenever I see Bob painting, I'm like, okay, he's painting the trees, he's doing the thing. And then I'm like, oh my God, he's ruining it. No, he's not. In that moment, when he takes another color and he smears over the trees and does things, I'm like, oh my God, he fucking ruined his painting. Right? Because that's the perception I was given. But now every time I watch Bob, because, there's a YouTube channel that's 24/7 watching Bob, and I've jumped on it a couple times just to like have it in the background, and I see him painting. I'm like, I know what you're doing, Bob. I see you. I see what the mind's doing. Thank you, Bob, for this lesson. Even though you're no longer physically here, your soul is still, permeating the world, and your paintings are showing me how to let go of being attached to certain outcomes. Because, that's what Bob is basically doing. He's basically showing to be detached from the outcome and just let things flow. When he's painting, I'm like, and guess what? The painting looks even better than I thought it was going to be based on my perception and my projection, right? So the moral there is, we all have to get out of our own damn way. When I got out of my own damn way, things started opening up for me. When you get out of your own way, that's letting the mind just stop. Because the mind, morning brother, the mind is finite. It has an infinite potential, but it's finite. It can't see the bigger picture. Your soul has the picture. In fact, it doesn't have one picture, it has many pictures. You get to decide what that looks like, but the mind is there to then help you to sort of bring it in, but the mind also will be it could be your greatest friend or your I don't want to say worst enemy, because there is no enemy. It could be your greatest friend or your greatest rival. I don't know. I don't want to use the word enemy because there's no enemy. So it can make things more easier for you, or it could be very, very difficult. So the mind has to get out of the way. So to back to Doc for a moment. Am I a trillionaire in our world? Eventually, in the physical I will be. But in my inner world, I've already decided that. And in whatever in your inner world you decide, you already are it. Congratulations. The moment you think the thought, it's already done. The problem lies now is, because we live in a physical world, right? This is a physical world, and we expect physical things. So of course the physical, we're looking for physical things, but really the inner world is the real world, and it's a byproduct. Hello, good morning. Great, you? Good stuff. So the inner world is the real, and then the outer world becomes the byproduct. And I can tell you that firsthand, because when I was super negative, do you think I'd be saying hello to people? Do you think I'd be streaming and talking to you all? I'd be throwing up, I'd be doing this. Because my outer world was showing hostility, rage, anger, frustration, madness, insanity, despair, apathy, grief, sadness, isolation, darkness, hate, fear, rage, worry, doubt, depression. Insert the heaviest words you can possibly think of. And of course, my outer world was then showing me the same thing. I'm like, I don't want to be here anymore. I was throwing my hands up in the air like this, and I don't want to be here anymore. Why am I here? Come on. It's bullshit. You put me here to suffer, huh? I would be looking up into the sky thinking there's a dude in the sky, right? Because we've been all trained from, like, when you're born into a religious background, you're looking up in the sky. You did this to me, huh? Right? You put me here to suffer, huh? You want me to suffer? I don't want to be here. This is what a lot of people feel right now. I don't want to be here. And I know I can feel their pain when they're saying shit like that. I can feel it viscerally. But I can tell you, like, I had to get out of it. Even up until last year, I was still saying the same shit. I'm like, what the fuck, universe? Like, it's bullshit. Like, you give it to other people who don't even give a fuck about you. And then I actually give a fuck about you. I'm screaming to the universe. I give a fuck about you, but you're still not helping me? That's bullshit. It was helping me. The mind was creating the story. It's a paradox. The mind was creating a bunch of noise. Let's see. The expectation comes in the way of the self-organizing principle, thus crashes your initial goal, initial declaration. It takes time, to happen to the intensity one may so desire it costs. Exactly. Great words, bro. I require more souls similar to your, but the thing is, like, I was gonna say I require more souls like you on my stream, but that I'm not here to, because you already know. I don't need to say a damn word. Like, Stefan, you already know. I don't need to say a damn word about anything to you. You already fucking know. Alright? It's the ones that come on and like, can you take off your shirt? Or can you jump in the water? Right? Oh, be careful, Ryan. You're gonna fall in the water. It's those ones that require a little bit of the mirroring. But they're getting what they need. They're getting what they need. They're getting their daily fix of trollingness. And if I'm their target to be trolled at, hey, I'm honored to be trolled at, because hey, they could choose someone else, but they chose me. You see, that's a projection now and a perspective. right? Those who come on and like, you don't know what you're talking about, Orion, and you're a piece of shit or whatever, and you're alone and all this. I appreciate you actually sharing that. You know why? Because you're powering me up, number one. Number two, the fact that you're even engaging with me means that you want to engage, because you could have just easily swiped up, right? Because I'm saying something that's catching your attention, which means it's giving me the idea that like, oh, I'm hitting a something deep down in their soul, but their mind is like feeling attacked, right? Like, for example, I was saying earlier, there is no such thing as generational curses. But you know, the funny thing is, if I were to like do some sort of weird hand thing, right? Because, you know, a lot of spiritual people tend to do this thing with their hands, and they're like weaving energy and all that. And it's fine. They are doing what they're doing. But then, I curse you. Guess what happens? If the person doesn't know who they are, they'll now internalize it as they now have been cursed. And because they're like, this is what happens on the internet. That a lot of people tend to do. So I'm here to share that there are no generational curses. You're not cursed. And you didn't come here to be cursed by anything. You're generationally blessed. And you just have to snap out of that sort of contract that you've contracted yourself into of being cursed, and now rewrite your contract that I'm blessed. Simple. Oh, Ryan, but that's not how it works. In the spiritual realm, blah, blah, blah. Hey, you're right. It works the way you choose for it. So if you want to continue to entertain that you're going to be with these contracts and stuck the way you are, then guess what? You're stuck the way you are, and then you're going to project the same shit out over and over and over to others, and others are then going to get caught up. That's how the world got to the way it is. Somebody projected something out, and so many people got ensnared in the trap. And they keep ensnaring themselves. They put the bear trap down, and then they walk into it. That's what they're doing. You don't need to do that anymore. Yeah. Because you don't. You don't need to do that. None of you. I did it. I spent years ensnaring myself into my own traps. So who's the one casting the traps? It's not you. Huh? But you just said you. I know, but it's not actually you. You're a spiritual doppelganger. I keep fumbling on that word, doppelganger. Gotta slow down the speaking. Your spiritual doppelganger, aka like for those of you who have watched the anime Death Note, it's like the Shinigami that's lingering behind you. It's sort of like that. There's like a entity behind you, kind of lingering and kind of telling you, don't do that. You're not going to be good enough. You can't do it. Who are you to think that you can fly, like jump out of an airplane, huh? Who are you to like say that you can drive a manual car? You're not meant to have that Toyota Supra. Who are you? Who are you to say that you can be with that partner of your dreams? Who are you? That's the doppelganger. Because unfortunately, due to the fact that whatever incident that started the doppelganger's existence, it now has taken life, and it desires to take up physical residence via spiritual like energy. And so it uses the host body to navigate the world. It's not evil, it's not bad, it just is, but it also is potentially holding you hostage from experiencing, because it has its own set of beliefs and its own thoughts, and that it basically convinces you. And I drew this out. It's like there's a puppeteer mind that then finesses the thinking mind into believing that it's the puppeteer, and then it controls the human. So it goes like this: puppeteer mind to thinking mind, and thinking mind then takes takes all the information from the puppeteer and then controls the human. But when the human sees both the thinking mind and the puppeteer mind for what they are, then they become tools to use at your disposal. Well, the puppeteer sort of disappears, sort of in the background, but you're watching the puppeteer and you're using the thinking mind to navigate directly with your attention and your expectations and your focus. Brother is leaving good stuff in the chat. Sunil, good morning, dude. I have a lot to tell you about today, and the main thing I'm going to do tomorrow. Share. I'll keep talking until you share what you need to share, or what you choose to. I trust it's going to be some pretty excellent things. But yeah, share. I promise I'll read everything. If I'm in a flow and I didn't read it just yet, I will read it. But yeah, you have the power in every present moment to shift internally to such a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing your external reality change. In that way, when you project internally what you already are, you will have the experience externally. But you're not focused on the external, you're focusing only on the internal. Right? There's a story in the Bible, not to get into religious stuff. This is not a religious thing, this is metaphysics. Anytime I bring up anything from a Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, the Bhagavad Gita, the Book of Enoch, any of those books, like the Tao Te Ching, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, I'm not talking about it from a religious standpoint. I'm talking from a metaphysical standpoint. When Jesus was in the desert, this is just a story. Jesus was he was getting cooked basically in the desert, but he knew that he had everything within him. But the other side, I'm not gonna say Satan or whatever. The other side was attempting to finesse him and coerce him into believing that I can give you this entirety of this area. It's all yours. You just have to bow down to me. And Jesus was like, it already belongs to me. Thank you. Carry on. What's the moral? He focused on his inner world. He already knew all this was all his anyways. It's by his creation. I put my water in the water, like the water bottle in the water. I'm sure it's staying nice and cool. Let's see. Wonderfully conveyed. I couldn't do it much better. Thanks for the greater perspective. You're welcome. And actually, Stefan, you did it exactly the way, you would have done it exactly the way I did it, because you and I are the same. All of us are. You may have a different way to explain it, but you would have done it just as well. Not better, not worse, exactly as I did it, in your own unique way. That's a projection there, and a perspective. I shared something yesterday. I was, for those of you who jumped on later in the live stream, I was talking to a brother named Winston Luxman, and I mentioned to him that he said, bro, I can learn so much from you. You can be like my mentor. I'm like, no, I'm not going to be your mentor. I'm not anybody's mentor. You can pay me. Morning. You can pay me, but I'm not your mentor. I'm not above someone. He's like, huh? I'm like, yeah. You probably were told that there are people above you. There isn't. You have everything that I already just shared with you in our 35-minute call up until that point. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you heard everything I said. Your mind now has it, but it may not fully have captured everything, but it's there. And every time you hear somebody say something that you haven't heard before, you already have it. So now you're on the same level as me. Congratulations. That's how this works. So why do my clients pay me then? If they already have everything? Well, it's because we have to uncover what's actually holding them back. and that requires one-on-one support. So that's the only reason why people pay anybody, is so that they can uncover things. Right? There's a saying, you can go far alone or you can go further together. That's a bar, by the way. You could go far alone or you can go further together. And how I got to where I got to wasn't by me doing this by myself. What's up, Todd? Good to see you, bro. I trust you're doing good, dude. Yeah. And back to you, Stefan. Indeed, dude. Um, 1019, perfect. I like walking around these rocks. There's something about them. This reminds me of when Jesus was like talking to people, and he's by the water, and he was going to help Simon, which then became Peter, with the fish. This is what this feels like. It feels familiar. I kind of came here to finish what they started, but it's not going to be finished. It's just going to be continued. I came here to continue what they came here to do. And I've already done it. I've impacted every continent except for Antarctica, because I've never run into anybody from Antarctica. But I've impacted 6 of the 7 continents. There's at least 2 to 3 people per continent that felt my words. And it's not my words, it's itself's words through this vessel. Because this itself and your itself is the same itself, just in different bodies. That's why I said that this wisdom, you too, this wisdom does not belong to me. We all have the same wisdom. And that's what I was sharing with Winston yesterday. I'm like, listen, dude, I know you might think that there's like a gap between me and you, but there is no gap. The only difference is awareness. That's it. But once I bridge the gap of awareness, then you are now not missing anything. How can you be? You are itself and I am itself, and we're the same itself in 2 different bodies, expressing itself, having very different experiences. He's a dude who, he went through his hardship, but he used martial arts to overcome and, turn his pain into purpose. And the dude, he takes cinder blocks and he like smashes through them. I'm like, oh my God, like right now my mind can't fathom to do that, but I know my soul can do it. Like I can, because there's no difference between him and I, but he was able to unlock something within himself to smash through cinder blocks, not just 1, but 4 cinder blocks. So I'm like, you inspire me based on the strength that you have to like smash through things. Like if I were to attempt to do it right now, you bet your ass that my arm is probably going to not be liking it, because I didn't train to understand what I need to do to send the force that I need to do to break those cinder blocks. But I told him, when it comes to wisdom, we all have it here, every one of us. How can we not? It doesn't make any sense. That's why I was saying earlier, none of us are actually learning, we are remembering. You can still use the word learning though, nothing wrong with that. If that's helping you to keep progressing, awesome. But just know that you're not actually learning, you're remembering what was once familiar, what you once knew, you just simply forgot it. That's it, nothing more. Remembering is so much more powerful than learning for me, because I have to use that word to keep myself anchored. Continue and improve upon it, quality over quantity, with retained quantity along with greater quality. Exactly. I don't think Antarctica has any residents. I think it belongs to everyone and is only visited. So anyone who you impacted that visit Antarctica means you impacted it. See? That's a perspective right there. Thank you for that, Todd. And yeah, I have no idea the people I impacted on any of the other continents, if they've been to Antarctica, but if they did, then technically you're right. So I technically impacted the world. Thank you for that. That's why I said, like, if I were to go kaput right now, right, I'm going to die with a smile. Now, of course, I don't want to leave right away. This is the funny thing. For 37 years of my life, I wanted nothing to do. Well, actually, that's not true. Because as a child, I wanted to be here. So from 13 to 37, that age, like that gap, 13 to 37. 34 is when I started to shift, but 37 was when the things started to really unfold. So anyways, I was like, have a good day. I wanted to not be here. I was like, I don't want to be here anymore, and throwing up my hands. I'm like, take me, get me off of this miserable planet. I don't want to exist anymore. Kill me, destroy me. I don't care. Do what you need to do. Right? End my miserable existence. Damn it. End it. Right? That's what I was saying. But in the last 8 months, yeah, 8 months, y'all. Because even though I understood how reality worked, I was still not, shit was not working still for me. Because the mind was creating more stories. In the last 8 months, I started to like, oh, I want to be here now. I actually want to still be here for as long as I possibly can. That's why I'm making even taking more actions on making sure my body stays in tip-top order. Making sure I keep the mind in check. Because I want to actually be here now for the very first time in my life. I really do. I never wanted, well, as a child, I mean, you know, you're not really using your brain like that. Right? You're having your fun, you're hanging out with your fellow students, right? But after, you know, when you start to get more conscious about the world, how the world you think it is, when it actually isn't the way it is, right? Based on perception and projections. Now I actually want to be here. And it's great. I love it. I love it so much. I want to be here as long as I can, though. But if time doesn't permit me, Mr. Neuro, good to see you, dude. If time does not permit me to be here for much longer, then so be it. I'm good. We are all like souls, as the words you say could be coming out of my mouth as well. Exactly. These words, Todd, are actually your words saying it to yourself presently. It's actually just through this vessel mirroring it back to your vessel, but it's the same words that all of us have nested within. And Mr. Neuro, good to see you, dude, all the way from the Philippines. Mr. Neuro, always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Neuro. But yeah, these are your words. Each of you, this is not my words to you, this is your words to yourself. I've surrendered at this point. Surrender doesn't mean give up. Surrender for me, I used to think surrender was waving a white flag and bowing down. Surrender now for me is I've relaxed. I've allowed things to just let it be. And so as I allowed myself to surrender this character, guess what happened? The energy has been coming out from within. And things have been unfolding. Bye. Have a great day. So I've been just allowing things to unfold and just allowing things to just let it be, right? So literally, I'm just allowing things to just take fold. I'm just gonna laugh at that last comment right there. My trolley brother, one of the 3 trolls, Mr. Caillou does the internet. Thank you for your comment. I am so welcome to be on my own stream. Thank you very much. I'm so honored to be on my own stream. Good to see you, by the way. This is perfect because you're here and you projected a lot of fear. Oh, Ryan, you got to be careful. Oh, you're going to fall in. Right? Remember a couple days ago? You're like, you should be careful. You're going to fall in, and the stream's going to sweep you away. Bro, this is not whitewater rafting here. When it rains, it can be. But you better believe I wouldn't be standing on these because my rocks would be completely blocked because the water would have risen. A little bit of common sense, right? But I am honored to be on my own stream. Thank you so much for having me on my own stream, Orion. It's too funny. It's too funny. I love it. Yeah. I could have drowned. I could have suffocated. I could have died. Yes, I know. Projection, right? The fear. I wonder if you, I truly wonder on the other side of that either tablet, phone or computer that you're on, are you like just laughing, having a good time and just having fun? Or are you actually being serious? I'm curious about you specifically. I'm curious. Be careful, Ryan. Wait till I'm in San Diego, bro. You're probably gonna say, be careful, you shouldn't climb that mountain. Be careful, you shouldn't go into the water. Be careful, you shouldn't walk in that park. Because you've never seen it before, but I've seen it many times. Hey, what's going on, dude? You good? Thank you, yeah. Nice Dragon Ball shirt. Yeah. Nah, I'm keeping my shirt. I'm gonna keep my shirt. But wait till I'm in San Diego. You're gonna see all kinds of new things. You're like, be careful, Orion. You're gonna fall off that cliff. Oh, just wait till you see what I actually do on those mountains. Just you wait. I'm gonna be up in the sky. I'm gonna look down. I'm gonna point the live stream, and you're gonna be like, I don't know if you're actually, if you're just trolling me and you're just joking around. If you are, then I'll play along with you. But if you're actually being serious, which I don't know because those words, it's hard to really tell based on, there's no emotions on those words. We'll see. But just wait. I can't wait to see all the fear mongering that you throw at me when I'm in San Diego. Be careful, you shouldn't drive at like high speeds on the freeway. Oh my God, don't go have that ice cream. Oh my God, don't go in there. There's too many people. They're gonna call you out or something. You have no idea. I've streamed everywhere in San Diego. I've made that place even more fun for people who actually live there. And a lot of people now that I know who are like, you inspired me, Orion, to start streaming. So some of them started streaming. Or they started making more videos at least. I'm like, yeah, have fun. I've made your place fun. The funny thing is when I see usernames like, Diddy or Caillou does the internet or names that are like, what kind of name is that? No judgment, but I'm like, I don't take you all seriously. I do my best not to. But like Todd and Michael, and Wayne when he was here. We won't be seeing Wayne again. Maybe we might not. I'd be giving them more my focus. Caillou does the internet. It's interesting. When the show Caillou was out, yeah, the internet was out. I think it was out. I think the internet was out. Yeah, it was out. It was very primitive though. Caillou came out in like late 2000 or early 2000s. So the internet was still kind of like, there was no YouTube back then though. That's for damn sure. I know that much because my brother, when he was a baby, I was 13. That's when I started entering the dark phase, my hate phase. There was no such thing as YouTube. Could you imagine a world where there's no YouTube? I can. I have that perspective. Living in a world where there's no YouTube and no one's live streaming, but then we would have no ability to connect with anyone in the digital world. But in the physical world, we'd be connecting with people. I'm glad I did what I did. Put this water into the water, keeping it nice and cold. I'm going to get back to talking about projection though. Am I going to fall? Will I fall? It'd be funny if I did, but even if I did, it's okay. That's because I chose to fall, because I chose to do that. And that's really where things come full circle again about choice. You all may think you may not have a choice on the things that you're saying, but you do. You're always making a choice, whether consciously or unconsciously, on the things you say, do, speak, feel, act, and be in every present moment. When I started to be extremely conscious and present on the things that I started to do, say, act, and feel, doesn't mean I'm 100%. I still get caught up too. Well, hello there. You're right above me. It's a blue jay. When I figured out, like, I can be very conscious on the things I say and the actions I take and the feelings I feel and the thoughts I think and the actions or inactions I take or don't take. I already said that. It allowed me to start to change my projections to the world. Instead of projecting out such negative, hostile energy, I chose to do more positive, loving, caring, kind energy that can be of service to someone else that might be feeling what I used to feel all the time. But we have that choice in every present moment. All of us. Every single one of us has a choice to ultimately shift perspectives and shift projections. The question is, and I said it earlier and I'll say it again, will you allow yourself a new way of seeing things, or will you continue down the same road? Again, if the current road is helping you and leading you to your dream life, and it is some sort of, like, you know, whatever it is, if it's helping you and you're living your best life, or you're feeling like you're good, you don't need to be here. In fact, I'd highly recommend, if you want to hang out with me, that's cool. I'm more than happy to hang out with all of you. But if it's something that you think you're still missing, I have news for you. You're not missing anything. You never have been and you never will be. How can you be? It's just the mind creating a story. Over and over. Keep projecting things, saying that it's missing things over and over and over and over. But you're not missing anything. I noticed something, by the way. When I'm standing, this is just a observation I made. More people pay attention, but when I'm sitting, I get comments like, "Oh, it's a homeless bum at the water," because I'm sitting. It's fascinating. Truly fascinating how something like that, like a shift in perception, leads to that projection. Isn't it fascinating? I'm the same person when I'm standing as if I'm sitting. There's no difference. But yet, that can happen. And I want you all to be aware of that even a small shift in degree can lead to either something so positive in your life or so negative. It all depends on your perspective. Hey, Rick, good to see you, bro. I trust you're doing good. I'm just chilling by the water. I'm going to stand back up in a moment. Perfect time. I trust all is well. you all have the power in every present moment to shift to such a degree, or to a degree, where life is now in your favor, not against you. Most, unfortunately, it feels like the world's against them. And I know because I've been there. It felt like no matter what you do, it just didn't feel like shit is working out. And I feel for everybody. I feel for everybody who is going through that right now. Life's hard, difficult, doesn't feel like they can catch a break. They're having to constantly keep going. I can feel, there's somebody I can feel right now in the world who is in this absolute, like, tumultuous, like, position where they want to give up right now. They want to throw in the towel. I gotta reach them. It is absolutely imperative. That's why I must keep doing what I'm doing, because there is someone out there that might want to throw in the towel, or may take revenge on the world for bringing them where they are and creating all kinds of like chaos. See you later, bro. And creating all kinds of chaos in their life. So I just want to reach that person, and not to give them hope, not to even encourage them, but to know that they can empower themselves to shifting, because it's possible. But I can feel someone out there, and it's not just one, but there's many, but I feel there's someone out there right now who is feeling what I used to feel, and it was difficult. Hello. It was very difficult. Mr. Rick, I'm doing amazing. How can I not? Now that I understand what's going on here. Doesn't mean that every day I'm excellent. Like yesterday, before I started the stream, I was getting annoyed by my nose. My nose was like, it kept sniffing, like I had the sniffles. And I'm like, what the fuck? I was in the bathroom, and none of that was happening, and now all of a sudden my nose is like running. I'm like, come on, fucking biology. Right? Biology of the body. Come on. Work with me, body. Work with me, damn it. So before I started the stream yesterday, there's a porta potty right by the park over there. I went inside, grabbed some tissue to make sure I wiped my nose and blew my nose and like did all kinds of stuff just so I can start the stream. And my eyes were a little watery yesterday too. It's not that I have allergies, because I don't subscribe to that word, allergies. Because I used to never want to be outside and always be, I'll see you tomorrow, have a great day. So I would never come outside, because I would always be affected by like the pollen, and I hated being outside. I fucking hated nature so much, because I was like, my eyes were watering, my nose is stuffy, like, I was just miserable. Now I love being outside. But yesterday I was like, what are we doing here? I'm not subscribing to this thing called allergy. So not every day am I sunshine and rainbows, but I made sure to still show up. That's the one thing that I did on my other channel. No matter what I felt, I still showed up. Even when I was pissed off at the world, I still showed up. I was angry. You'd see the anger on my stream, but my stream was like my own therapist. Right? It allowed me to like vent out shit, but I have that now as record, that when someone's like, oh, Ryan, you had it easy, dude. You had it so easy. No, I didn't. I could have made it easier on myself, yes, but I didn't know, because I didn't know that the mind was doing the shit that it was doing. Now I have conscious choice. I have choice. Basically, majority of my life, I lived as if I didn't have a choice. But each of you have the ability of choice, and I want you to know that. It may not feel like that, but you all have the ability of choice if you choose. I haven't seen Chelsea for today. I wonder if she's good. Unless she was here and I didn't see her message. If you're here, Chelsea, hello. I haven't seen her yet for the day. It's all good. You all have choice. You can choose to keep subscribing to negativity, or you can choose to subscribe to neutrality or positivity, whatever it is. For me, I'm basically just is. I'm just like neutral. Absolutely neutral. I don't go too much positive or too much negative. I stay sort of like neutral, because neutrality for me has helped me in my life to get me to where I am. I'm not getting attached to anything or anyone. Like, even this channel, I'm not getting attached to it. Like, for example, on my other channel, I got attached to people because I'm like, oh my God, I wonder if they're showing up today. And if they didn't show up today, did I piss them off or something? Did I say something wrong? Right? Because, you know, I'm a type of person that will say something and might trigger something. And that has happened many times on my other channel. This channel, I'm not purposely here to trigger anybody, but I will say things that will potentially stir some shit up inside of you. But it's actually good. It's actually good feedback, just so you know, when you're getting stirred up, so you can see why you're getting stirred up, right? Have a great day, brother. Thank you. So you have the power in every present moment to know that you have a choice. All of you. I'm going to be leaving the stream in about 15 minutes, and we're going to walk back to the house. Seems to be a little quieter today, which is okay. I've let go of like who shows up and how many people are on my stream, whether it's like one person, 10 people, 1,000 people. Only because like it is what it is. Whoever shows up, shows up. Whoever doesn't, doesn't. The show must go on. That's how I've been with my other channel. The show must go on. The show must continue, no matter how I feel. And that's the mark of a trillionaire. They just show up. They just keep doing what they need to do. Keep serving, even if if one person needed to hear what I needed to say today, then I did my job. I can say mission complete. And that's projection, that I projected out something of value and service. And that's my aim every time I do my live stream, is to share a value and service. Not everybody is going to want to be here and say and listen to the things I have to share through my stories and my experiences. Not everybody cares about like who I am as a person. Not everybody cares about like what I've been through. No victim here, by the way, when I say that. And that's okay. But I am here for anyone who does want to listen, and if I can help them in any way I possibly can, whether they become a paid client or it's just by saying a couple words, and that can really, shift the trajectory. Like even a 1 degree shift can change someone's life. That's a bar, write it down, by the way. You never know what you say to someone that can actually change someone's life. You never know the impact you're actually having on people. Even if you don't say anything, you never know, just your presence alone is enough, right? You just don't know. I don't think so, dude. I could, but the walks, walking to the trail, a lot of people were not interested in that. In fact, a lot of people were falling off. So, I mean, I'm not looking to have, of course it'd be cool to have more people on the stream, but I'm not interested in like looking for attention like that. Have a great day. But we'll see. That's why I do my best to somewhat change it up. I haven't changed it up in the last about a week now. Right? No one's interested in the workout. No one's interested in me cutting grass. I can tell you that much.
right? Me doing my random stuff, playing video games, not many people are interested in those things. What they're interested in is the talking, because I see a lot of either some good stuff or some negative stuff coming from people. So when I see the negative stuff coming from people, it means that I'm doing the right thing. Oh, the align thing, because if you're not making impact in the world, that means you have no haters. Because haters will hate, always. No matter how good you are, they just simply won't accept your words. And so I know that when I'm speaking by the water here, it is making impact, because if it's not making impact to you guys, it's making impact to them, the people on the trail, because they're hearing what I'm saying when they're walking by. So when I'm walking in the streets, I mean, like walking back to the house or walking from the house to the trail, there are people, and I have impacted people on the way on my other channel, but I decided not to do that. But we'll see. If people want more of me walking in the street and like in the neighborhood, I'll do it. It's not a big deal, but I prefer starting here. Let's see. Obama, huh? I don't know what question you're asking me, but I like Obama. If you're asking me if I like Obama, I do. $10.50. We can end the stream, not end the stream, but end the talk at the water here. I think it's good. All right. I feel like I'm going to still talk about projection though. But as always, I'm going to give thanks to the water. Just put this away. What's the right thing? Walking here? Or I mean, just streaming by the water, or walking from the house to this trail and then parking the phone down and then starting my talk. I don't know, dude. I don't believe that's true. Because if that were the case, then I don't know. We'll see. I think people like the trail walk while I'm walking back from the water, not the walking in the neighborhood. Because a lot of people are like, are you in a apocalyptic town or something? I don't care about that. Oh, I can definitely do it. I've been doing it for 17 months on my other channel. All right, Water, thank you so much for hosting us again today. I appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow, Water. Stay chill and help whoever comes to the water with your lessons, like you did for me. See you later, Water. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, the problem is I don't follow what other people do. So, Doc, you're gonna have to just either accept my ways or don't. I don't do what people of 2026 does. I do what I do. That's what makes me unique. I'm not gonna be doing all those fancy fucking YouTube studio bullshit and like having all kinds of different cameras and all this other nonsense. Fuck that. There are billions of other channels out there doing all kinds of, things, because the human mind, the thing is, what people are doing are playing little fucking games when they're doing that. Because if they were really interesting, they wouldn't need to do all those things to keep you engaged. by throwing little titles on the screens and little B-roll here and this thing here and changing, like zooming in and out. Because the human mind is very, right now, very distracted. For those of you who have been on my channel, you can think of me as building back your attention spans. So, exactly. Yes. That is a recycling bin and a trash can. Just in case people need to put things away. No, there's people. You're just new to the stream. If you come every day, or I'm not telling you to subscribe or anything, but if you were here before, you would see tons of people. Right now it's a little quiet, but I'm sure we're going to run into someone soon enough. No, this is not naturally occurring. This was built. But this was built like a long time ago. I couldn't tell you when because it was always here since I moved here in 2005. Damn, 21 years. That's basically half the life living in this area. Crazy. Well, that won't be the case soon enough though. I'll be in San Diego, California. And California has other trails, and I'll be doing all kinds of streams over there soon enough. I look forward to it. Can't wait. I'm excited. Well, I moved away several years. I moved away for about 5.5 years. I lived with a partner, with my ex-wife, for a couple years, and then I lived on my own. But then COVID hit, and the parents were struggling a little bit financially. That's when I was still working my 6-figure career, and I came back to support them. Plus, I was living on my own, and you know, I was happy on my own. But the thing is, like, then we were during COVID, right? I would have been completely isolated, and unfortunately, you know, things could have taken a nasty turn because I wouldn't have known what would have happened. So I did make the best decision I possibly could. I'm just gonna go ahead and pass them. So I'll pick up the pace a little. I don't really want to walk behind anybody because, you know, so I'm just gonna pick up the pace. Do. Morning.
Morning.
Morning. Yeah. Over here, it was about 2 years. Things didn't start opening up until probably late summertime in 2022. Like, things were open in 2021, but you had to wear a mask. You couldn't come into a place without a mask, and I hated wearing masks. Masks are actually, they actually do more damage than good because you're basically inhaling your own CO2 because you're not getting fresh air from the mask. Sure, it blocks out the other things, but then you're subjected to your own breath. Hello. Oh yeah. I was paid to work on myself basically. I spent 2020 reading 110 books, and in 2021 reading about like 90 books. That's the bulk of my like growth. No, actually I read 100 books in 2020 or 2021. So 210 books within those 2 years. I was absorbing like information at such a fast rate. But the thing is, back then I was still using the word learning, and I had this, being a lifelong student mentality. But being a lifelong student implies that you're lacking or you're missing something, and you're always having to go and chase after something when you already have it within. You just have to remember yourself and know that you already have all the answers within. And when you do see it, you didn't learn it, you're just remembering it. A lot of things on the planet are very counterintuitive to what we've been told. It's a paradox. Hey, nice. Welcome from Malaysia. Look at that. This is Toronto. Welcome. Good to have you from Malaysia. Good stuff. That's amazing. Well, welcome from Malaysia, brother. And by the way, y'all, practice love and authenticity, especially authenticity. And I say that because it's important to be your true self. Project your authenticity. For those of you who are potentially not being who you really want to be in the world, you were supposed to be who you're supposed to be. That's a bar. That's why you were created the way you were created. That's another bar. Write it down. What's up, Scott? Good to see you, dude. It's been a while. It's been a couple days. I trust all is good with you, man. We were just talking about projection. Making sure we do our best to know what we're projecting out in every present moment. Because we're always projecting, whether it's our emotions, our words, our thoughts, both positive or negative or neutral. Right? It all depends. Morning. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad you're doing well. No, I don't care about UFC. That stuff doesn't interest me. I do watch WWE, but WWE sucks right now, so it's not the same. I don't care about that stuff anymore. The TKO brand is just ruining both UFC and WWE, so I've been to UFC fights before when before TKO was like, the taking over both brands. I don't care. I like them both. I don't pick favorites like that. I'll like anybody. I don't go like Messi, or like, this is the one that everybody asks me, Messi or Ronaldo. I'm like, both and none. Yeah, I don't pick sides. I hate doing that. Picking sides, they're both equally good. Yeah, I'm aware World Cup will come. It's actually here in Toronto, which is fascinating, because I didn't know it was in Toronto until like maybe 2 weeks ago when I heard that the World Cup's in Toronto. I'm like, hey, what? Interesting. Yeah. I myself, I don't really care for it, but I will support all the teams because they're in Toronto. So I'll be hosting the World Cup. Well, the city will be. So it's cool. But I myself don't really care who wins, as long as they're all having fun. I myself am not into things where it's us versus them. I'm just here for us to have all just fun. That's it. Yeah, I know, Doc. WWE is not that great right now. no matter what they do right now, it's just terrible. It's not, actually, it is PG. It's not, PG is like for kids. It's not, doesn't got the Stone Cold, like Attitude Era, like you don't know what to expect. Like when you have like main superstars showing up and actually fighting for championships every weekend or every Monday night or every Friday night, like back when the shit was actually good. I'm gonna do myself a favor for a moment. I'm gonna just close my eyes and walk. And yes, I will be seeing, because I'm using energy right now to navigate. So if you all are leaving a message in the chat, I'll look at it in a moment. If there's a brother coming, I can see that. And it's okay. You don't have to tell me to be careful. I've been doing this for a while, where I close my eyes and navigate. I've memorized the trail within my mind so I can see. I'm gonna open my eyes for a moment. You too, brother. Cheers.
Take care, yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna close my eyes again. I'll read the chat shortly. The only reason why I'm closing my eyes right now is because there's a lot of white fluffy things floating about, and it's like hitting my face, and it might go in my eye, and I don't really desire that right now. I know it's starting to bend over here. This reminds me of a time when there was me and a soul sister named Jessa. We did something when we were traveling to Vegas, or to Florida. She was driving at the time and I was just the passenger. She's like, brother, let's do an experiment. I'm like, what's that? She's like, I want you to steer the wheel, but I'm gonna press the gas, but I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm like, what? So you want me to be your eyes? She's like, yeah, let's do it. Like, what's the reason for this? She's like, it's to build trust. Trust with yourself and with someone else. Boy, was it quite the experience when we did that. She was pressing the gas pedal. I'd have to tell her, stop. Like, I'd just say, go or stop. So she knew what to do with her feet. And I had to steer the car in the passenger side. And her eyes were closed while I was basically navigating the car while she was pressing gas. I was like, holy fuck. It's quite the experience. It's wild. But that experience taught me something amongst people. Building trust. Because she knew that I was still, missing trust between people and myself. So she's like, I want you to build trust, so we're going to do this. We were on a straight way. She was like, I have to even pay attention to like the speed limit too. I'm like, fuck. Okay. I told her, like, can you slow down a little bit? You're going a little too fast right now. We're at like 60 miles an hour, and she was, we're supposed to be at like 55. I'm like, can you slow it down a little bit? There's no car really in front of us, but I need you to slow down just a smidge. Just cause, didn't want to get into, any, giving her enough time to react, So I also had to time shit with her as well. She literally had her eye, we did that for a good hour. I'm like, fuck, we're doing this for an hour? Like, I wanted to stop. I wanted her to just take control of the wheel and like just open her eyes and just drive. Because it was her turn to drive. I myself would not feel comfortable if I was in the driver's seat, for my eyes to be closed, for someone to be steering the car. But in that moment, she showed me what trust was like. And by the way, this grass is nicely cut. Looks nice. I like it. Well, Doc, I mean, I didn't choose one man life. Life just decided this is what I was supposed to do. And, you know, with the... doesn't mean that I'm choosing one man life. I know my partner, where she is. I just need to get into alignment, and she needs to get into alignment too. She's not physically here in Canada, and I will not marry anybody in Canada. I do not desire to be living in Canada any longer. It's not my place. So that's why right now I'm living the single life. But in my inner world, I'm not single. I'm married with kids. Morning. Hey, the baby geese. Just like hanging around here for a moment. See, they're getting pretty big. They're already almost the size of the big guys. Oh, there's Tom. I see him. We're seeing Tom. Tom's over there. He came down for a second walk. That's awesome. They're just like hanging out. Oh, wow. There's a bunch of bikers coming. So for the person who said, yo, this place is empty, not anymore. It's not. We'll see. I let go of when it happens. If it happens in December, cool. If it doesn't, I'm okay. I will always take action, but I'm also not being like, it has to be, have a good day. I won't be like, it has to be this way. That's the trap of the mind. Look at these guys. Look at this one, just like chilling there, watching. It's got one foot up in the air. I thought I would see you, Tom. All good?
All good, yep.
Good stuff.
Wow, they're getting big.
Yeah, they are. They're probably gonna be about their size, and by the end of the summer, closer to like maybe maybe like September.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Look at this one, just like looking. He's just like staring. Yeah. How's everything good?
Good, yep.
Good stuff.
Almost 3 weeks now.
Very nice. You're almost hitting that magical 21st day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. After that, it's gonna just be easier and easier. You're still eating the sunflower seeds, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. Cool.
Actually, I just finished a bag today, this morning.
Got
I was
it.
down here earlier.
Did you see Chris earlier or no?
Yeah.
So that means Chris walked here twice then, because I saw him as well, but I didn't see you.
Oh.
So that means you two saw each other earlier, and now you're back for your second walk. So that means he's walked twice. Nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was sitting there for a while with Chris this morning. Because I walked that way, and he usually has a walking stick.
Yeah.
That comes down.
Yeah.
And it wasn't there, but when I came back, it was there.
Yeah.
So he's around here somewhere.
Yeah.
And then I met him on the way.
Nice. That's good. Glad you guys are bonding and connecting. It's good. I like watching them because they represent what just is. They're not doing anything else but what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Eating grass and just being cute. That's it. And the big ones are just like doing their head thing and they're just like looking around and whatever.
You're on guard.
Yep. But us humans, we like to do all kinds of crazy shit to then, you know, create all kinds of nonsense in our life when should be just like these guys, just chilling. But unfortunately, that's not how our world works. Good. You too, brother. Cheers. Enjoy it. See, look. Oh, chasing. They have their own problems. Whatever that problem was there, they have their own problems. Yeah. But like these little ones, they're just like, this is what I said, like everything just is. They're a great representation of what just is. Just being, nothing more. So you can learn a lot or remember a lot by just looking at animals.
Yep, the human race could learn a lot from animals.
Oh yeah. Just slow down and relax.
Yeah.
Calm down. See, there's a brother on the stream. He's a troll, I call him. He's like, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. The fuck, really? He always projects his fear. I'm talking about projection today. How a lot of humans like to project their fear or their negativity or their worry for others. Because I used to do the same thing where I'm like, be careful when you go outside, or be careful when you're doing this, right? Why do you need to be careful to go outside, right? Oh, because there's danger everywhere. Well, if there's danger everywhere, you'll never leave then, right? So, right, you'll just be stuck in your house, and that's why there's this meme on the internet that says, go touch grass, bro, because a lot of people don't know how to go touch grass. They're out inside their house on their little devices, right? So it's leading projection. Like, you know, I remember I was talking with them about, I had an experiment when we were driving to Florida with a sister named Jessa. She closed her eyes while she was in the driver's seat, and I had to steer the car while she was using the gas pedal and the brakes, and I had to navigate with her. I had to be her eyes, essentially. I'm like, fuck, this is, and we did it for an hour. I'm like, fuck, this is very nerve-wracking, because I'm not the one driving. I'm the one kind of just steering, and she's the one that has to press the gas and the brake, and I have to be the one to tell her, gas, brake, stop, go, right? I'm like, fuck, right? So, but that day we built trust. But she shared something with me about projection. She's like, brother, you're projecting fear. What if I told you that this is actually a normal way that we could build trust with each other? I'm like, I mean, there's other ways to build trust than that, but she was showing me something that's different. So then she also told me about how she had an ex-boyfriend who would always project his fear onto her, saying, Jessa, be careful out there, the weather's bad, you should be careful. She never got into an accident ever. She was always good. And then one day, she decided to listen to him because there was some black ice. Like, yeah, be careful. And guess what happened? She slipped on black ice because she listened to him. But if she had stayed the course, she wouldn't have had that problem, potentially. Right? Don't really know, but like, because she listened to him, that's what happened. So when I remind these people on the internet to stop projecting their fear out in the world, then you will see everything is actually very simple and easy. What is there to be afraid about? I know to not get into their personal space, right? Will we like somebody to come into our personal space? Of course not. So why would it be any different for them? They don't want to be disrespected, right? That's why I'm standing my distance, right? They don't mind if we're looking because they don't care what this is, right? They're just doing what they're doing. But, you know, I know not to go right next to one of them because I know what's going to happen. Common sense. So it all just comes down to, you know, being mindful of these things. So that's what today's lesson is about, projection. Not projecting like fear and worry and doubt onto others, because what you project is what you're going to ultimately get back for yourself. Yeah. Are you going to walk all the way down back to Albion, or are you going to just go to the park and then come back?
I might go to where you go there and then come back.
Got it.
Because I went further this morning.
Do you ever go across the street to on the other side? Yeah.
The other part, I did that once.
How far did you go when you did that?
I didn't go very far. I came to a fork in the. There was like a pond in the center there. I went a little bit further there, and then I just came back home.
Got it.
But I never went. Never went as far as I do here.
Right. I've walked the entirety of it.
Yeah.
I went from. Have you been to the dam before, right?
Yeah.
So I've done from the beginning of where Roundtree is, because that's where the park starts.
Oh, yeah.
So like, if you go to Roundtree, where on Kipling, there's a look at them. They're just there. They go. They're all signaling to go somewhere into the water. Check that out. I guess he's the one that's like signaling. Off they go. Look at that. Time to cool off. That's like the leader, I guess. And there they are in the water, just like that. Yeah.
So where's Roundtree? Is it across the other way?
Yeah, it's on the other side. So the funny thing is about this trail, it loops around in circles.
Oh.
Right? Because like if you because where you go, it's on Albion, but right here, like when you're walking towards the trail, it's on like Kipling, but then when you get to the other end, it's still Kipling. So basically it goes in a circle.
Oh.
So to get to Roundtree, those it's where the high school in North Albion Collegiate Institute is on Kipling. It's by the Albion Mall area.
Oh.
So if you go down, you see those big glassy white buildings?
Yeah.
Not all the way down to the end, but like those ones before the end, though there's a spot that goes down, and then you can go left or right. Left takes you to the beginning or the end, depending on your perspective of the trail, and then going right leads you back to this direction, but it's a long walk.
Wow.
It took about 7 to 8 hours to walk the entirety, going from one direction to the other, and then of course it takes about an hour and a half to walk from that back to that hill over there. So it was a long walk. It was a long day. Yeah. So, but it's a good walk. It's just you want to start that walk early in the morning.
Yeah,
it's one of those types of walks that you start earlier in the morning, not in the afternoon. It's not going to be great. It'll be hot,
Yeah.
but yeah. I stepped in some. Oh well, I'll have to clean that up when I get back inside. There.
All right then, Ryan. I'll let you go.
Cool. I like your shirt, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good shirt.
Yeah, that was a car show I went to.
Very nice.
It's like a weekend thing. There's camping and everything.
Nice.
Pretty wild.
Cool. Was that here?
That was in Grand Bend.
Grand Bend. Okay, cool.
And
Awesome.
It's quite a time there.
Nice.
All the cars, all the souped up cars, and they chop roofs off them and plow.
Interesting.
It's a wild thing.
That's awesome. All right, brother.
All right, have a good day.
You too. Enjoy your walk, dude. Thank you. And we continue on our walk back to the house. Are you Blasian? No and no. I'm a soul. I like when everybody keeps asking this as if that's like important. I wonder why humans ask what nationality are you? I need to find out why you humans like to do that. As if that like makes somebody who they are. And Caillou does the internet. Can you ask that man if he has life alert? What? Caillou, sooner or later, bro, I'm just gonna not even respond to you, man. Like, it is what it is. Stream got a little quiet. It's all good. But we're on our walk back to the house. Once I get back, I'm going to speak for a little bit and then I will end the stream. I don't know if Doc, if you're still here, maybe you are, maybe you aren't. San Diego is always going to be crowded, no matter what time of year it is. But crowdedness doesn't bother me because I like being around people that are in high vibration, or let me not say high vibration, but in aligned vibration. Because you know, when people come to San Diego, there's a lot of tourists, and they're happy because the weather is pretty good, right? It's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's just right. And because it's just right, most people are just like happy and smiling, and just they're enjoying their time. So I like being around happy and smiling people. That's why, like, when you go to like a concert or like a sporting event, people get excited because they're all humans like to, by nature, we like to band together. But because the internet and social media has created a rift in society, now we're undoing the damage that we created. Thank you. Yeah, it is. It is a really beautiful place. I'm lucky I have it. In wintertime, it's still beautiful. It's just a little, well, it's not just a little, it's a lot colder and very white. And very painful when your hands freeze very easily. I'm going to go quickly hang on the bar there. But yeah, I'm lucky. And with this, I'm going to be taking this with me to San Diego, because San Diego has all the nature as well too. It's got the mountains, it's got the ocean, it's got the trails. They have a trail that's similar to this, but not quite. It's more with the mountain. But they have lots of walking trails, tons. They have a similar water spot. So when I leave here and go there, it'll be the same. The only thing is that I have to drive to that location because I won't be living close to it. But the location is about 15 minutes away from where I desire to live. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Just giving my my spine a little bit of decompression, and my shoulders and my hips. Nice. Today the grip wasn't that great. All good though. Oh yeah. Sunil. I didn't read your message because I didn't know if you left the message, so now I'm seeing it. What's up with the capital letters, dude? Stop screaming. You don't need to capitalize every word, bro. If you're attempting to get attention, I'm gonna ignore if you capitalize every word like that. Don't need to capitalize everything, dude. Anyways, let me read. And yes, Mr. Neuro, it is a beautiful day. Have you read my last message comment, or my last comment? I went for a call from my elder sister. She is also helping me. Yo, what up, Pappy? Good to see you, dude. Pappy Eddie, what up, bro? Starting to build some rapport with some of you. It's good. I'm good, Eddie. Pappy. All good? All good with you, Pappy? I love it. I can't find your channel live. I would turn on notifications, bro. I mean, if others are finding me, I don't know if... Are you all able to find me easily or no? Because, like, if you guys can't find my channel, you have to actively look for it, then that means YouTube is already screwing with my channel. But I don't think that's the case. Have a great day. Thank you. I think you just have to just turn on notifications. YouTube is weird like that though. On my other channel, people were having a similar problem too, where they couldn't find me going live. But I have my other accounts subscribed to this one or connected, and they get the notifications and whatnot. So I know it works. The day I know it doesn't work is the day no one shows up. Have a great day. Because I remember that day when my other channel went screwy on February 3rd, 2025. And I was like, I had at least 100 people on at a given time. Now, of course, I wish I knew what I knew right now back then, but I am where I am now because of that. So that had to happen. But essentially, like, I had 100 people consistently on. And I was like, holy fuck. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. The chat was really crazy, though. I couldn't keep up with it. I was attempting to read everybody's messages, and I'm like, oh shit, I can't read everybody's messages. So this is why I said now, if I miss some of your messages, I do apologize. I'm not purposely ignoring. It's just, it is what it is. Right? So I'm going to scroll up and read. That makes sense, Mr. Neuro. So, Sunil, today I have a conversation with my supervisor. She told me to talk with Principal Ma. How should be my body language and tone of speaking? Sounds good, Doc. I probably won't be on, but we'll see. I don't see you. Have a good day. Yeah, I'll be live around midnight your time, generally speaking, Mr. Neuro. So, to Sunil, bro, you know what you need to do. Why are you asking me, bro? You know the body language you need to do. Come on now. Can't be dependent upon me to answer all those things. You know, you're capable of that. Have a good day. Thank you. Good to see you again, Mr. Michael. But yeah, Sunil, like, you know what to do. There's once upon a time where I wasn't in your life and you were able to handle it. Just because I showed up doesn't mean that you lost all your ability. That's a bar, write it down. You're confused. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna stop for a moment. You're not confused. That's the mind creating a story, telling you that you're confused. You're actually not confused because you're not the mind. You know what you need to do. You just said, maybe I should be polite. Well, if that's your instinct to be polite, then be polite. Don't be people pleaser politeness, though. There's a difference. Be just genuinely polite. Don't put on a mask. If you like to be polite, if that's naturally who you are, which, by the way, that is who you are, be it. I don't do yoga anymore. Yoga to me is boring. I know yoga is good for like focus, but I have all the focus in the world and discipline. But technically speaking, a lot of my stretches and my movements is yoga based. And Michael, I hope you're not hitting on me because I'm not into dudes, just so you know. I'm just laying down the law. I am into women, just so you know. You can still hit on me if you want, but I'm just letting you know that I'm into chicks. Just gotta draw the line there for a sec. Well, you were mentioning about the shirt yesterday, so I'm like, I hope he realizes that I like women. But it's all good. Just making sure. Okay. Because most times, I'll tell you something, Michael, a lot of guys who used to come on my other stream would say, can you take off your shirt, sweetheart? I'm like, no. Like, I'm not doing that. Yeah. You're good. You're good. You're good, dude. I'm just making sure, because you know, past experiences like that have told me, like, yeah, people be hitting on me. I like women, only women, in this lifetime. In a previous lifetime, I'm not going to talk about that. No, don't even say it. Don't do it, Orion. Don't you dare do it. We're not going down that road again. Yeah, because I was a woman in a previous life. But in that lifetime, let's just say that I got betrayed by my partner, and I held on to resentment and rage, and I died with that resentment and rage in my heart, or in that character's being. And I didn't feel fulfilled in that lifetime, so this is the one that has to fulfill it. So I solved it for her, though. She's good now. Two months to go for you, Mr. Neuro. Yes. You excited? Remember, nervousness and excitement are the same energy, just perceived differently. But are you excited? I'm sure you are. It's going to be it's going to be a different change of pace when you head over to Europe from where you are. I'm going to be walking backwards up this hill, so uno momento, y'all, as I do this. This is good for my knees and my spine and my ankles and my calves and my thighs. Today's actually active rest day, so today's ab day. Only ab day, but I still focus on my mobility and my flexibility training today. Very nice, Todd. Good stuff. And enjoy your walk, bro. It's good that you got outside and you took a moment to take a walk. It's good stuff. It's always good to take those walks. I wish I had done that when I was working my IT job. I was chained to my desk, or I was just running around like a chicken with its head chopped off. Back then, I never got the opportunity to when I was downtown Toronto, to really go around and explore, because I was always on the clock. Even when I was on my lunch break, I still felt like I wasn't on my lunch break, because I always felt like there was some sort of emergency to put out. I remember one time I was on my lunch, and one of the users, this was when I was in the system admin role, they got a virus. I'm like, fuck. And then we send out these things called MIs, which means mission critical statement, that we are now experiencing XYZ happening. Please make sure to do XYZ. And I had to deal with that on my lunch, and it took 7 hours to figure out the problem. I'm like, for fuck's sakes. That's why I will never do IT ever again. Fuck that. Screw that shit. Never doing IT again. All those times that I couldn't do what I wanted to do. That's why when COVID happened, I was the happiest dude in the world. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm getting paid to do nothing now. This is payback for all those times that I had to give up my lunch and all my other time. And now I get to work and do absolutely nothing, get paid. Basically, it's getting free money. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome. It's the best time ever. walking outside before writing my book was a good decision. Amazing, dude. It's awesome. And congratulations on writing your book. That's amazing. It's quite the feat. Many have said, "Oh, Ryan, you should write a book." I'm like, I could. I'm not going to, though. There are millions of books out there already that have the same, has the same things that I'm saying. They're just scattered into all different books. I'm the collection of 700 books. Actually, no, I'm a collection of 1,000 books. If I'm being completely honest, I was downplaying myself there. I'm a collection of 1,000 books and 40,000 hours worth of content on YouTube. And that all leads back to you. So yeah. Hello, is it Darian or Darren? Looks like Darian. This is Toronto. Just heading back from my walk, from my trail. Good to have you on. I was just talking about, some random stuff. Sooner or later, this will not be Toronto, this will be San Diego, California. I look forward to being home, finally. It's been a while since I've been home. My real home. The home where I was supposed to be. That's where I was supposed to be born, but I had to be not born there to realize that I was supposed to be living there all along. I would have grown up a lot differently if I had grown up there, though. I'd have had a different experience and probably could have been better, could have been a lot worse, who knows. Better in the sense that I've probably been more socially connected with people and probably doing more of the human aspects. I probably already been married with kids. But then I wouldn't have had the perspective of what I have here. That's why I'm grateful that I had the perspectives of Toronto, so that when I move to California, I bring my aspects from here to there. It's good. Winter can start generally around mid-November, but winter has happened earlier than November. It sometimes happens in October, when I have to put back layers on. And winter ends, well, our winter was still here until April 17th. We still had snow. It wasn't thick snow, but we had snow falling April 17th. So that's not even 2 months ago. So winter holds on for dear life. That's why whenever summertime hits, I make sure I take full advantage of being outside as much as I possibly can. I mean, I'm outside in the wintertime too, because I love being outside. I just don't like feeling cold. My hands and my toes freeze very, very quickly. But yeah, winter, we get 7 months of winter here and 5 months of spring/summer. Right now, today is summer, even though we're technically in spring still. This is more like a summer day. This is it feels 25 degrees right now. I'm cooking right now. But I like it. I like the heat. I prefer heat over freezing. For me, I can easily cool down than warm up. It takes me forever to warm up, where it takes me not that long to cool down. Here comes our brother walking here. Yeah, that's why I prefer San Diego, because I'm not a big fan of winter, but I appreciate it for what it is. But I do enjoy my consistent weather. Well, hello there. You good?
How are you?
I'm great. You?
Not bad.
See?
Better walk at 14.
Yeah, I saw. I can see that.
Yeah, that's good exercise for me.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you
Take
too.
care, have a nice day.
You too. Thank you so much. He's a good dude. He went to the grocery store grabbing milk. The grocery store is not that far. It's just like just over in that direction. There's a path to walk there. Sometimes I walk to the grocery store to go get me my protein milk for my protein powder. It's technically where that school bus is. If you can see it over there. It's just got to go further down past those houses. But there's a path that leads you to the main street that then leads to the grocery store. Also known as a supermarket for other people who call it a supermarket. Ooh, they cut the grass here. Nice. It's looking nice. There's my basketball court where I shot my no look behind shot. I have 16 on that court over there, and I have 4 on another court. And they're all recorded on my other live stream. So I have proof that I shot no look behind shots and get them in. And some people saw me doing it like live. They were on the live stream. They're like, holy shit, you got it in, dude. Yeah, fuck yeah, I did. Ooh. I think I'm gonna cut through the grass by the trees over there. And I'm gonna cut through that little passage area. There's that way and then that way. I'm gonna be heading that way regardless, so we'll see. Intuition. Am I walking straight or am I going to the right? Hello. Screw it. As long as the grass isn't wet and doesn't leave like grass stains on my shoes, I'm good. And I give these trees a fist bump every time. Psh. What's up, tree? What's up, tree? Psh. This is my way of saying hello to the trees. What's up, tree? I'm sending them my energy and they're giving me back energy as well. What's up, tree? What's up, tree? And then this tree has like multiple branches or trunks. So I'll just do it to the one and the others will get it. What's up, tree? Cool. And we'll give it to these little ones too, because they just planted these last year, so these ones are starting to grow. And those other ones, I usually give it to them too, but I'm walking this way, so here we are. Nice. I've hugged trees, but I'm not hugging the trees with the shirt that I'm wearing. My nice red t-shirt. My nice Dragon Ball shirt. That fist bump is like my hug for them for today. Very nice. We're almost back at the house. I gotta put the water in the fridge because the heat is just making it very warm right now. Whew. Damn. Good heat though. Definitely gonna be changing shirts once I get back. Need to get more toned with the tan, because there's certain parts of the body that still are lighter than the others. Like my arms are much darker than like the chest and the core, and my forehead still needs a little bit of sun as well because my headband covers it. So if you take it off and you look carefully, there's like a line, like a strip. Yeah, the reason why it's like this is because of my state of being. But if I was like angry and hostile like I was 10 years ago, I wouldn't be like, oh, the neighborhood's nice. The neighborhood was more chaotic because that's how I felt internally, and it would have been projected outwards, and more people would have been. Now, I'm not saying that I have control over other people here, but you know, my state of being does reflect on the outside what I feel on the inside. It's a nice... Because I'm not paying attention to you, Mr. Caillou, for now. It's not relevant. Know this, Mr. Caillou does the internet. I told you, I said I wasn't going to talk about that stuff anymore, and there's no need to. It has no relevancy. I brought it up for a moment, but now I'm not going to talk about it. Either accept it or don't. Either way, I'm going to keep doing me. Yes, Mr. Caillou does the internet. I'm embarrassed. Keep throwing your projections. Watch what's going to happen soon enough with your projections. Just watch. You're going to get cooked. Not by me, though. You're going to get cooked. Let's see, Mr. Neuro. I'm gonna go, have a lovely day. I'm actually going to do my novel. Enjoy, man. I'm proud of you for writing that novel. Good job, man. That's amazing. Our brother is well on his way of bringing his purpose and his passion through his words. See you next time. All right, we're almost back at the house. If Sunil was here, he would have already known that. I should throw him a curveball and see if he knows which way I'm going to go next. I always wonder what it felt like to drive one of these little cars, these little tiny cars here. Never drove one of those. They must have their own fun. I know what it feels like to drive this. I know what it feels like to drive a truck. I don't like driving trucks. Trucks are not my thing. I don't know what it feels like to drive a big truck, though. One of those massive ones. I don't know what that feels like. Don't think I want to drive one of those. I know what it feels like to be on the back of a motorcycle, but I don't know what it feels like to drive a motorcycle. But I can only imagine it's similar to just a bike without pedals. Of course, I know what it feels like to drive a hatchback, and I don't like hatchbacks. I like sedans. That's why my red car over there was bought to reflect my energy back then. I gave it to my sister. Well, I sold it to her. But I'll eventually be having my MK4 Supra. I decided that I wanted the MK4 over the MK5. As much as I like newer technology, I don't like the fact that Toyota decided to use a BMW engine. Not that I love BMW, but I don't like the fact that they did that, and now that they discontinued it, they no longer make the MK5. The support on it's not going to be there. So I'm getting the MK4 because it's originally a Toyota engine, all Toyota made. I just don't like the front of the Supra. I have to make the face look more aggressive. Because, you know, all cars have a face, right? They all have like the headlights and their little vent. But I don't like, most of the Supras, they look like they're smiling. I don't want my car smiling. I want my car looking like it's going to eat somebody alive. Okay. I'm just going to bring up my power plugs and then change my shirt. Sweating buckets. Bring my water inside, get that nice and chilled out. And we'll continue talking for a little bit. Monday, which is in a couple. Ah, Mr. Fly, you need to come back out here, dude. Oh well. I don't want him to be trapped inside. I might start choosing one more day to work, maybe Friday. But I think right now I really like my schedule. One day a week. Because I don't want to take too much on. You know, gotta start off small pacing. Because if I start taking on like too many people, too many clients, it can be overwhelming. And I don't really want to do that to myself. So I think I'm doing it the right way. Got 6. But yeah, Monday right now are my days where I get to lock in fully with them. Actually, I'm going to go change my shirt and I'll restart the stream. I'll be back. Where is my Turkish lives, bro? Where the fuck am I? I don't know. I don't know where you are. Go find your Turkish streams. As long as I see new souls, I'm not jacked. I'm ripped. I'm more like I'm fit. Jacked would imply like yeah. I'm more ripped than anything, not jacked. Jacked would be like someone who's like big ass like muscles and shoulders and stuff like I don't like being jacked. Being jacked has its pros and cons because once you're jacked, you got to do all kinds of shit to stay jacked. But when you're ripped, you don't need to do that many things to stay ripped. I need to stand in the sun for a moment. And I should take off my headband for a bit. Hey, we got some Japanese character or Chinese characters in the chat. That's first. Hello. I'm going to stand in the heat, get cooked by the sun for a moment. I'll put back on my headband afterwards. Yep. What else do I want to talk about? Projection. I mean, I said a lot. I might wrap up the stream and I say that now and then I stay on for what, 2 extra hours? Universe, what would you like to work through me to share with the audience? What would you like to share with them? Okay. The universe wants me to remind all of you that you have your own personal power in every present moment to alter and shift your state of being. And I will keep repeating that until my final breath, because you really do have the power to shift in every present moment. It doesn't feel like that because a lot of people don't understand what the present moment is, because the mind has been finessed into believing that it has to keep doing. You don't need to keep doing, you need to start being. That's a bar. Write it down. The more you start to be, then you will do. But the more you do, you will never be. That's another bar. Write that down. Be whatever it is and then walk that path, whatever that is. Alter your state of being internally, not externally, internally. You will then take external action from a new state of being. But if you continue to do what you are doing, if you're not living your best life, I hope you all are living your best life. If you're all living your best life, then you don't need to hear me. In fact, I'd highly recommend to just click away, because I'm not here for anybody who's already living their best life. You're living your best life, you don't need to be here unless you're wanting to hang out and you just want to spend time. For everyone else who is struggling and suffering, that's self-imposed, but of course it'll look like someone else's your person that's creating that suffering or that sadness or that chaos, because we use, unfortunately, everyone's a mirror of what we feel, so it'll look like someone else. But it's really you imposing it onto yourself, and then you're projecting it out, and it's being projected out to someone else to mirror back exactly who you are currently, until you start to shift your projections of yourself inwards, and then it'll reflect back outwards. When you say from which part, are you referring to me? Or, oh, no, never mind. That's someone else. That's for OKB. Am I going to cut grass today? Probably. Maybe. It's either today or tomorrow. Probably today. So yeah, you all have that power in every present moment to change your state of being, if you choose to, of course. All right, son, go ahead and cook me. Go ahead and roast me. Got it. Stomach is growling. It's like, grrr. You weren't growling like 10 minutes ago, dude. Just because we got to the house doesn't mean that I'm going to feed you. Come on now. The mind wants to be distracted, so it's using the nervous system and the stomach to catch my attention. Nice try. I'm gonna go put this into the freezer. I'll be back outside in a moment. Hey Nancy, how are you? I'm good, thank you. You did. Oh, Mr. Fly, you're still in here? Come on, dude. Come on. Come on, man. You want to escape, but you're not letting me allow you to get out. Come on. Come on, dude. I didn't tell you to fly in the house. It wants out, but it won't follow me. That's the funny thing about humans. We tend to do the same thing. We're like the fly in the window. No pets. Parents didn't want pets, never wanted them, and because it's extra work, and plus mom was afraid of dogs for years, and I had a fear of dogs for years. I had a fear of practically everything for years. I had a fear of other humans, other like animals, like bugs, cats, dogs. I don't have that fear anymore, but no pets. Only because the parents were like, I'm not cleaning at more. I don't want to do more work and more of anything. So no pets, but I will have a pet. In my inner world, I have a husky. And with my partner, she has her own dog. Yeah. I like huskies. Even though they howl, they're like howling, right? They're close to wolf. I like wolves a lot. So they're the closest thing to a wolf. Without it being an actual wolf. It would be cool to have a wolf though as a pet. You know, how can I miss her when she's right here? You have to realize when something's inside of you, you can never miss it. Because that's the eyes still creating the illusion that you're still focusing on the outside world. How can you miss something that's already right here? As within, so without. But most people don't live as within, so without. They live as without, so within. Or they live as without, so within. Yeah, that's what I said. Thought I didn't say that right, but I did. I don't miss anything because I am everything. When you understand that concept, you can't miss shit. No matter where you go, you can't miss things. It doesn't mean like, you know, I'm not saying like, for example, when I'm leaving Toronto, will I miss like my trail? Of course I will. But I also have all the memories of being on the trail. I have all the experiences of the trail. So I can close my eyes and I can vividly imagine me coming down. I see the park. Right now it has a fence. I'm turning the corner. I'm saying hi to people. I can see Tom. I can see Chris. I can see all the sisters and brothers that I don't have their names yet, but I will soon enough. And I'm on by the water, talking, sharing. I'm feeling the energies. Now I'm getting up. I'm climbing from the water. I'm saying bye, water. Climbing up. And of course, same with this house. Like, I can imagine every moment of this house, like what it feels like to be in this room, or being outside, or cutting the grass, or, you know, saying hello to a brother and giving them fist bumps, brother and fiance, his fiance, my dad, my mom, my sister. Sure, will I miss the physical? Yes, but at the same time, that's still the illusion. This is the real. This is the true real. That can only ever be real. My ex? Me and my ex are good, but I'm not dating my ex. She's not in my life anymore. And don't ever use the word hope with me. Use I know things have already worked out. You see, Doc, the one thing you're gonna have to know with me is I don't play the human I hope or I wish or whatever. I know. Right here. Remember? As within. Have you not been listening? You've been here long enough to already know that I'm going to chop your words. If I see it and you've been here long enough, I give lenience to those who are somewhat newer, but you're not new anymore. You've been here for a while. There is no hope. I know. So don't say I hope. Get that I hope word out of your vocabulary, because I hope implies like it's not happening. I know. And you have to imply that to your life, not my life, for your life. Trust and know that things have already worked out for you. Not working out for you, but have worked out for you. The mind likes to create this thing called energetic space. Right? It likes to put things like in the future, always in the future. But there is no future. It's right here, right now. We've been taught backwards on this planet. And what's backwards is actually like so not how reality works. I've done what I said I was going to do, and I've done it. Because I declared that I already have everything right now. Am I getting tripped up with the physical? Sometimes the mind does, and I have to remind the mind, hello, what are you focusing on? Woohoo. You're good. I'm just reminding you. These are habits that are going to have to be caught. There's nothing wrong. It's just I'm just letting you know that the mind does this thing called I hope, and I hope implies like some like how do I explain hope? As if it's not possible. Like I hope. This is what I hope is. I hope one day. I'm not saying you're doing that. But I'm saying, I hope one day that things work out. If I were to do that, then that means that I am not it's not worked out for me, and the universe can only give me I hope. So it's just going to give me more of the same. The universe doesn't work the way we think it does. That's why so many people are suffering the way they're suffering. And that's why I came to the planet to remind everybody, this is not how it works. This is how it works. But if you decide that this is how it works, then that's it, right? So if someone's like, I'm going to pray to God and it's on God's timing. No, there is no God's timing. It's on your timing when you've decided that you already have it within. And then watch as things start to rearrange itself in the physical and it starts to come into physical form. That's why I said about projection. Like if many keep projecting out like future thinking, future, always future. I hope one day. I trust. Even I trust is not enough. I know that it already has worked out. Not working out. I know it already has worked out for me. Past tense. You live as if it's done, and not just as if, but as it is done. So like for me, whoever that partner is, I already know who it is. And if it doesn't end up being with her, it's going to be someone else that's similar to her. It is finished. It's not my ex. And my ex and we have a great relationship, but it's not my ex. In fact, my ex is now what I call my sister. Because if you're not a romantic partner, you end up being a sister, because that's just what it is. On this planet, you're either a brother or a sister. For me, because we're all one thing anyways. But using the word brother and sister is just a label. What we really are not really brothers and sisters. We're just itself playing a human character. It's playing you, it's playing me, and it's playing everybody else. But too many people can't accept that because it gets rid of their autonomy. Not in the physical yet, but in my inner world, yes. I have children. I have 3. A boy and 2 girls. I have their names and everything. It's in here, though. It's not out there. But that's the problem with our world. If you start speaking like that, people are like, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. But the funny thing is, the ones that say that we're crazy are the crazy ones, because they're living backwards. That's where some people are like, you're delusional, Ryan. You're delusional. You're delusional. Yeah, pretty much. You're delusional, Ryan. You're delusional. No, actually, you're the one that's delusional by living in your fake ass world, by believing the things you're seeing on the outside world when it really starts with you. And so many people who read the Bible or go to church still haven't figured it out, because this is a bar. You might want to write this one down. You don't read words based on knowledge. You read words based on your level of awareness. That's a real bar. That's a fucking bar right there. You actually read words based on your awareness. So two people can read the same words and have two completely different interpretations. Exactly. Now you're catching on, dude. But you have to know with absolute certainty within. It can't just be logic. You have to have emotional relationship within that inner world, that you know you already have that relationship with that person or whatever, or a person. It doesn't have to be a specific person, but it could be a person. You're catching on, though. But yeah, to go back to what I was saying, so many people read the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, the Bhagavad Gita. I wanted to use the Bhagavad Gita, but I don't remember there's a verse I'm remembering, but I'm mixing it up with the Bible right now. Oh, there is action in inaction, and then there's inaction in action. What the hell does that mean? There's action in inaction, and then there's inaction in action. It comes down to perception internally. So what that means is if you're taking action from a state of not knowing who you are, then you're really actually taking no action. But if you know who you are from within, then you're actually taking the right actions without. So basically, so many people read all these scriptures, but they don't understand a damn thing about what they're reading. That's the problem. So like, for example, in the Bible, there's a be still and know that I am God, Psalm 46:10. So most people think it's be still and know that I am God. You human must be still and bow down to me, you little mortal. I'm God. No. Be still within yourself and know that you are God. And the reason why the books were written the way they were, and I asked this question to itself. I'm like, why didn't you just use better words? So you didn't screw up people's like worlds. Like, why didn't you just write the words as they are supposed to be written? Because if I had written it, this is what itself told me. Because if I had written the words in all those holy scripture books that was simple and easy for the mind still wouldn't accept it. And plus, I wanted you all to master yourself, so you'd have to go through your own like journeys of figuring out each word, what they meant. Shadows creating problems over there. So. Yeah. So when people are reading things, they're reading it based on their level of awareness, and their level of awareness is based on their own preconceived notions and understanding. No, not yet. I didn't have breakfast. I'll be eating both breakfast and lunch soon enough. I'm going to go make some eggs and chow down on my eggs and hash brown. And yesterday we had chicken, we had potato, and hash browns are potatoes. And we had vegetables, broccoli and celery and carrot. That was my meal for my dinner. So usually we eat leftovers because there's always food in the fridge, leftovers. So I'll be eating that. I think it's just you here right now. No one else is here. I think everybody else went to... Yeah, sweet potatoes are great. I personally, for me, I don't like how it tastes. I know they're much healthier, but I don't like how they taste. And yesterday, my brother they made sweet potato fries. Like they've air fried it. They're like, "Do you want some?" I'm like, "Is it sweet potato?" They're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "No." I did have one. I'm like, I couldn't. It just wasn't sitting right with me. So I prefer just standard potato, even though I know it's not as healthy as a sweet potato, but I prefer regular potato. Yeah. For me, just give me broccoli, give me some chicken, and I'm good. I don't need much, to be honest. Like when I'm in San Diego, like I don't know if I'll be eating too much meat products going forward, but I do know that I'll still find a way to have my protein. I just don't I'm not all like, vegetarian. I don't subscribe to that either. Like I know people who are vegetarian, they have the morality of the meat, but the thing is, like, if you're not the one going like, hurting it, and the soul has already left the body, then the body's like you're just recycling it on earth. So avocado is good. I do like avocado. In the beginning, I didn't like avocado. I hated avocado. But the funny thing, the things that don't taste that great are the best for you, and the things that are not that great for you, they taste great, but they are not the best for you. It's funny how it works that way. But that's not entirely true, because there's a lot of things that do taste good. Like I do love my apples. Apples are great. I do like my blueberries. Blueberries are great. Well, blueberries are very, very random, because sometimes blueberries can either taste good or they can taste awful. So. Yeah. I'm sure we in Toronto, or my parents call it something else. I'm sure I've seen it before. I don't know what it looks like presently from when it's called bitter gourd, but I have a feeling I know what that is. Because if it's what I think it is, then yeah, it's awful. It's good for you. It's awful. I would rather eat air than to eat that. What does that mean? I rather starve myself than to eat something like that, personally. Speaking of which, I know that my body can survive on 4.5 days without food. I've done it already. I did a water fast back in May 2023. I don't really recommend anybody needing to go do a water fast. I thought water fast will make me clear, and yes, I did get an insight from the universe, but it didn't make me any more clearer than I am right now. So that's why I don't need to fast in that sort of sense. Like I haven't eaten anything since 7 p.m. yesterday, and I am in a fasted state. But I mean to say, like, to go and do a water fast to clean out your system, like for myself, my system's pretty clean. It just comes down to perception. I mean, I do give blood here and there, but not often. For me, I don't really find it as important, but it is important for others, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, whatever someone finds as valuable, they will find it valuable, whereas others will find it not as valuable. Like for me, donation of blood for me personally isn't valuable. For me, donation of my time, my attention, and my physical resources are more important than blood. For me. To each their own, right? I think it's just you and I, so I will end the stream shortly, in like maybe a couple minutes from now, because, you know, it's nice to chat, but like if it's just one person now, I mean, I think that means the YouTube wants me to kind of stop. So, we'll see. That was weird. The phone decided the internet cut off, and I didn't do anything. I just moved the phone. Weird. Bless you, whoever sneezed over there, because I heard the sneeze from a mile away. Bless you. Shapeshifter. You showed up as soon as I was about to end my stream. This is what's going to happen. I think a bunch of you are going to start to show up now before I leave. Good to see you, by the way. Yeah. It was busier earlier, but it's gone quiet since I got back to the house. Yeah, not bad timing, just, you know. You came when you're supposed to come. You know, at least you said hello. All good. I go on outings at times. I usually leave Toronto during Christmas time, but this past Christmas I decided to stay. Well, I had no choice but to stay because my passport was expiring and I didn't want to take that chance. Because they say that if your passport is expiring within 6 months, that they could flag you and potentially block you from going on your trip. So I couldn't take that chance. My passport expired in April, and I already got it renewed finally. So I haven't taken a vacation for a whole year. My last vacation was on my birthday last year. So, but this past Christmas I needed to be here because there were certain family members I needed to talk to because they just had their own, you can call it awakening, and now they know what's going on. Because most of my family have been completely asleep for years, and now they're starting to see the light or see it for themselves. Without me even talking to them. They just came over on Christmas and they asked me like, "Hey, how's it going?" I'm like, "All's good." And then I started chatting about things, and then there was a cousin of mine. His name is Josh. I used to get into it with him a lot, like verbally. So, but me and him, we reconciled during this Christmas, and it was such a great conversation, me and him, and his mom as well too. Their brother, or her brother, like my cousin, her brother, his name is Michael, or I call him Marlon. He had also his own little awakening too. So there's a lot to share with him when I see him, because there's been so many people who, well, there's been so many things that has happened in his life, and there's been so many things that happened in my life in the last time I spoke to him. Yeah, Shapeshifter, it is good because there's been a little bit of a gap in people in my family who don't, like in my physical family, who don't know what I'm talking about. I told my mom about all this stuff. It caught her off guard, but she at least knows. My dad, he's not as open to hearing what I have to say, so that's why I don't really mention much to him, because you know he is where he is. And nothing's wrong with that. So when my cousin Pat and her son Josh, which he's not technically my cousin, but due to the fact that she's my cousin, that's her son, he would be still considered my cousin, even though that's not really cousin. So when I spoke with them, I had such a great conversation with them. It was so good. Josh and I, we just clicked. I should have done that, not this. We clicked. I'm like, he asked me something. He's like, how did you change, Orion? Like, what was it that really sparked you to go down this? Because he knew where I was. Shapeshifter, I know you may be alone in your physical world, but you're not alone in the energetic world. Clearly, someone like me exists and understands where you are in your journey. So you're not alone in the mental realm or the spiritual, but you might be physically alone in the physical. But that's why I'm here as well too, right? There's so many people who are on the same alignment, but we're all scattered around the world. We're basically just finding each other little by little. That's why so many people are like, I hate this world. No, you don't hate the world. You just haven't found your people. Your people are scattered around the world. Every one of us are scattered. We're just finding each other now. That's all. I know that wasn't for you specifically. That's just for other people that I've run into. They're like, I hate this world. They don't hate it. It's just that they haven't run into people that align with them presently, because they are with people who don't understand them. That's really what it comes down to in our human experience, is yeah, right. This guy. In the energetic world, I got a bunch of people, for sure. There are things that I didn't even know existed. Yeah, amazing. See, this is the reason why I like souls like you. You understand. I don't even have to like. I don't need to explain myself at all to anybody, but you just get it. I've been looking for souls like you specifically, so we can have these kinds of conversations. It's easier. Like, you would be one. Doc is another one. CJ is another one. Scott. There's so many. There's actually quite a few of you now. Now the names are starting to like... There was only like one or two of you. Now there's a bunch of you, which is great. So... And more to come. A lot more to come. More are on their way. Preethi? I don't know who that is. Who is Preethi? Oh, you mean the sister that's having the baby? Is that who you're referring to? I don't call her that. I don't know her by that name, if that's who you're referring to. I call her S. I just call her the letter S, because her name was called Lost My Soul When I Found Her. Or Lost My Soul Where I Found It. So I usually call her the Paradox Goddess, or I just call her S for short. She's busy. She's productive. She has lots going on in her life. She jumps on here and there, but at least she knows where I am now, because she was on my other channel. She's looking for me. Yeah, I'm aware, Doc. I see it. I think there might be a little delay on your end because, yeah, there might be a little delay. But yes, I know who you're referring to now. I don't call her that. I call her S. Is this Shapeshifter? Yes, it is. It's just that I can't have full-on convos with them like I have with you or anyone in the physical world. Yes, I know. They mostly talk through symbols, dreams, showing me stuff during the day that carry specific messages. Yeah. See, I was about to jump off and everybody starts showing up now. How awesome is that? Welcome. Yeah, Shapeshifter. I get it. Yeah, basically, she's busy. So, shapeshifter, I get it. That's why you're finding your people right now in the world. I would be one of them. I think I'm one of them. Well, I'm actually anyone or no one all in the same breath. I can be anyone's person in terms of like helping, or I can be just discarded, just like that. Because for me, I'm impartial, or I hold no. I don't really am attached to anybody, except for this body. I'm attached to it presently, but you know, due to my experience on the planet and all the people that I've run into, it showed me that when I started to shift, they weren't really in alignment after all. Yeah, I heard one of my teachers says that everyone you meet is from your soul family. Yeah. But sometimes soul family falls apart. I thought I had a lot of people from my soul family, but and I was supposed to be with them for a while, but they're no longer part of my journey. Well, I mean, I still love them and they still love me, but we just, there's no communication because they're busy doing their thing. So that's why I'm like, well, there's no one to talk to, so I'm going to talk to myself, or I can just help the world and helping people remember thyself. And sure enough, now that I've done it, now I'm helping many people. Got clients now too, which is great, and living my purpose. Well, welcome back. I didn't even know you disappeared. Whoever, have I seen you before? Audio only? I don't know if I've seen you before. I'm sure I have. Even the people you don't like, they're here to teach you lessons. So, for you, shapeshifter, yes and no. Yes, they are here to mirror back things for you to remember. No, they're not here to teach you lessons. You didn't really come here to learn lessons. You came here to remember who you are, every one of you. But we use the word lesson as the word that most people use. I thought the same thing too when I came to realize, oh, I'm just remembering what I forgot. So they're just helping me remember more of who I am through their so-called lessons. Oh, this guy right here, he's back. Didn't I tell you to, didn't I not tell you? It's funny, weren't you the one, Mr. Phoenix, that you had my back and then now you change your projection on me? It's funny how humans do that. But his mind is afraid. It's okay though. I told you to unsubscribe from my channel and just block my channel so you don't ever have to see me again. Those who are going to be here are going to be here. I'm not holding them hostage, dude. I'm not convincing anybody to be here. In fact, I want all of you to like leave if you don't want to be here. I can speak to a camera by myself all day by myself. Whoever wants to be here will be here. So those who want to stay on and listen, they'll listen. Those who don't, no big deal. Exactly. That's a good way of putting that, shapeshifter. You're basically purging things that aren't you, that have never been you, and to be the true you, the you that you were supposed to be all along. The problem is the mind's going to create a bunch of stories saying, nope, that's not you, that's not you, that's not you. But the thing is, the you that you actually are goes far beyond what the mind can even perceive, because the mind can't see itself, and it can't see the true you. So it creates a story and a narrative. It becomes a box, a paradox of itself. I love magnets, by the way. I love the fact that with magnets, you can feel, like even though right now the distance between this and this is not that much, you can start to feel the pull as I get closer. And it's that pull. This is what we have within ourselves, this magnetic force right here. Jung would say it's integration. I did it through... Oh, okay. Individuation, yes. Correct. A cult. Yep, that's another word that people like to throw. Cult. Listen, person, if I really wanted a cult, which I don't give a fuck. I want you all to go live your best life. Can you do that? If you don't want to do that, then peace out. Nothing more. I'm not a cult, though. You humans in your third dimensional words. I don't need you following me. I don't want followers, and I'm definitely not anyone's leader. Exactly, shapeshifter. Let's feed them. Let's feed them a bunch of bullshit. You know, if they want to play their game, we'll play their game too. Right? We can play their game just as much as we're seeing their game. It's funny, isn't it? Those who like to... This is why I named today projection, because that right there is projection. That guy's forming a cult. Really? What if I just sent a curse to the ones who just said, I'm forming a cult? How about that? I just cursed you. Now what? Are you going to believe that too? Come on. Use this. In fact, no, don't just use this. Have control over that if you can. Because this is what's causing a lot of the problems on the planet. And I know because I've been there too. And I would have done the same thing. I'm like, yeah, that guy's forming a cult. Stay away from him. Stay away from him. It's funny. It's hilarious. I love the human mind, though. I love seeing the intricacy of how, certain individuals talk and how there's a vast gap between, like for example, me and Shapeshifter were having great conversation, and all of a sudden we see these other comments that are like on this whole other spectrum. I'm like, that's why itself wanted to have all these experiences. There's no judgment. It's just, I'm like, why? Why do you want to put yourself through suffering itself? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It just wants the experience. So some of you are going to have to go through that experience. Oh, look. See, G-A-Y. Yay. So you're just reflecting that back at you. How awesome. I did. I read a couple of his stuff. I like his work. He's very neutral. I like Carl Jung. He's very neutral. He's not too much like positive, and he's gonna type the N-I-G-G. Yes, here we go. We got the N-word. That's right. Keep reflecting it back to yourself. Let's see. Well, John, I mean, yes. You're right. The only word, and because it's your word, you're right. As long as you're happy, John. I love the Bible, by the way. It's a really good book. It's a very powerful book. Yeah. I can't wait until... So this is not to Shapeshifter. This is to everybody else in the chat who is throwing their little comments. Thank you for feeding my algorithm. I appreciate it, Mr. Audio Only or whatever your name is. I can't wait until I see some of you on the other side, and I'm just and I know our souls we're all happy, but I want to retain that "I told you so" moment. I'll be like, "I told you so. I told you." I'm the one that's going to have already ascended when I'll be up there, and I don't have to come back. Well, most of you will have to come back. I will, but if I'm having lunch, I'm going to end the stream, so. Well, to you, Randy, I don't reject Jesus at all. In fact, I love him more than you do, because you don't actually know Jesus truly who he is. I do. But I won't be living in eternal hell and fire. That's your perception, because you all forgot how reality actually works. I actually know how reality works. That's why I'm living my best life. Those of you who keep coming on the streams and throwing your projections and fear, guess what's going to happen? You guys are going to manifest that shit when you die for a moment. And then you'll wake up and be like, oh, it was a dream. Sure was. So, do you think Jesus would have liked you to... Would you think Jesus would have loved you to be disrespecting other gods? I don't think so. So the ones who are just locked to just Jesus, I'm gonna point you to this direction. He wanted you to love everything, no matter who believed in what. So, yeah. Yeah, Shapeshifter, I'm not going to entertain them. They will leave the stream soon enough. I have respect for Jesus. I love Jesus very, very much. He has so much love in my heart. I really do. I love him with every fiber of my soul. Make no peace with evil. That's as if evil exists, but... yeah. You humans need to figure shit out. I have a lot of work to do. But sooner or later, one thing's gonna happen. Okay. So this is why I don't argue with people who don't know what the Bible is like. So Shapeshifter, you see the comment that John left there for a moment? So this is why I love this, because I'm not going to entertain third dimensional comments. This is actually second dimensional right here. And I'll tell you why. Because you read the Bible based on your level of awareness, and currently their awareness level is of a second dimensional creature, not even third. Not that I'm insulting them, this is just where they are. Your awareness is currently at either third or second. And most people don't understand the Bible when they read it. Like, Psalm 46:10, be still and know that I am God, isn't I am God in the sky. It's to know that you have God within yourself. And Jesus is right with you in every present moment. Jesus didn't want any of you to bow down and be called a savior. He wanted you all to remember that you're just like him and that you have the same capabilities. So if you want to continue to be on my stream and keep throwing your religious dogma, be my guest. I accept it. I respect all your dogmas. I really do. Because you are where you are based on your frequency. Nothing more, nothing less. Exactly. Well, the thing about Christ is it's not actually, so Christ, the energy is just it's a non-dualistic energy, but because a lot of the Christian people have dogmatized it. I'm going to use that word. Dogmatized the word Christ. They've now made it into like some sort of like religious, like it has to be like Jesus Christ. Christ, the energy is unification with the oneness of source, God itself. But most Christians don't understand that. That's why there's no point speaking with them, because you're basically speaking to a wall. And I'm not here to talk about God. I'm here to make sure you master your mind. Most humans have not mastered their mind. That's why they're creating their eternal damnation and suffering within themselves. Like the ones who are saying you're going to end up in a hellfire. Well, because you have that idea that you're going to end up in a hellfire, you're projecting your own little fears, and then that fear is going to manifest into physical form, and then you will experience that hell when you leave for a temporary time. Just saying. Yep, you're just like my aunt as well. Nothing wrong with that. When you all, listen carefully, when you all die, you will know. That's it. Just, you'll know. Not any sooner. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I'm here for you to master your mind so you can live your best life. I don't know why you all brought up religion. I just literally was talking about, projection and discreting stories. All of you started talking about religion. So if you want to master your mind, cool. If you don't, you can leave my stream. I'm not holding a gun to you. Hey, what's up, Golden King? What's going on, bro? It's been a while. I have mastered the mind. Because I'm not going to get into conversations like that. Because I know where they are based on their frequency. I myself used to be part of that too. Always arguing and like, it has to be this way. There's no arguing. They're right. I want them to know I'm bowing down to them. I surrender to them. So they can just be at peace. Each one of you who have said whatever, you're all right. In fact, look, I bow down to all of you. You are right. Jesus is God, and I must bow down to his Lord and Savior. There, I made you happy. Sure, Golden King. Whatever, bro. If you subscribe to this channel, then you're not an enemy, but you can continue to project that. CJ. Good to see you. We have some aligned souls here. John, I'm not entertaining. I respect everything you shared. You're right, bro. You're right. So, with that being said, John, are you done? Are you finished? Or will you be here for the rest of my stream just throwing your religious stuff at me? Because, like, I've already said you're right. That's fine, Golden King. You're being very disrespectful, so, I mean, I've changed, though. If I can change, you can change. But if you want to be an enemy, Golden King, be my guest. Come fly here to Toronto, and I'll make an enemy for sure. Come fly here. I'll buy you a ticket, and then we'll see. I'll buy you a ticket. Then you can take out your frustrations. Exactly, CJ. Spot on. That's why I'm not even entertaining. Like I just said, everyone is right. Cool, Golden King. That's awesome. Keep focusing on me being your number one enemy. I can't wait. I can't wait to see you on the other side. Well, John, that's based on your level of awareness, because that's not how the story actually goes. But I'm not here to argue. Can you please just go? Like, I'm done. Like, hello. Like, you already had your piece, man. Like, this is why, like, I don't talk about all these, like, religious things. Like, there's no point. I talk about the mind, how to work this thing, not all this, because this is irrelevant. The Bible Trumpers have shown up. Yes, they have. Or thumpers. Yes. Indeed, Shapeshifter. So watch Shapeshifter as I just handle this. Like I said, they're right. And then we have Golden King. We have Golden King, who's my so-called sworn enemy. You know, he's not a religious dude, I don't think, but he's still holding on to resentment. He's just holding on to hot coal and poisoning himself because he's holding on to some sort of thing that I blocked him back in San Diego because he was being very disrespectful. I wouldn't have blocked him if he wasn't being disrespectful. So he's probably gonna say, "You blocked me because you didn't say happy birthday." Why would I do that? That's stupid. I'm sure I blocked your ass because you're being like a third dimensional character. John, I'm not even reading half the things you're saying, bro. You're already right, bro. You're right, dude. What are we even doing? You're right, bro. You're good. I don't think John's hearing what I'm saying. Golden King. You must be like a 12-year-old that's like taking revenge on like people. If you are in your 20s and you're getting butthurt because of being blocked, man, I don't even know what to say. I have no idea. It's crazy. Yep. Hey, universe, shall I turn Super Saiyan and just obliterate? Or shall I turn Super Saiyan and help? You let me know. I want people to just know that they can live their best life. That's it. Nothing more. Just live your best life. You'll live your best life by just enjoying yourself. I'm not going to be talking about religion stuff anymore. And very second dimensional comment. Yep, this is Jesus. You see what some of these humans have become? They become enslaved by their mind by saying such shit like that. Yeah. I want them to keep talking. Look, see? This is projection right here. Someone saying I have addictions. Yeah. CJ and Shapeshifter and Doc are the level-headed ones right now. I'm only focusing on Shapeshifter and CJ right now. Everybody else, not so much. Because CJ and Shapeshifter are they're just observing, they're just watching what's going on. Sometimes you don't say anything. You just watch. Like literally, I'm just watching right now. You know what streams tend to do? They tend to want an emotional reaction. They want you to react so that they want to get into like a particular like battle, like a fight. There's no needing for that. Live a life of joy, people. You have the choice. Yeah, because the monks in Tibet, they live a very peaceful, like they're just at peace. So funny how I was talking about the mind, and then all of a sudden, we're talking about religion. It's funny how humans like to do that. I know. Hey, Olga, good to see you. Isn't it funny just watching people arguing about beliefs? It's beliefs arguing with beliefs. Hi, it's good to have you. Welcome. Another level-headed person who understands what's going on. We get to observe Olga and CJ and Shapeshifter. We get to observe. Yep, just be still. You just gotta watch. Just gotta watch. Oh man, this is great. This is actually training. You all are actually training me to be. This is perfect actually right now, because this is training my patience, which is good. I know. I think Golinkin said that you're afraid or something about my thing being threatened. I don't care. It is what it is. You are that which you was before all those beliefs. Be still and know. Exactly. Exactly, Olga. You came on at the either perfect time, or you came at the at an interesting time. I was supposed to end the stream though. I was supposed to go and take my lunch, but I was talking with Shapeshifter. It was just me and him, and then all of a sudden all these people showed up with their religious stuff, because me and him were just chatting about stuff. Yeah, I'm just watching. I'm literally watching the game unfold right now. We have this one up here who is still butthurt because I blocked him. Right, that's why he's dropping big old capital letters and throwing little devil emojis, thinking that he's some cool shit. If I get to make fun of Jesus here, I'll subscribe. I'm not here for you to make fun of Jesus, but I'm not here for you to subscribe to any ideology. I don't care if you subscribe. I just want you to live a life of joy. That's it. Nothing more. If you want to make fun of Jesus, that's on you. That has nothing to do with me. But this is not what this channel is about. This is about helping you master your mind. Nothing more. But most humans, they need to come to a space. So Olga, you know this. They need to come to a space to let out their hostility, because they're feeling it. It's entrenching them right now. So they must find an outlet to like beam it out. And I'm the perfect person for that. I get joy from real humans with sincere intentions. Amazing. That's good. My intentions are pure. I want you to live a life of joy. And if you're doing that, then there's nothing for me to tell you. Nothing more. Underboss? Yeah, underboss. You're good. You're perfect as you are. They are so adamant in making others believe because they don't believe themselves. Yep. And Shapeshifter, I want you to know that that's exactly it. And I used to do it. I was just like them like 10, 15 years ago. Now, I didn't care about humans back then. But when someone, I wanted you to just you had to be right. You had to be right. We'll bring you down to like one-dimensional comment now. But yeah, shapeshifter, it's those who are pushing their like, we all are projecting. That's the thing I wanted to share. Like, I was projecting too, but I was projecting that your mind is the one that's creating the story. So I'm projecting awareness essentially. So these guys are projecting beliefs. I'm not here projecting beliefs. I'm here to project awareness, because we're all projecting. And projecting is not a bad word or a good word. It's just a word. But the thing is, like, the ones who are needing to project their beliefs onto others is because, like you said, they want you to either be saved, because it's some noblistic thing that God is giving them, like some sort of favor to do, that they need to save as many people as they can. And I had that feeling too, that if I'm saving people, that means God's going to reward me. So there's an underlying thing that if they're being rewarded, that God's going to favor them. God's always favoring you no matter what. But there's that, and then there's this ideology where right, they have to be right 100%, and no other thing can be right in the world. Everything else must be that. I just said that they're all right. You're all right. You're all perfect. That's why there's no point. Right? Wasting energy on third dimensional or second dimensional minds that are acting like sheep is not what a multi-dimensional mind does. They just observe. Nothing more. So Caillou does the internet, you're just twisting shit too. This is not a dictatorship. Don't be throwing bullshit like that. Come on now. I'm gonna ban you soon enough, Caillou does the internet, only because you're you're funny. But I'm not even bothered, dude. I'm good. Why are you so bothered that I blocked your ass back in San Diego on my other stream? Why are you dropping like capital letters in the chat and throwing all kinds of By the way, thank you so much for feeding my algorithm. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why are you so heated, bro? If you were so ascended, I think it was you who told me I should renounce my paganism or whatever it was. It was some shit like that. You told me to renounce my paganism or some bullshit like that. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. That doesn't bother me. That's just simply pointing out the fact that you're just operating from a third dimensional perspective. Has no bother. I see what you're doing. Nice try. You're playing this little reverse psychology game. I know what you're doing. So now, this is what I'm going to do. Except for I'm going to drink some water. I do need to put that water in the fridge. Caillou, get the hell out of here, bro. So we have Shapeshifter, Olga, CJ. Look at what's happening. So we have someone who's hating me. We have someone who's projecting fear right now. We have people who are projecting their beliefs, and we are just watching and observing. Yeah. It's considered snoring to use all capitals. It's immature. Most channels will ban you for continually doing it. Honestly, CJ, let him be here. You know why? Because he's allowing his energy to free up all that pent-up rage that is within his soul. And I'd rather him do it here than he goes somewhere else and all hell breaks loose somewhere else. Yeah, you're good. It's us shouting. Yeah. It's good, CJ. I'm good. I'm not even bothered by him. Let him keep throwing his comments that they have no meaning to me. I'm just reading his words, but doesn't bother me. He's gonna throw more capital words at us shortly. Just observe, y'all. Just observe. Nothing more. All you need to do is observe at this point. I'm gonna go grab food just now, but just observe. Yeah, exactly. It is. Let them throw the watch hours. They're doing me a favor. They're engaging, even though I don't want their attention, to be honest. I really don't. I want to be talking to people like you and Shapeshifter, right? I want to be speaking with you and Shapeshifter and Olga and Doc and those who were listening, and we were having a great conversation prior to all of that happening just now in the chat. But yeah, if they're gonna feed my watch hour, may as well. Not even a month into this channel, I'm already at 1.2k watch hours, so that's good. We're getting close to the 3,000 watch hour. We don't need 4,000 anymore, it's 3,000. They dropped the requirement. I honestly wasn't going to be even streaming on YouTube, to be honest. I was going to be going on Kick, but here we are. I'm glad I decided to do YouTube still. You know, the funny thing is, the ones who hate me so much are the ones that keep coming back. Isn't it ironic how they just keep coming? Because there's something deep down that is unresolved within themselves, and they need to lash it out. But it's okay, because I want them to release that energy that they have pent up, the frustration and rage, so that I can... I'm not here to win them over. I don't care for that. I want them to just let it out. Better to let it out here than to go out in the world and do something stupid in the world. So let it out here. Let out your rage. Get it all out. Get it all out, please. Because I'd rather you do it here on a digital platform so that you can be at peace and not go and create some unnecessary chaos in the world in someone else's life. That's it. I used to watch Twitch initially, then Kick, and now YouTube. Nice. Shapeshifter. There was a cherished Christian debater called Sam Samoin that said Hinduism isn't that old because there was no written record. That guy didn't have any basic idea about oral history before writing. Yeah. I destroyed you in today's debate. Okay. You destroyed me. Congratulations. Give yourself a fucking medal. I don't care. I don't play your game. You won. In your world, you're morally superior. I'm inferior to you, Mr. Golden King. So go be somewhere else if you don't want to be here. Or do you want to be here and continue to throw... Again, thank you for feeding my engagement, by the way. I appreciate it. Let's see. CJ. Hinduism isn't a religion in the traditional sense. It's like a mixture of things from many different sources and teachers. Yeah. Yeah. If we can all just teleport back to day one Earth when nothing was named anything, that's where I live. Day one Earth, basically. Of course, I know things called grass and sky and fence and like watch and mic and all that, but I mean, I tend to be on more on like the precipice of day one Earth when nothing was named anything. Had no labels, no meanings, no nothing. Shapeshifter, don't even entertain Golden King. You can if you want. It's your choice if you want to engage in that, but there's no need to. Justin, good to see you, bro. Super chat is off because this channel hasn't reached the time, number one, and the subscriber count. But I'm not interested. If it happens, it happens. I'm good either way. There's a link in my first video. I should put it in every description that you can just, you know, if you want to support the channel, you can. No big deal if you do or you don't. I'm good either way. That's the one thing I'll never ask for is subscribers, likes, or if you want to donate. Like if you want to support, cool. If you don't, no big deal. It is what it is. I'm good. If home soakers have been around, some Nike would be nice, or some. I want to get like an Adidas headband. That's so true, CJ. That's a bar. That's a bar right there, dude. That's a bar. There's people. I'm all open for people like having friendly debates, but when or Lululemon works too. That's fine. That works. They have the U logo, right? Like the upside down U. I think that's Lululemon. I believe that's Lululemon. I don't actually have anything Lululemon. It's not a place I shop, to be honest, but maybe they might surprise me. But yeah, I'm up for people debating, but keeping it very respectful. Like, you know, this is what I believe, and, you know, I respect your belief. If people were more like that, it would be fine. But, like, people dropping, they're like, no, it has to be this way. It has to be that way. It has to be this way. That is where I'm like, okay. CJ is similar to you, Shapeshifter. So he's on the same, he understands the same things that we were talking about, and you understand the same things. Like, you two are actually on the same awareness level. Just so you know. So you two are actually, you guys talk the same kind of like way. So just be mindful. You two are actually in alignment, not in misalignment. This is why I said the power of words can create or destroy things in an instant. I know, but like, yeah, you got to put that emoji, bro. I didn't know if it was a joke. I'm just. It's funny. Justin, Lululemon or Adidas? I'd probably go for Adidas over Lululemon. I don't know. I have no products from Lululemon, and I have no idea what their stuff is like, so I'd probably go Adidas. Let's see. That's why when I met someone who's just like us, we kind of clash. I can't handle another Justin. But why would you need to clash? Well, here's the thing. I want to share something about spiritual for a moment, like spiritual people. Spiritual people, they put it on as their identity. Generally, not everybody, but a lot of the spiritual archetype they embody it as like, and I did it too, right? Doing like, you know, wearing shea butter and drinking green smoothies and making sure that I can't eat meat, and, you know, having to do like 10 million different water fasts and, you know, stuff like that. Nothing wrong with these things, but then it became a personality. Because if one day those things, if one days I, right, that, exactly that as well. If one day those things disappear, aren't you still going to be technically spiritual, even without those things? Right? If for whatever reason one day those things just disappeared, wouldn't you still be technically spiritual? Even though I don't use that term as much anymore. I'm just saying we're just a being of infinite potential permeating a human body now. So, like for me, that's why I don't get tripped up with like things like that anymore. It's not, if it's helping someone in their life to get them at least somewhat grounded, use it, right? Use it. But eventually the training wheels will have to come off. The problem is people create a dependency around it. And that's why I said to someone one time, I'm like, so if for example, astrology just disappeared, like you have no more maps, you have no more zodiac signs, are you going to be able to function with yourself, or are you going to start to worry? Because you're letting decisions from the stars tell you what you should be doing in your life. I had this thing with a woman. Well, you probably could. I had this thing with a woman. She's like, I don't like men of fire. Men of fire. I'm like, wait, are you referring to like the sign? She's like, yeah, I'm referring to like Aries. And I'm like, so are we playing Pokemon now or something? She's not the only one. There's another woman that did the same thing. I find that I see a lot of women specifically do this. Not everyone, of course. I've seen some men do this too, where we're playing fucking Pokemon with people. Oh, I can only be with a fire type. What? So anyway, so when I asked her, like, when you say you only want to date like water type people, like, so you're referring to like people that are Cancer, that are Scorpio. I'm tempted to remember all of them. Scorpio, Cancer, Pisces. Yeah. And she's like, yeah, I have to be with one of those guys. I'm like, okay, so you need to be with one of those guys because you think it's compatibility. Yeah. So if someone who is fire, right, who had they checked off the check box, right? Oh, it's an energy thing, Orion. I'm like, I know it's an energy thing, I get it, but if it truly is an energy thing, then you should know that you have the ability to change your energy at any time. That's a real bar. Which Power Ranger does she prefer? Probably the Blue Ranger, bro. What's up, Light? Good to see you, dude. She probably prefers the blue. I think she prefers the Blue Ranger, not the Red Ranger. She definitely doesn't like the Red Ranger. She likes the Blue Ranger. You just missed the whole Christian thing happening in the chat. If you scroll up, you'll see a whole bunch of Christian things going on in the chat. I was just watching and observing. But anyways, I was talking about like, if these things I call them the training wheels. If the training wheels fell off your bike one day, wouldn't you have to know how to start riding the bike? You'd have to start to stop being dependent on the training wheels. And that's what happens with a lot of people in the spiritual realm or the spiritual like community. They get tripped up with like, oh, I gotta date somebody who's Cancer. I'm good, dude. How are you? Good stuff. Good to meet you, by the way. I'm doing great. So Glad to have you on. Is it Rank? Yeah. Good to have you on. So like, if for one day that all zodiac signs just disappeared, are you going to still be able to function without your zodiac signs? Right? Because this is where I started to come to my senses and my remembrance. I'm like, wait a minute. Whether we see dude in the sky, you're welcome. I didn't read your full comment, but I think it was maybe I'm drawn to you. I say something, you give an alternative spiritual present, and I didn't realize maybe. No, it's okay. You're good. You're good. Do you think you can manifest a healthy leg after a muscle nerves down? You can, but you're going to have to allow the muscle to heal. This is the physical aspect. The muscle is going to have to heal, but yes, you can actually influence your body to heal. Because imagine, for example, like I gave you a pill that says I can heal your leg with this pill, but it's really just a sugar pill. But I've given you. Thank you, I appreciate you, Rank. Thank you for coming on and saying hello. I gave you a pill and it was a sugar pill, but I told you with such conviction, like this pill is going to heal your leg. Your body is going to not know the difference between that pill and it's going to, aka the placebo. And if you truly have conviction in that pill, your body, aka your mind, will start to send the healing that is necessary for your leg to be healed. It's true, CJ. That's what Shapeshifter was saying earlier too. Shapeshifter was saying exactly the same thing, just used slightly different words, but he's basically saying the same thing earlier. That's why there's anytime any of you see people doing that in your physical world or your digital world, don't entertain it. You can if you want. You do you, right? Just to save yourself a lot of just like mental like gymnastics with them. Just watch. Just watch. Just observe. Because it's like you talking to a brick wall, quite literally. I've had this conversation with my aunt in the physical. And she's like, that's not how it works. I'm like, you're not even listening to me. Like, you want me to listen to you and you want me to agree with you, but you're not even letting me speak. Is that very Christian of you to do that? She didn't like when I said that. She was very upset when I said that. But I told her straight to her face whether she liked it or not. If you want me to listen to you, then at least have the courtesy to listen back. This is how conversations work. Two-way street. Well, hello there, Chelsea. Good to see you. I hadn't seen you all day. I was like wondering, did Chelsea, is all good with her? She probably was busy today. I'm indifferent to him. He's just another soul doing what he's doing, what he thinks is right for him. I don't really have a perspective on Andrew Tate, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's true, Justin. I mean, right now, I'm just chilling. I'm just hanging out. I was going to go grab my food and then drop off the stream, but everybody showed up as soon as I was about to jump off the stream. So here we are. I have good boundaries, but I'm like, you know what? I'll stay on for a little bit. Why not? Why not? So here we are. Thank you, Chelsea. So yeah, I was saying again, to get back to what I was talking about. So when I had that conversation with that girl and she was like saying, yeah, I only date ground type and water type. I'm like, the fuck are we doing here? Are we playing Pokemon? Like, come on. So, I am a great match for her. I wasn't enforcing myself to be with her, but I'm like, I'm a really good match for you. But you want a ground type or water type Pokemon. Okay. I'm like, well, you clearly, that's what you want, that's fine, but just so you know, since you're talking about energy, then you can change your energy at any time. You can be fiery like Leo or Aries. You can be very grounded like Taurus or Capricorn. You can be communicative or very talkative like Gemini, or very balanced like Libra. Those are air signs. Or you can be very flowy and fluid like Cancer and Pisces. Once you know, that's it. But too many people too many people put themselves in a fucking box. So basically, shapeshifter. Yeah, essentially, they're marking themselves because they've spiritualized zodiac signs as like some sort of false like god, right? And it's now become a false god for them. So they spiritualized the zodiac signs that like, oh, so you're Aries, so you're fire, you're all about fire, and you're blazing ahead. And yes, Aries does do that, but that's only if you just associate as just Aries. You are all things. All right, so you have what's up, Kyle? You have the ability to break out of your box, or in a sense, a cube, in every present moment, to be whatever you choose to. Yeah, the often, the prison, the coffin, exactly. The compound, the confines, but I guess that's the same as a prison. Yeah. Exactly. That's what people who are especially in the dating, if any of you are single right now and you go on dating sites, you will see either, not a lot of men put this in their profile, but a lot of women put this in their profile. They'll put that, they'll put their zodiac sign. Men do it too, I've seen it. They put their zodiac sign, and then they'll be like, looking to connect with someone who is compatible with my zodiac sign. Hello, they're all interconnected with each other. I remember there was another woman, she was married to, she's a Leo, and she dated I think it's a Capricorn, what is it? What's the sign next to, a Virgo. Not a Capricorn, my bad. She was married to a Virgo for years, and she's like, I'm never going to date another Virgo man ever in my life. I'm like, okay, well, you clearly just shot yourself in the foot when you said that, because she put her limitations based on just one guy who operates in the Virgo. Hello, not every dude or every chick is the same in the same zodiac sign. Stupid. Exactly, Kyle. Spot on, dude. Nailed it. They're looking for this. They're looking for it. Astrology is fun to read, but it sounds like guys, every decision with astrology. Kind of, Charles. Yeah. She does guide every decision with astrology. So, like I told her, if your astrology disappeared one day, can you be guided without your astrology? Or will you be a little helpless human who can't figure it out for yourself? Of course, I'm very blunt. That doesn't sit well with people because it triggered the fuck out of her when I said that. But it's not that I was being mean. I was just saying, listen, can you focus without needing something external to tell you what you need to do? This guy doesn't know Jack, you all need something to do. Oh, we got another one. Hello. We got another one. Welcome. Just a man named James. Projection. welcome. We will let him entertain us for a little bit. Bring forth what is inside of you and you'll be saved. Exactly. Kyle, bro, I'm glad you said what you just said there. You already figured it out. And because of that, there's nothing I need to tell you because you already know where the answers reside. Within. Well, I think their mindset is that they're used to it to make the best decision in life. While without it, they're basically just like first year college student without it. Yeah, that's true. That's a good way of putting it. It's definitely a good way of putting it. And look, there's this is the thing. There's nothing wrong with having help. That's not what I'm talking about. My thing is your dependency around it, right? Your dependency, because the moment it gets ripped away from you, who are you in that moment without it? That's basically the question that I leave for everybody. Like, you can use it. You can let it dictate your life. You can let it, do whatever you need to do in life. But who are you when it disappears? Will you be able to navigate the world without said thing? This is having true autonomy of oneself. Most humans, they say they need to be guided. That's not entirely true. Yes, you need some help, for sure. But the thing is, once you know who you are and you figured it out within, because all the answers are right here, and trust and know that you're capable of managing and going through reality, you let go of dependency of things and you allow things to unfold. So, yes, have help. Please, get the help. If using the zodiac signs help you, use it. But don't be always dependent upon it, because there's going to be a time where it will disappear. Biggest Sigma in India. Well, shapeshifter, go for it, bro. I don't care about being Sigma or Alpha. I don't care about all that. But, yeah. I believe in everything and nothing. I use what works and disregard the rest. Kyle, am I saying your name right? Yes, I am saying your name right. Kyle, yes, spot on, bro. That's exactly how I roll, dude. I believe in everything and nothing at the same time, and I allow things that actually work. And if the others just don't work, think of it like a tool. Right now, I need a hammer. I need to hammer something in, or I need the drill now to drill in something, or I need a screwdriver to just undo something. That's basically what it is. It's just a tool for me now. All tools are helpful when you require it, but other times it's when you know yourself, you don't really need it either. So that's why I was saying earlier, for that person who's yeah, I can only date ground type and water type men. I'm so you've now reduced us to Pokemon essentially. Because when she said that, it's I can only date water and ground type. I'm okay. Clearly, I'm glad I'm not going to be in a relationship with you. Clearly. Because that in itself shows me Jesus does love me, and he loves you too. And I love Jesus very, very much. He means the world to me. Appreciate you. Yeah. So when she reduced that to ground type and water type, I only date sane people. Yeah, I will only entertain a relationship with someone who actually knows who they are. Caillou, does the internet still here, huh? He's just hiding out in the background, just enjoying his time, dropping in his little stuff. My rap sheet? There is no rap sheet. I don't know. I don't actually know what that means. Can you elaborate? That sounds like potentially some Gen Z thing that I'm not sure of. You're on a watch list. That's cool. I'm always on everybody's watch list, aren't I? Do you watch Love Island? You would definitely be cast. You have the look. No, I don't watch reality TV. I know of it, I just don't watch it. Oh, I'm aware of the ones. I'm aware that I'm on the ones that actually count. Because they know that I'm a sort of a thorn in their side because of all the damage that they're doing to the planet, but it's okay. That's a good way of saying that, Kyle. Oh, bro, I'm not just a national threat. I'm a universal threat. I'm not just a threat to the Earth. I'm a threat to the entire universe. And not just the universe. I'm the threat to the multiverse. It's funny. Gonna have to see you home. Okay. I know where my home is. Yeah. Those reality shows are vapid and pointless. But they can also take you next. That's true. They do have that. The problem is, like, I don't want to do it that way. But we'll see. Because I didn't come here to play the same game like everybody else is playing. Not that every one of you is playing the same game, because you're not. A lot of you who are playing your game exactly the way you're supposed to. Others are kind of just following other people and playing the same, game. Very two-dimensional. Honestly, there's been part of me is like, I wish I didn't know this stuff. I really didn't want to know this stuff. But I asked for it, so asking it's given. Because I set up the game before I came. Even all this. Yeah, see, the thing is, on those shows, like, I've seen Big Brother and stuff. I'm like, people really have time to be doing what they're doing on those shows? Like, yeah. Nah. I like Stardom, don't get me wrong, but not in that type of way. I don't like doing like the Logan Paul kind of things, or the I Show Speed kind of things, or the Mr. Beast kind of things. Like, those three, I love them. They're great people for who they are as, souls, but what they do is not entertaining to me by any means. I watch some of their stuff, I'm like, what's so interesting about this? The fuck? You can kind of say I'm very disconnected from, like, the human stuff to some degree. Yeah. The people that watch don't even get paid. They pay to watch. Well, Chelsea, I don't know. We'll see. I'm open to anything. It's just, not to sell the soul, but Well, his soul, all of our soul, I'm not going to get into that. There's no point me answering that question. That's a trap question right there. Nope. Never mind. Not going to answer that one. Next. There's no point. There's no point answering that question. There's literally no point. So I'm not going to bother. Next. You know the funny thing is, well, Logan Paul's mind might act like a douche, but his soul is not in control. His mind is in control. There's two versions of you. There's a version of you that has been controlled by the mind, and there's a version of you that's controlled by the soul. Everybody's soul, whether you want to believe this or true, watch. The moment I say this, watch. Look at all the hells that's about to break loose. Watch. I'm about to say Shapeshifter, Chelsea, Justin, CJ, and anybody else who've been here, who've heard me say this before. Just watch. Look at the hell that's about to happen. I'm about to do it. Everybody's soul is technically one and the same. It's just that we've been split into 8 billion different bodies, and the mind is what's controlling the body. Until you have mastery over your mind, which is having control over your soul and knowing that you're a soul, not the mind. I have respect for Logan Paul's soul. His mind, questionable. Now that I said that, let's see what kind of trap's going to happen. Exactly. Kyle understands. See, Kyle, thank you for showing up, bro. See, more people like you need to be here on this channel who understands this shit. Like, I mean, every one of us have a soul, technically speaking, Shapeshifter, but the mind. Remember, you got to look at. Remember, these individuals are being controlled by the mind. The soul is just kind of lingering. The soul can only do what the soul is doing, but the mind will do whatever it wants to do. The soul wants you to do things in a very kind, loving way, but this mind does not want you to do that. Did I say the mind? Sorry. The soul wants you to do that in a very kind, loving way, but the mind does not want you to do that. The mind wants to do it in a very, I don't know, pretentious way, I guess. Holier than now. That's how the mind works. Holier than now and very pretentious. The soul doesn't operate from a holier than thou or pretentiousness. It operates from a genuine, kind, very peaceful, and like caring version. Yeah, exactly. Not just the body, but like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm surprised no one else jumped in and like, threw their, their stuff that was happening earlier in the chat. It's good. The chat's at peace right now. But I didn't come here to hold back on things that I need to talk about, but I came here to share mainly the mind. But yes, to Logan Paul and iShowSpeed and Mr. Beast and Marquez Brownlee and all the big YouTubers and influencers of the world who forgot who they are from the soul level, do I respect their minds? Well, I mean, they are doing what they think is right. There's no judgment at this point, but I don't entertain a lot of their stuff. It just is. So, yeah. So that's why I said I have respect for everyone's soul, but not the mind. Not necessarily the mind. Because the mind is what's controlling the soul. There's a picture I have on my tablet that basically points out exactly what I just talked about. There's a picture of they use the brain as the vehicle, but that's referring to the mind, because most people point to their mind up here, but your mind is actually everywhere. And the brain threw the heart into a cage and locked up and has the key. And I'm like, I'm doing this for your own good. That picture speaks a lot of volumes when you look at it. I can show it to you if you want to see it. I made my own little captions with it. But the mind's basically saying, I know what's best for you, heart, and I'll throw you into a jail and you can never be used. but the mind doesn't know what's best. The mind thinks it knows what's best, but the mind doesn't know what's actually best for it. The soul knows what's best for it. It's true, Chelsea. But you know, there's other people. That's why I've been posting on well, I'll be having this. I have to post on social media if I want to be out there, right? Because the goal is to get onto the podcast, the big podcast, not really the TV shows, but the podcasts, like the Joe Rogans, the Lewis Howes, the Impact Theory with Tom Bilyeu, the Mel Robbins podcast, like those podcasts, because they're hitting the big numbers of people who keep being finessed by the mind, and they won't quit. The mind doesn't quit on them. I spent years with like Mel Robbins and Lewis Howes, and they got me to where I got to for that moment, but they couldn't take me any further. They keep you at a little bit of a cap. No, I know reality stars get on podcasts too. I've seen them. It's just that I don't really want to do that way. But we'll see. I'm open. I'm not closed off. I'm letting things unfold. Kyle, the soul is more than a fragment of the device. Everyone is born has the exact same thing inside of them. Yeah. I think Kyle meant it the way... You're both accurate, by the way. But yes, there is a saying that you're not in the body's in you. Which means that the body's in the soul, not the other way around. But either way, they're both fine. They're both okay. No thoughts? Yeah, Kyle, you're spot on. It is within us. And that soul is like, whether permeating around the body or within, it works either way. It's, you know, Jesus did his best with explaining his words. NBA Finals, I don't even know who's in the finals, to be honest. If it isn't a California team, if there is a California team in there, then cool. But I know there's no California team. And since there's no California team or a Toronto team, I don't really care about the finals. But I don't I don't care about like sports in that aspect that, you know, this team's got to win, you know. Sports does two things. It can create unity and destroy and create separation all in the same breath. That's a paradox of sports. It can unite a nation and destroy neighboring nations, like us versus them. That's why I don't watch sports. Like in that aspect, I watch it for the sheer fact that two teams are getting to enjoy just having fun. But they're not seeing it that way. They're playing to win. So, for me, no matter who wins or doesn't win, is still a winner in my eyes. Yeah. So, for me, I watch sports, but I don't watch it the way like, oh, that team's got to win. Like when the Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers were in the MLB Finals, I figured, okay, you know what, Toronto's in the, they're the only Canadian team that's supporting, that's representing Canada. But I wasn't impartial to like it has to be Toronto. It'd be cool if they won, but at the same time, they are still winners in my book. They came a long way. They did what they needed to do. Los Angeles won. And I was happy either way, but I was happy to see that, my two places ultimately they were in the finals. No. No. So we got just observe again. The chat's going to be filled with that. back to Kyle and Shapeshifter though. You guys are right. You're both right, and it's accurate. Both of you are accurate. That's why so many people who read the Bible forget that they think it's a kingdom that's like in some off land. No, it's right here. That's why the Bible isn't a religious book, it's a metaphysics book. It's okay, Chelsea. Let them. I let people just speak and say whatever they want. If it's making them feel better about themselves, hey, let them do it. I don't care. At this point, like, this is training my patience. This is training my, just my ever-present moment to not be caught up in the whirlwind of the mind. Because, like, nothing can truly affect you unless you give it power. This is a bar. Nothing can truly affect you unless you give it power over you. That's really a bar. So, that's why I said let them. Let me smoke out Caillou does the internet for a moment. I'm gonna take a grenade, smoke him out. If Mr. Caillou of the internet or does the internet, you know, if he's hiding in the background, you know, he says, like, he projects the fears, like, oh, Ron, you got to be careful. It's dangerous out there, right? Okay. Fourth dimension is, there's various different things. There's time, and that fourth dimension is, it's not really time per se, but most people use the fourth dimension as time. The fifth dimension is the oneness. I don't really operate from the fourth, I operate from a fifth, where everything is all one thing. But fourth does start to encompass oneness, but there's still a little bit of duality in the fourth dimension. Not as much of here on the planet, because we created separation based on, like, you know, this chair is separate from me, but even though I'm one with the chair, right? But in the fifth, none of this is, all of these things are just all interconnected. Yeah, exactly, time space. So some say it's time space, some say it's not time, some say it's the oneness. That's the fifth and beyond. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, those are the ones most people, you know, 12th is like ultimate consciousness, but if you really think about it, the fifth is ultimate consciousness already. So, like, I don't get trapped up with all the other dimensions. Like, once you pass this third dimension into the other dimensions, everything starts to become one. It's just one again. It can't get any more one than it is already. You just can't. Once you're in those dimensions, it's just... This is why I said, like, when I see somebody arguing or fighting or whatever in the chat, I'm like, they're just doing it to themselves, because I and them are one and the same, even though they'll think, no, he's my mortal enemy. If Golden King, if you're still here, I'm going to smoke you out with a smoke grenade. Whew. I just smoked him out. Let's see if he's here. If Golden King is still here, he'd be like, no, I made it my sworn mission to be your enemy, your enemy, your enemy. I did summon you for a moment. I just threw a smoke grenade just to see if you're there. And sure enough, you are. So I smoked you out. So you're good. Nothing more. Bro, what's your fascination with lunch? I'm good. I'm not hungry. I'm not that hungry. You want me to eat? I can go eat. I'm not hungry though, but I can go eat. If you want me to eat in front of all of you, I'll eat. No big deal. I'll go grab a meal, but you all have to kind of just wait like 10-15 minutes while I go and prepare all my stuff. Don't be too concerned with my body. I'm good. I know my body well enough to go eat when not to eat. I've given myself many days where I either eat a lot or I eat nothing at all. I'm very flexible like that. Hey, very nice. Enjoy it. I'm stuck in a hotel while repairs on my truck are getting done. Gotcha. Cool, Kyle. Enjoy that chicken, bro. I'm going to also probably have some chicken or something as well. I have my hash browns to eat because I didn't eat my hash browns this morning. So it is 2 o'clock, so I may as well go grab my meal. I summoned the demon. Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm going to say stuff that's going to not sit well with a lot of people at times. And it's okay. It is what it is. But look, there are people like Kyle, who has never seen me before, who's shown up, who already understands what I'm talking about. See? Do you see both sides? We had people earlier before Kyle showed up dropping all kinds of like, Jesus must save you because you're going to go to hell. Okay. Does it look like I'm living in hell though? I'm at peace. I work 1 day a week. I have amazing clients. I get to spend time doing whatever I want on my own time. The weather's great. I get to see people like you. I don't think I'm living a life of hell. Unless this is considered hell. But I don't think so. Well, I know already, but, you know, based on the third dimensional mind, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, I've had those before. They're good. They're good. I mean, halal, non-halal. For me specifically, it's just life force energy that was given. I'm not the one that's going to go and snare an animal and, like, you know, do that. I will never go and do that. Now, if somebody already did that, you know, I send the forgiveness for the animal's behalf internally before I have consume their body. It's so weird saying it like that, but it is what it is. But when I'm in San Diego, I'm not going to eat as many animal products. Unfortunately, while I'm here in Toronto, you know, they complain about, you're not eating. There was a moment where I went straight on vegan, and let's just say, like, I spent all this money and and I'm just complaining. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, whatever. So when I'm living on my own, I'll just be eating less and less and less meat products. I still like it, but less and less and less. It's not because of some morality thing. It's just sometimes it's a little heavy on the body as well. I think only on like my upper body days I'll have more protein. My lower body, I mean, I work on my lower body a lot, but yeah, shapeshifter is a good question. It's everywhere. It's everything. It's every atom, molecule, energy and matter, every proton, neutron, electron. You guys will be able to hear me, but you won't see me for a bit. I'm going to go grab my food. It's every proton, neutron, and electron. Have some dishes to wash. Okay, so what are we doing here? Let's just eat this. That's the beautiful thing, having a wireless microphone. Not that though. There's a bunch of containers here that are falling down. Gotta move it out of the way. Gotta get that parchment paper. Those who have ears, or those who have hearts that are open to hear will listen and will hear. Those whose hearts are closed and don't have ears that are open will not hear. It's just that simple. That's a bar, by the way. Not everybody is, I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I just want everybody to live their best life. That's it, nothing more. Orion, no, we can't live our best life. That's what some of the minds are saying right now. It's not possible, Orion. Sure it is. You have to decide. No, I can't decide. So, you want to see the paradox right now? You said that you can't decide to live a best life, but you decided that you can't decide. When I figured out that the mind is a paradox of itself, that's when everything changed. Because what you tell yourself ultimately is what you're going to get. A lot of people are subscribing to lack. So they're basically saying they have an abundance of lack. Think about that for a moment. Let that one permeate. They have so much, they're saying that they have so much like fear and lack, that they're basically saying that they have so much fear and lack in their life, which is an abundance in the reverse way. Pretty odd, isn't it? All right, what are we doing here? I might just have my hash browns. Screw it, I'm gonna make eggs. Screw it. I'm just gonna do it. There's nothing in the fridge that I want to eat. Except for the vegetables. I'll be out in like 15 minutes. I have my abs to do. Our brother T-Bray, he went on vacation. He went to Myrtle Beach. So he won't be on the stream at all. Or maybe he might pop in and say hello. Screw it. I'm gonna bring you guys upstairs in the kitchen. Otherwise, y'all will just be watching a wooden fence. I won't be responding too much in the chat though, so I'm just gonna be focusing on cooking. Just the eggs. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Let's go. Going upstairs into the kitchen. Do, do, do. Have to wash that. I think that's okay. I got eggs to do. Cooking with Orion. It's just eggs. Made a little bit of a mess. Nice. I need to put extra virgin olive oil. Just a little butter. We don't need too much. And a little bit of this as well. Nice. It's good for you. Extra virgin olive oil. Okay, cool. Put this back in the fridge. For me, I like to be organized. I don't like things all over the place. I don't like chaos. Kyle, let's see. I suppose God is some sort of energy. God is something that is whole unto itself. What does that mean to be whole unto itself? I can answer that, but I'll let you two have that conversation. Because it's really simple, but the mind won't accept the answer. I'll tell you what it is, but the mind won't allow you to accept it. Every action, everything, every word, every concept, all things basically it just is. That's what God really is. It's found in everything you can think of. From every moment, from every action, every word, every substance, everything. Even this action of me putting the egg into this pan is part of God. All of it. From eating, to making, to to washing all of it. Because everything, let's lower that down. Let's check the hash browns. Let's put some vegetables into. We got carrot, broccoli, and some celery, I think. And some red pepper. Lots of broccoli. I could have put it in my egg, but it's okay. 216. Some dishes I need to wash. Need to check my eggs. Turn you all back this way. I was gonna make. Should I make scrambled eggs? Yeah, screw it. We're gonna destroy the egg now. I was gonna do an omelet, but I was like, fuck it. I'll just mix it up with the vegetables. I was gonna actually make a hash brown sandwich with the eggs, but I figured. Okay. That's good. Fridge. And now we wash. Move that out of the way. I usually wash, clean, and cook at the same time, so I don't like leaving things into the sink. It's one of my habits. Even as I prepare my meal. And I prefer like washing the dishes by hand. We have a dishwasher, I just don't like using it. I like to know that I cleaned the dish with my hands. It brings me joy, by the way, when I'm washing dishes. I actually love doing that. Drying dishes, I mean, it's all right, but I prefer washing. So eggs are done. I can break up the hash brown, or I can leave it as is. I'm going to wash out the pan that I'm cooking. Let's see. But how can it be true to some extent and not rude entirely? Is that to me, shapeshifter? Is that question to me, or is that to Kyle? When I get outside and I see the messages, I will read it more thoroughly, since I'm kind of since I'm focusing on making my meal. That's what the ultimate energy is called. It lives in a state of slow down. Slow down. You don't need to rush. I'm telling the mind to slow down. It doesn't need to rush. We're good. It feels like it needs to rush for some reason. I'm telling it, you don't need to rush. Just like that. Slow down. Gotta get the hash browns out. Good food, good company, an impact. That's all I need in this world, people. I don't need much. I live a very simple life. But what I came here to do isn't going to be, it's not going to look simple to many. It's actually going to think it's going to be extraordinary, but it is really actually very simple. Are you... Alright, you two are having your conversation in the chat. While I finish cleaning. See? Slower is better. Slower is better because you make far less less mistakes. This needs to be drained. All right, cool. Now the hash browns. And I have to go get my water from downstairs in the freezer that I left. It's probably turned to ice. It's probably turned to ice. And I have to swap bottles right now because the other one has been outside for the longest time in the heat. I didn't drink it. I brought it out only to not drink it. Yep, it is warm, very warm. Oh yeah, it turned to ice. I'm gonna bring you guys downstairs, back outside in a moment. Move that. I like to get everything done before I sit down and actually eat. That's why I'm just on the move now. My hash browns are pretty much done. They're a little crispy though. Let's throw. Let's throw some. This is chili flakes, y'all, on my hash browns. And I'm gonna grab a wet paper towel. Empty out the sink. Told you, if I had left you all outside, this is what I would have to deal with, and you wouldn't have been able to see me cook or clean. I do need to use the bathroom, but I'll do that after. I like to make my silly face. And I have to go get my vitamins. Ah, see, it's always something. Go get my vitamins afterwards. Screw it. Put back on the cooler. Turn that on first. Come on. I have to have a cooler on my phone because the phone's just gonna overheat. Oh, see, this has turned to ice because I had it in the freezer for a while. All right, I do apologize for ASMR, but I am gonna take the mic off and I'll leave it here. It's already packaged. The problem is the water. This is the water I took to the trail, and it was hot, so I put it in the freezer and then it froze. Thank you. Yeah, we have eggs, we have carrot, we have broccoli, and we have hash browns. It's food time, Brad. Thank you. I live in my 19... Oh, damn. So are you doing van life, Kyle? Or more like truck life? Because I've done that before, and yeah, I have so much respect for people who live in their cars, trucks, or vans. I'm going to be doing that at some point. I'm going to get one of those like Sprinter vans. Those Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans that like Trent the Traveler. Oh, it's a small RV. Very nice. That's even better. Don't worry. I'm enjoying my food as I wolf it down. That's the one thing. I make sure, even though I eat pretty fast, I enjoy my meal as I'm taking every bite. Yeah, I want one of those, though. I'm going to have one of those. So, Princess, I live in Toronto. Well, I want to say that I'm temporarily visiting Toronto because my goal is to live in San Diego, California. This is Toronto, though. But sooner in the future, I'll be in San Diego. But this right now is Toronto. I've been born and raised here. I moved away for a couple of years from Toronto. I lived in the States for for a year or two here and there. But I had to I was obviously only on my temporary visa. So I basically, most of my time has been here in Toronto. I got all my lessons that I needed to be resolved here. But San Diego is home. Yeah, hash browns are pretty much fried potato. I'm more Shingoku Setsu, not Yoga Fire or Yoga Flame. A good decision to make that egg. Kyle, so much respect to you, dude, for living the way you live, bro. That's quite the experience for sure. Where's my headband? Did I put it inside? I think I put it inside. I gotta go get a haircut like next week or something. Take you all to the barber, and you all hear me and my barber Steve. We chatted up. We always have good conversations, so I look forward for Steve giving me a nice fresh haircut. Steve doesn't have to deal with a wolf like he did last time, though. Last time I went and got my haircut was March 31st, and he's like, "Damn, bro," because he hadn't seen me since before Christmas time. Almost 4 months later. Crazy. So he just had to like dig through a whole bunch of hair and my beard. That wolf style. It's pretty nuts. Because during the wintertime, like I was walking in the cold, snowy temperature. So I needed that extra little bit of like fur to keep me nice and warm. Look at that. Already done.
Come on. Finito. I wasn't expecting ice, but sure. It is what it is. Okay, I need to go wash this stuff out now. I don't need to bring you back upstairs for me to go wash one plate. Get my vitamins. Maybe have an apple. A yogurt maybe. Let the body settle and then go do my ab exercises. Yep. Spot on, Kyle. And spot on as well, Shapeshifter. You're both spot on what you both shared in the chat there. What? Exactly, you get to choose. Okay, let me go tackle this quickly. Get my vitamins, aka placebo vitamins. Whew. See, it took longer to make than to eat. Just like that. It took longer to make the meal or to prepare the meal than it took to eat the meal. But I enjoyed preparing it. I hope this apple is actually like crunchy. First, let's wash this out. I do need to use the bathroom. I promise you, you will not be taken to the bathroom. No ASMR of that. And just so you all know, just to be a little vulnerable, on my other channel, I accidentally had brought my microphone 3 times to the bathroom. Not doing number 2, but number 1. And people were like, is that water falling? I'm like, fuck. I totally forgot I had the microphone on, so I'm very vigilant every time I go to the bathroom if I have the microphone on. That's why there's nothing that I can feel ashamed about or embarrassed about anymore or humiliated about. I've been through all kinds of shame, humiliation, and embarrassment from myself and others. It's allowed me to free myself. Does this pot need to wash? What's going on with this? What's up with this? Why does it feel like this needs... You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to wash it. I don't know why it looks like that. I'm going to wash it. If any of you see a person walking outside, that's my dad. And the person that you were seeing earlier behind me in his robe and whatnot is my dad. I don't like calling people mom and dad because I know what it really is, but out of respect, I still use the word mom and dad. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom quickly. I'm gonna leave the microphone here for a sec. Uno momento.
Okay, cool. Be back down there in a moment. Just finishing up cleaning. I don't like leaving this place in any sort of mess. This is just my own way of being. When I'm home in San Diego, you'll always basically see me like cleaning. I love cleaning. It brings me a sense of joy. Doesn't mean that if I don't clean, I don't have joy. Because I don't rely on external things to give me internal feelings. That's a bar, write it down. I allow myself to experience the external, but not be tethered to it. Yogurt. Spoon. Nice. Open door. Almost there. Slow down, body. Slow down. You don't need to rush. The body and the mind are excited because there's people to actually talk to, who actually want to actually converse. Because on the other stream, when YouTube decided to sort of block the channel from all of you and couldn't be seen by the world, I had to get comfortable with speaking by myself. Oh, you're welcome, dude. You don't have to thank me for that. That's all of you guys. All right, I'm gonna take off my mic because ASMR. Unless you want to hear me chewing apple, I don't know if any of you like that. So. Every time. I love apple. Am I OCD? Honestly, a little bit. I do have OCD. Thank you, Memamisky. Good to see you, bro. A little bit. When it comes to cleaning, yeah, I do. I like things in their place. Like, it's okay if something's like out of place, but I do like things in its spot. So I will do its thing to. The words are not coming out right now. Slow down. I just have to laugh at myself for a moment. Let me slow down. I like things in its own space, in its own place. It's okay if it is out of its place. It doesn't need to be like right then and there, but I do love cleaning. There, that's what I wanted to say. That's good, dude. That's how you're supposed to do it all along, bro. That's good. Good stuff. I'm proud of you. You're doing great. Keep that up. The recycling people. I'm going to go grab the recycling bin in a moment. Sure does. Good to see you, Nina. I'm going to continue to talk, but I don't think everybody wants to hear ASMR chewing, so not everybody likes that. I remember one time I was chewing apple and was like, could you do me a favor? Could you move the mic away from your mouth while you're eating? I'm like, oh, my bad. And I just like, sure. So out of respect, I'm just going to leave it a little bit further away. Well, normally so I work only one day a week. I work on Mondays and I have clients around the world. Every other day is just open, but usually I do my workouts. I haven't done my ab routine today. So I have a very specific like workout routine or regimen throughout the week. So Mondays are upper body with abs. Tuesdays are lower body with abs. Wednesdays are upper body again with abs. Thursdays are just abs, so it's like active rest day. Friday is full body. Saturday is jump rope, and Sunday is cardio. So essentially for me, the rest of my day is just going to be spent just, enjoying my time, chilling. I don't really go out too much anymore, only because what I want is not physically here. It's in San Diego. Mountains and ocean, and I have more of my people living there in the physical. I do have some connections here, but I prefer my people over there. When I'm walking earlier in the day, I walk my trail and I share my insights and my perspectives about things. Like today's lesson was on projection. Usually when I come back to the house, I usually do like a little bit of a wrap up, but I was going to wrap up and I saw a whole bunch of people jump on. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm staying on for a bit. So here we are. So normally my days from Tuesday to Sundays are usually just open. I do whatever I feel like it, basically. I live that kind of life. I get to do whatever I want. If I want to go take a trip somewhere, I could. I have to get my passport renewed recently, and it just came like a couple weeks ago, which is great. So now I can start booking flights again. Thank God. I couldn't travel for 6 months because I didn't want to take the chance of my passport being close to expiring, and due to the fact that it was going to expire, they could potentially turn me back and be like, your passport's about to expire, so we can't let you pass. I'm like, then what the hell is the point of an expiry date? So I didn't want to take that chance. I don't want to buy a ticket and then I have to. I could have, of course, refunded it, but it's just annoying to go through all that hassle. So now that my passport is back, ready to rock and roll, the new one, I can travel. But right now I'm just building some funds up, and I'm enjoying my weather in Toronto because right now the weather is really good here. If it was like 2 months ago right now, so April 4th, it was cold as shit. We still had winter here. We still had snow falling. So I'm glad that it's closer to summer now and we're getting some warm weather, so I'm taking advantage of it as much as I can. And if this was wintertime, I'd still be outside, but I wouldn't be sitting out here. I'd be freezing my ass off. Those are my plans, Princess. What about yourself? By the way, I don't really ask too many questions of any of you because, it's not that I'm not curious about any of you. It's just more so privacy. I don't really want to know anybody's business, to be honest. So that's why I don't really ask too many questions, except for, what are the beliefs that you're thinking, or why do you believe that to be true, those kinds of stuff. But I don't ask people of their names or where they're located, unless they say where they're located and things like that, just because of, privacy for all of you. So to answer that question one more time, I'm just going to be basically doing my workout in about 30 minutes or so. That's about it. I was supposed to end the stream though, but we'll see. If I stay on, I stay on. If I don't, I'll be jumping off. I'll let my intuition tell me. Come on. I saved the seeds, by the way. I go plant them. My way of giving back. I don't know if Shapeshifter and Kyle are still here, but I didn't really get to read through your chats, but I think you guys had a really good conversation about what you were talking about earlier. See, if people more like you all were open to just hearing each other out without, like, you know, verbal vomit and verbal assaulting, the world would get along easier. But, you know, I did get to peek at some of the things you guys were saying, and I'm like, oh, they're having a good conversation. I'll leave them to it. You never know who you'll meet on a stream. And you never know who you might connect with on the stream itself. That's why it's important to know that. Hold on. Garbage. Oh yeah, the sun is cooking me right now. How awesome. How awesome. I love it though. I love it. I'll be parking my workout mat out in the sun since now here it has more shade. And yeah. Finito. I'll put these seeds away. I have a little container for them because I'm gonna go plant all of them soon enough in the trail. That way, when people are walking the trail, they might have something to eat. Of course, it's not gonna grow during the winter time, but it definitely will grow during the summertime. It's my way of giving back. It's given to me, so I may as well give back, right? That's how I see things. Give and receive. And speaking of giving and receiving, most of us love to give, but we don't like to receive. And it's important to receive because it's the natural order of the universe to receive things. But the thing is, so many of us have this weird perception of like, oh, don't give it to me. No, I'm okay. It's okay. But that's what the universe wants you to do. It wants you to receive. Nothing's wrong with receiving. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing to receive. There are people who don't give and who just receive all the time. And then there's the other side of the spectrum. That's why there's balance. Oh, you do? Very nice, Nancy. Yeah. Water's my favorite thing to drink, next to a protein shake. I don't drink anything else though. Well, that's not true. In the wintertime, I drink a hot chocolate here and there. I was a tea fanatic many years ago, and I was always drinking tea. I haven't had a cup of tea since 2024, but that's only because there was a sister in San Diego who's like, tea, tea, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. I'm like, tea? I'm like, no, I'm okay with water. Tea? Sure. What kind of tea do you have? So, nothing's wrong with tea. It's just, I used to drink like 5 cups of tea a day. Actually, nope. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, 1 in the evening, and 1 at night. So 4. But sometimes there was times where I made multiple cups of tea. So there's days I've had like 8 cups of tea. Think about that. It's crazy. And the problem is, the reason why I was drinking tea is because I became dependent on it due to the fact that I one time got off of tea and I got it so addicted that my I was having migraines, and they're so painful. I'm like, why do I have pain? Why do I have headaches right now? Like I don't get headaches. What's up with this? And I realize it's the withdrawal of tea. It's causing the headaches. I'm like, ugh. And the moment I started drinking tea again, it disappeared. So I'm like, how am I going to break this tea habit? So when I went to San Diego for the first time in May of 2023 to see if that's actually my home, which it is, like I went on a vacation to see how San Diego really was. I brought a bag of tea with me, like a Ziploc bag full of teas, but I didn't drink any because I spent so much time outside that, number one, my body didn't need tea anymore, and number two, that I wasn't getting a buzz, I wasn't getting a headache. So I'm like, I finally broke my tea habit. So from that moment on, I haven't drank tea. And then I used to drink coffee when I was younger. I haven't drank any coffee since 16 years old. How many years is that? 32 plus 8, 4, no, wait, 16. My math isn't mathing right now. 24 years. Haven't had a cup of coffee in 24 years. The smell for me is just like, whoa. Just like when anybody smokes weed, I'm like, oh my God. Like, oh. It's rough. It's very, very rough when I smell that stuff. So, yeah, I just, for myself, I don't drink tea or even entertain coffee because the smell of coffee is just too much. Funny though that I'll have a French vanilla. I guess that's considered a coffee to some degree. I've had a couple French vanillas here and there. Maybe I had at most 15 or 20. Hot chocolates I've had a fair bit. During this past winter, it was really, really, really cold. And I'm like, okay, well, I've been walking outside in the cold. I need to find a way to warm up my body. So, what do? I wasn't drinking anything else but water at the time of my protein shake. So I'm like, okay, I think it's fine for me to drink a hot chocolate. It's okay, we're going to work it out. And we did. So. Wow, the chat quiet down. It's all good. This gives me time to just like observe nature and breathe. What a fascinating day. Talking about perspectives and projections. What am I going to talk about tomorrow? I can talk about the present moment. Every perspective, every projection, every perception leads to your present moment, which leads to your paradigm, which leads to your paradox. Yeah, I can call it the present moment tomorrow. Even though present, now, I'll be recycling those words. Well, I don't know if anyone else is here, but probably going to jump off momentarily and get cracking with my my workout, aka my play out. Don't do a number 3. I'm just kind of scrolling through the chat right now, just to see what everybody was saying in the chat. So for those of you, I'm not actually using YouTube. I'm actually using Streamlabs, which then sends me to YouTube. So my chat looks vastly different from yours, but I have all the messages. Just have to scroll up and see it. I'm just reading through. I told you. Man, you two were having good conversation, eh? My goodness. What Shingoku Setsu? If Shapeshifter, if you're still here, dude, Shingoku Setsu is Akuma and his move. Because one person was coming on saying Yoga Flame, so he's basically calling me Dalsim. Yoga Fire and Yoga Flame. That I'm not fucking Dalsim, I'm fucking Akuma. Best recognized, boy. I do eat sausage. I don't eat hot dog though. Big difference. I don't like hot dog. I don't like it at all. It's like, There's a lot of things I don't eat. I don't eat macaroni and cheese. I had a bad incident in high school with macaroni and cheese, and since then I haven't touched mac and cheese ever again. I remember that day when I ate it, I'm like, I was food poisoned for a week. So I haven't had mac and cheese since then, and I'm not missing out on anything, to be honest. There's a lot of things I haven't ever done or don't choose to, like I've never drank or smoked. I never will have any of that shit. Yeah, that too. But mac and cheese for me just doesn't sit well in my stomach. Just no. Yeah, for a lot of people ask me, have I ever smoked or drink? Nope, they can't believe that. For whatever reason, they can't believe that I've never done any of that. But it's true, I haven't touched that. Have I had alcohol before? Yes, but not the drinking one, the one where you put it in food, like in a cake. But that alcohol gets burnt off, so it's not technically alcohol. It's just the flavoring at that point. So like, they call it rum cake. I've had rum cake. Not my favorite cake in the world. It's all right. But yeah. I'm not a big fan of sushi. I've had the raw stuff. I can say that now, and I'm like, nope, don't like it. Steak, yep. Bacon, yep. That, yep. Ribs are my favorite by far. I will gladly get all down and dirty with the ribs. the hands will be all like messy and the face will be, I'll be eating them ribs. I don't care. I like my ribs. Steak, yes, I like steak. And yes, I'm the weird one who likes the steak actually done well, like well done. Most people like their steak medium rare, or like, you know, a little bit of pink. I'm like, nah, I want my thing cooked. Medium, well done. Well done steak, huh? Yeah, I'm that crazy person. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. We have a person spamming in the chat. The Bible stuff. Here we go again. When will we get a break from the Bible stuff? It's funny how Christians like to prove something. Like they need to prove something. We were talking about this earlier, but we're not getting into this. Thank you. I fully receive your compliment. And I do mean that. I am fully receiving your compliment. When will you get a break from smelly browns? Deodorant is your friend. Smelly browns, huh? You know, it's so fascinating how second dimensional minds come on the stream and they think that actually means anything. Really human? Really human? It's great. Remember, Chelsea, what was the thing I said? You know the one. I'm about to drop it, but you can say it. It's great. We had great conversation, and then we stopped for a little bit, and then all of a sudden we have all of you who've been in the chat for a little bit. You're just seeing a pattern right now. I should make a time log of like, okay, so 3 o'clock around this time, this is where people are like trolls. But like 2 o'clock, people aren't trolls. 1 o'clock, people are trolls. 12 o'clock, people aren't trolls. I should make a log. I look forward to the other side. When I get to have the biggest like laugh, even though on the other side, you know, we're not actually laughing at each other. We're just remembering who we are. Either this person is using a different name, or this person just has a problem. I don't care. Keep talking, bro. It is what it is. Yeah, there is a big mall. I'm gonna read what Chelsea said. There's tons of big malls in Toronto. There's a place called Eaton Centre. It's downtown. You don't really want to be there right now, only because World Cup is going to be starting and it's just packed. And I do plan to take you all downtown, but after the World Cup stuff is done, not right now. I may go take a trip downtown just to see how everyone is downtown, but it's going to be packed in the city. I won't be driving there, that's for damn sure. I'll probably have to take public transit, which is fine. I haven't been on the bus in like however many years now, so it'd be cool to be back on the bus for a moment, seeing why I will never have to take a bus ever again. But yeah. He really thinks that saying what he's saying is like, it's like, here, let me applaud you. Latins are the divine gifts to mankind, the youngest group of humans. Very nice. But yeah, congratulations to that other person before your comment, Underboss, the person above. Guess what you can do? You can keep on swiping up. I'll keep applauding you though for your first dimensional comments. You first dimensional human. So funny. As if your words mean anything. I can literally take your words and just dissolve it to nothing. Which I did. Next. Yeah, well, your awareness, you don't even know what awareness is. I hate to break it to you. I'm surprised you even know that word, awareness. No, I'm a soul. I don't identify as anything. I'm just a soul. I just taken a human body so I can help the humans. And I'm being serious when I say that. I'm not actually joking around when I say that. I'm just a soul. I chose this body for a reason, though. For like people like this lone wolf guy who is, you know, talking a bunch of BS in the chat. Doesn't bother me though. He's just feeding my algorithm, so I appreciate it. So the more watch hours y'all give me, the better. So thank you so much for engagement. I appreciate it. It just shows that YouTube's going to show me to more people. Yeah. Do your eyes shift while staring into the brightest sun for celestial? They don't shift, but I don't get downloads from the sun. I get uploads from within. All the answers that you're looking for, Underboss, doesn't come from something outside of you. It comes from within you. But you can use download if you like, because most humans use the word download, but it's actually an upload. When you're looking out to the sun or any celestial body, it'll look like they're giving you a download, but really it's you actually getting an upload from within yourself. My voice changes triggers YouTube's restriction on my videos. Interesting. That just means you have something powerful to share. YouTube is fascinating like that. Saskatchewan, huh? No, Saskatchewan's more just farmland. Unless you like that. I think you're probably referring to Alberta. Alberta has mountains, if that's what you're looking for. And thank you, Chelsea, again for the hugs. I think you mean Alberta. Unless you really do mean Saskatchewan, and you do like the more of like they call it the prairies. It's like pure farmland there. And thank you for the hug, dude. I'll give you a fist bump though. If you're a dude, Underboss, I think you're a dude. I'll give you a fist bump though. Or, you know, one of those. One of those man hugs. Hey, what's up, bro? Yeah, what's up, dude? So if I wasn't streaming and I wasn't doing my workout, guess what I'm doing? I'm just chilling, just observing, gathering my intentions and feeling what needs to be felt. This is all I'd be doing, or I'd be playing a video game, or I'd be taking another walk. I don't really do much in Toronto. There's nothing here that I enjoy as much, except for the nature walks. The malls are great, but I've been to the malls far too many times. I don't really go to the malls as often. But I'll take you guys to a mall soon enough. Oh, you are? Nice. Respect to you, dude. Awesome. I'd actually say you're 45 years of experience. Not old. You're 45 years of experience on the planet. That's a bar, write it down. You have 45 years of experience. Respect to you for those 45 years. This random person comes on and says that to me? The fuck? Let's see. In the current scenario, Indiana, Detroit, Minnesota, and some other places are the best to settle. Not much expensive compared to LA, New York, and DC. Yeah. But to you, Doc, I have a question. So this is going to be a question for you specifically. There are other people who live in those cities, right? I'm not saying that they're not struggling, or I'm not saying they're thriving, but they're able to do it. So my question is, how come others are doing it and they don't find it expensive? Isn't that just a perspective? So anytime people say, it's expensive to live somewhere, that's because you've been trained to see money in a very physical way. When you know that you can actually technically afford anything, because you really do. Thank you. Because you can actually afford anything, but you have to know that you can afford anything. You can live in LA or New York if you want to. If you like big cities. If you don't like big cities and you like smaller cities, then that's a different story. I myself, I'm not really too tied to a big city like LA or New York. That's why I chose San Diego for me specifically, because for me, San Diego, though it has a city, it's more chill and relaxed. It's much smaller than LA. It's like LA would be like 60% bigger than San Diego. San Diego has a city, but it's like a small square in this bigger, like, vast area that has more mountains and oceans. And nature. Whereas LA is more city and not as much nature. They do have their nature stuff for sure, but you have to kind of like find it. Whereas in San Diego, you don't need to find it. You're already in it. Well, for me, it's not expensive because I desire to live there. So that word expensive for me, it's not, but everybody has their own version of what expensive is. Like, for example, if living in a penthouse that is $5 million is expensive to you, but it's not to me, then isn't that just perspective? Right? Because we've been trained to see money in a way where like, ooh, that's too much. But in the eyes of the universe, 1 penny and $10 billion is the same. It doesn't have any, there's no big or small. That we humans, we created big or small. That's why we name things either cheap or expensive, or cost effective or super costly, right? So it just comes down to perspective at this point. So I help people unlock their mind. So I'm a coach. I have to use the word coach, but I don't like using that word. I hate that word. But unfortunately, that's the word that everybody uses in this world. Some can call it a life coach, mindset coach, high performance coach. But I help clients to unlock more of their potential and do whatever it is that they want in their life. More finances, more love, more success, more fulfillment. So that's what I do. I do that on Mondays, and the rest of the week is free to me because I only wanted 6 clients at a time, and I have a wait list presently. I don't want any more right now. When I'm done working with whoever, like if one of them is done, then I'll take the next person. So I'm gonna always have like 6. 6 is enough. I don't want to be having hundreds right now, because I like my peace and like my time by myself, you know. Like, yes, it's all about impact, but even just like, I'm not like, I want to impact the world, but at the same time, like, I'm not caught up with like, oh, I have to have like millions of subscribers or this or that for my channel. Like, I'm good even if it's just like 2 people and I'm helping them. If you all are getting the value from what I'm sharing, then cool, I've done my job. And like, somebody asked me, well, Orion, if you were to go kaput right now, like if I were to go, would I be fulfilled? Yeah. I'll die with a smile right now. I have no regrets. Did I get to travel the entire world? No. Do I want to see the entire world? Yes. But do I have regrets not seeing it? No. I'm good either way. I live in a space within myself where all things are possible, and whether I get to experience it in the physical or not, I'm good. I'm literally just good. There will exist no figures in the future with the advent of embedded artificial intelligence. Jubilee, like the name. Yeah, it's true. That's already done, just so you know. That's already happening in a different time space. But we have to choose not for that to happen. But that's the way things are going. That's where it's going to potentially lead to. There's parallel spaces. So I help people basically tap into multidimensionalness and not third-dimensional perspectives. What does that mean? So if a client is like saying, well, how can I be more of something? I'm like, well, why aren't you it now? Because their eyes and their mind has told them that the physical world is the real and the inside world isn't, because they're either unaware that there is an inside world within themselves, but your inside world is what brings your outside world. Cause effect, not effect over an effect. And that's how most people lived, and that's how I lived for most of my life, by changing an effect, but without changing the cause. So yeah, Nancy, it's spiritual, but I don't use that word anymore because spirituality has created a nasty. There's a box that we get thrown into that. So I don't even use the word spiritual. I just use the word just is, or the words just is. Because if we were to take away all humans, all thoughts, all humans, all concepts, all beliefs, all ideologies, everything, even just is technically is its own ideology, right? Because I have to use words. So you get rid of all languages, get rid of everything, what's left? You can't label anything because there's no language, right? However you see Earth, like whether day 1 or day 0, before we created something to label it, because as a child you didn't have language in place yet. So you just saw the world as open and expansive and vast. You didn't know the difference between like a fence and a tree, or a grass and the fence, or a person and yourself, because you didn't have even the conceptualization of like who and what you were. And so I basically help people to get to that point back within themselves, because we were all there at one point, but somewhere down the road we go through the journey of getting, I call it the process of getting fucked. Every one of us gets basically screwed to some degree, and then we have to go through, we created a thing called the mind. The mind was always there, but then we created an identity, and now I call it the doppelganger, takes over as the true you, but it's not the true you. It's the you that you think you are. So I'm basically just helping people to just remember that you have the ability to control the mind and not be strung along like this. Yeah, basically the higher self, exactly. Since you know that, Nancy, there's not anything I need to tell you because you're aware of that. And same with you, Jubilee. You guys already know. And the more of you who know, the less I have to do. And I love helping, but the less I need to do, because the rest of you already know. And the more you all know and you're living your joyful life, I can go. I love being here, though. I love being on Earth. I really do enjoy being here. And I continue to want to be here. But at the same time, like, you know, if there comes a point where, like, my time is up, and of course there's going to be a moment when that is going to happen, I'm good. That's awesome, Nancy. Keep it up. Yep. Then we get to go home. Exactly. You know. Speaking about the right eye, it's a little irritated, a little bit like I want to scratch it right now, but it's because some of these fluffy white, like cotton things were floating from the tree earlier and they were hitting the eye, so it's kind of irritating the eye a little bit. So I don't really want to touch my eye too much. That's why my eyes are doing whatever they're doing. Yeah, I do. I work out every day, Jay. I work out 7 days a week. My schedule on Sunday is cardio. I always do abs every day. So cardio for 30 minutes or 40 minutes, abs. So abs are always my finisher. And today is my ab day. So it's just 40 minutes of abs. This is considered my rest day, Thursdays. So Sunday is cardio. Monday is upper body. Tuesday is lower body. Wednesday is back to upper body. Thursday, which is today, is abs. Only abs. Friday is full body, so upper and lower. Saturday is jump rope, and Sunday back is cardio. So every workout leads to the next workout. But I also don't just lift weights. I focus on mobility and health, like joint health, because it's important for all of you, whether it doesn't matter what age, to start focusing on your joints, because the better and the healthier your joints are, the easier your life's going to be. And I promise you, you will live a great life if you take care of your joints. Your knees, your shoulders, your wrist, your hips, your spine, your neck, your calves. Well, that's not really joints, but you know, or your hamstrings, I should say, your ankles. Taking care of your joints is top priority number one now. So I still train the same, but I add on more things after I've done like what I call my main quests and side quests. So I work out every day and I love it. I enjoy working out. I call it playouts because I like to have fun. I don't see it as like work per se. But yeah, I work out 7 days a week. I don't need a rest day because throughout the day is my rest. Because my thing, like my career, is I work 1 day a week. So why do I need to take like a rest day when I can just like enjoy, you know, right now I'm like in ever constant rest, right? So I can continue to like do my workouts every day. I haven't missed a day since December 31st, 2021. So I've not missed a day since then. Even when I was under the weather, I would still do my workout. And there's been only maybe like 2 or 3 times I've been like under the weather since 2021. So for me, it's important to move the body, which I'll be doing shortly. I usually do that on my stream, but I've been not doing that on the stream because this channel is not designed for my workouts. That was my other channel. I have another channel that I was using, but I now have archived that channel. So that channel is now my, you can call it my storage for you can call it my proof of concepts. Yeah. I'm living in the now, exactly, Nancy. That's it. Actually, because you said that, I want to show you something since you're here and since others are here and they understand. Some drawings pop through. I do apologize for the glare. These came through last summer when I was sitting in the now, and you can say the universe channeled through me. Channeled quite a few drawings, but one of the main drawings was this. I know it's hard to see it, but it's called the synergy of Trinity. And notice that each word is 3 letters, and notice that each word has the letter O in the middle. And guess what? Those letter O means oneness, the 1 point, or the 0 point, whatever you like to call it. But essentially, all words have a letter O on the synergy of Trinity, and Trinity is 3. So this came through. And this doesn't mean it has to be a God outside of you or inside of you or around you. It could be anything. Yeah. So this is basically what we are. This is why I said, look at the word now. It's right here. So this is a book right here. I don't need to write a book. That's all you need to know. And I always say that you are the answer. There's other things that I've drawn like this. It's a clock. And guess what the clock says? Sure. Oops. It just says now. Nothing else but now. Because that's all it is. All things are unfolding right now. So we got some troll. Don't pay attention to the trolls in the chat. Just let them talk. They're feeding my engagement anyways. They're doing me a favor. They're bringing yourself here. Then there's this, and this is basically what's happening on the earth right now. The collective hive mind. And as you can tell, there's only a few quadrants that have positive and the rest are negative. Because that's how the world operates presently right now, most people. And the ones that are positive are attempting to find things. Yeah, well, if you don't care, you can jump off. Peace out. You second dimensional human. So what else? Collective hive mind. There's another one that's just as important. I mean, there's a lot. So like when you all are looking for people who are in resonance, they're around. Exactly. Actually, Nancy, I have one even better for you. Not only is it happening for you, it's happening as you. So there's for you, then with you, then by you, and then through you, and then as you. So as you is actually the most powerful perspective out of that. So life and everything is happening as you. Because you're the one that starts right here. Life happens as you. Life happens through you. Life happens in you. Yeah, that one works as well too. Because it starts within yourself. For you works, but most life is happening to them. You're welcome. Oh, this is a powerful one. This one just showed up. This one. So this is like the hive mind thing. Now, of course, if there's more people feeding the idea of negativity, then of course the field grows. And if it's just one person who's positive, like they can be just as powerful as this one, like these 5 people perspective. But generally speaking, those who are like positive, it's usually their powers are usually being, squished by all the negative people on the planet or the negative minds. Because No person is negative. It's the mind that is negative, because you have a mind, you aren't the mind. So when I see people being very mean and disrespectful to others, it's not them, it's the mind that's creating this unnecessary obfuscation. The soul will never be mean to the soul, because the soul knows the answer. And of course, someone's going to say, who are you to say we have a soul? It's fine. It is what it is. We can't see the soul, but the soul had to take a form for it to, show up in the world and, live out its experience. Words are not coming out. Take a moment. This is where you got to slow down. I don't call him Sadhguru. I call him Sud, because no one's a guru to me anymore, and I don't follow anybody. But I've listened to him before, but he tends to overly complicate things as well too. But yes, I know of him, and I've listened to what he had to say. But he himself also makes things more complicated than it has to be. But he's a good dude. He has good intentions. He's got that joyful spirit. That's what I like about him. He knows how to be very at peace with himself. Like when he laughs, like he has a good laugh. That's a dude who figured it out. He just hasn't figured out how to say it more direct. I have his book. I've already went through his course. It helped for its time, but where I am right now, Sadhguru hasn't quite reached that. He has, but he hasn't been able to speak it in any of his lectures yet. I'm like, you're still talking at the surface level, dude. Come on, let's get to the meat and potatoes. That's why and I don't know if he's doing this on purpose, but there are a lot of mystics and spiritual people who will keep you looking for more, never basically saying that you're the answer. I'm not here for that. If you ever work with me as a client, I'm basically going to say you're the answer. That's it. And you don't need any other book or any other person other than yourself. I went through all. I do believe in God, but not in the way all other humans do. Most humans. I have my own conceptualization of what that is, because I understand it. Not to say you all don't. You do, but you do from the human aspect. I understand it from a different aspect. I'm not here to debate if it's right or wrong. I just know from my own experience what it is. So yeah, I do believe in it. I don't even use the word believe. I know in it. Big difference. Believing has an energetic opposite called doubt. Yeah, exactly. Higher power, pure consciousness, that cannot be explained by any word. Even the word consciousness can't really explain what God is, because the moment you define God, you confine God. That's a bar. Write it down. Because you can't define what this is. This is what I call just is. Everything. Yeah. Higher power, or I would call it a power that cannot be explained by any word. A power that is actually permeating each and every single one of you right now. Within. If not within, then it's definitely around you. That's why both methods work. Whether you see it in the sky as a dude or some other entity, it works. Use what works. That's why for me, I live in a realm where everything just is. So if somebody's wants to argue that this is right, you're right. I'm not here to tell anybody that they're wrong, because I know I've been where you all have been at some point, and I respect it all, because as long as it's bringing you joy, use what works. That's my best answer to all of you. Whatever is currently your guiding light or your guiding post, Sure. I just say interesting. Yeah. Yeah. The English language can't, but some ancient languages like Sanskrit have a much vast vocabulary. This is why a lot of information from the past has been lost in translation. Spot on, Apocalypse. That's why language right now is the current problem in the world. Oh, not the language, but the translation of words that's created all kinds of like obfuscation. And I'll show you one. I'll give you a great example right now. Somebody has too much things on their head right now. I'm gonna draw something quickly. You don't need to participate, any of you, but I just want you to just look. I'm gonna draw one word. You all, the moment I draw this word, you all will have your own definition. Exactly, Apocalypse. You got it, bro. You nailed it right on the head. Right? This word right here, this word alone, can either create all kinds of joy in your life or all kinds of suffering. Right? And you all have your own definition of what this is, and they're all accurate and true and real. Because there's all kinds of different types of love. And guess what? The conscious mind has the conscious mind has its own definition. The subconscious mind has its own definition. One uses logic, one uses emotion. Then every other person in the world has more than two definitions, because there could be it could have some contextual meaning, right? Because, for example, if I said love, right? What kind of love are you referring to, Orion? You pick. Is it friendship love, brotherly love, religious love? Is it fatherly love, motherly love, like romantic love, platonic love, like working with like others, co-worker love? Is it friendship love? What is it, right? There's all kinds of different versions of love. So that's why like that word can create all kinds of great things, but also can potentially, because all words are a paradox of itself. That's why what Apocalypse said, right, is spot on. We're limited to the current experience of our words. That's why our words are so powerful. This is why I bring awareness to this, and it's all about energy. Exactly. So think of words as like you're throwing a net into the ocean. The net has a bunch of holes, and you're pulling up just a bunch of ocean water, but there's holes in the net, and you're saying I captured the ocean. Well, you captured part of it, but that's not the entire ocean. That's what words do. They only point to the experience, but they can't really capture the entire experience. That's why if you say that this is God, then the moment you point to that as God, then you limit God, because God can't be defined. That's why if any of you read the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu opens the Tao Te Ching with saying, if you can speak the eternal Tao, then that is not the eternal Tao. How can it be? Because then you limited God to just this one thing. That's why I see everything as is this chair, even the plastic, the concrete, this tablet, all of you, the words, the trees, air, oxygen, clouds, the ripples in the sky with those clouds over there, the dirt, all the plants, the birds, the cars, all of it. It's all part of the oneness. Energy. So basically, there is no definement for God or the universe or all that is. That's why I call the word just is. It's the best. Currently, it's the best word in the English language for me specifically to use to point to what this experience is. Just is. Not justice, but just is. So J-U-S-T space I-S. Just is. Hence the whole living in the now. Apocalypse, what'd you say? I'm glad. It's all relative to what we first defined, what the word is exactly. My first love was my parents, so if I feel the same level of emotion for a girl, I will call it love. Exactly. It's all relative and subjective or objective, however you want to see that word. So you're right, absolutely. And I'm glad, Nancy. That's the reason why I do my live streams, because I know sometimes, even though we know these things, it's still good to run into someone who's talking about these things. And I can tell just by your name, the lighthouse, you shine a light. That's what a lighthouse does. Guiding, showing the way. I know there's plenty who will come on and like, this guy, what the fuck is he talking about? Blah, 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 blah. Right? I'm not here for them. I'm here for those who actually have an open heart that want to hear and listen, versus in contrast to those who have a closed heart and just want to just do whatever. I'm good either way. I just desire for more people my end goal is for more people to live in a state of joy, because the more joy each of you have, the less negative shit that you all will have to deal with, and the more positive things you're having in your life, it'll ripple out to everybody else around you, and then it becomes a cascading effect around the world. So the more of you who live in joy, the less negative shit that we have to deal with. Doesn't mean it's going to be completely, like erased. That's always going to be a balance, but more people will start to focus on what's cool. Okay, should be okay now. Internet was cutting in and out. It happens. Sometimes the phone it has a little bit of a technical glitch. The internet was fine, but the phone, I think it was it's like, I need to rest. Sometimes the phone does that. So I have to either restart the stream or anything like that. What? We get a mixed bag of people here. We get those who are like just connected, and then there's this who's like, yeah, welcome back. Yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying before. I'm going to wrap it up because I'm going to start my workout at 4 o'clock. I got 8 minutes. Yeah. Anytime we're defining anything in our reality, it's based on the limitations of the words that we're using and how we perceive things. Not everything is just cut and dry, like it's just this. No, there are many various versions of it. Yoga helps with mental peace indeed. For me, I don't do yoga anymore. For me, I just sit and just observe things. So like, for example, this would be my yoga, dude. You can call it meditation, but I don't even like using that word meditation. I literally just sit. So I'm just like, and I'm just observing. Sometimes I'll close my eyes, but I won't really meditate. I just I feel whatever I need to feel. The mind's going to create a story, and I'm aware that the mind will create a story. And then, yeah, I just observe. I sit and I observe. Me too, Nancy. I take a walk every day in nature, and I talk by the water. So every morning I'm by the water talking and helping people. Basically, I'm using my spare time to not only put myself out there for the world, but also to make sure I reach more people as I possibly can. Because my work that I came here to do is to help people to master this fully. The funny thing is, everybody's technically at the same level, but the mind will create a story saying, no, it's not. The mind is a paradox of itself. And when we understand that we have a body and we have a mind, that we aren't the body or we're not the mind, then you start to free yourself from the trap that most people ensnare themselves into. I've ensnared myself for years. I got trapped up in like you can call it like in Naruto, this is an anime, they call it a genjutsu, aka just the illusion. I got trapped up in the illusion for about 29 years, saying that this is how life is and da 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 da. But that's not how it is. How it really is it starts within yourself. You have the power in every present moment. That's what I am here every day to share, is that every one of you, have the answers within yourself in every present moment. So, yep. I wish I could remember why I chose to be here on Earth. Apparently I planned it all before I was born. Yes, you did. I can tell you that, Nancy, because you're even aware of that. This is the paradox. Since you're aware of that, you did plan it all. Now, you're going to probably remember more as your time continues on the planet. The best thing for you is just to keep doing what you're doing and just be in the now more often. And you'll see that when you stay more in the now, more information will flood through you. You can call it a download, but it's really an upload coming from within yourself to your mind. So your mind has access to the wisdom, but it's there. Every one of you have the same wisdom. It's just what access do you have presently? Do you have the full? Do you have the full wisdom, or is it like partial? What's invisible? What's not invisible? Can you see this? Can you not see this? That's like perspective. Yeah, for me, it's exciting times indeed, for sure. But not for everybody is going to be exciting. It's going to be like either absolutely balls to the wall chaotic, and they're going to fight for their dear life onto their potential limitations that they've imposed on themselves. Because we've already shifted timelines. Not many people know this because they're still living in a different like space. Like for you and Apocalypse and quite a few others who have been on the channel, they've already shifted timelines if they know or they don't know. Yep, 4 minutes and then I'll be jumping off. Technically 3 now. Yep. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm going to be talking about the present moment. It's very important to talk about the present moment because it goes perspective, perception. Perception leads to projection because we're talking about projection today, which then leads to your present moment because whatever you're thinking or perceiving or projecting, that's what you're going to experience back in your present moment, which then leads to your paradigm shift when you realize how your present moment is, and then which leads to a paradox because reality is all about paradoxes. A paradox is multiple truths that are all both equal and true and valid and real that oppose one another, but they're both equally true. That's a paradox. I had to wrap my head around what a paradox is, and it was fun. Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. I'll be back. You can come and hang out and listen to some of the things. But you just know one thing. You already have all the answers within you. You're not missing anything. Just want you to know that. Everything that I shared, you already possess it. Not just you, every one of you. And you're not actually alone. It may feel like you're physically alone, and that's how I felt for years, but you're actually not alone. When you really know, when you really truly know that this is just a space of oneness, how can you be alone, right? It's easier when you have someone to talk with, for sure, but you know, you do have yourself, and yourself is a really good starting point, right? Of course, it's nice to have other conversations with others, but yeah. See, I was gonna jump off, and now everybody starts showing up. It's always like that. Yeah, just know that you're doing good, Nancy, Apocalypse, and everyone else in the chat. Just never forget that. I definitely will. Thank you so much. And you as well. Enjoy your day, and make sure you always remember whatever you're doing in life. You too. I appreciate that. I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll be talking about the present moment, most likely. I'll be more likely talking about the present moment. All right, y'all. It's been fun jumping off. Have yourselves a good one. Bye-bye. And keep on smiling, people. Enjoy your time.